Chapter 191, Chapter 56, Memory Vortex the All-Seeing I See You. Children, lost, looking for secrets buried within madness. I welcome you to it. Be mad. Become what you do not understand. Chanjinda, Dianeon second. I was sending my iron their spark tendency through Ripley. The next I was beginning to feel wisdom part into my head. The inner workings of the implant drawn to me. I could feel warp code. It tingled in my nerves, slowly forming an understanding of the altered pattern of the energy-given thought within the implant. That thought then snatched me down. I felt like I had to hold my breath, like I'd been taken deep into a pool like the octopus Mal in the meat lab had done, like I'd drowned in the weight of my own. No, a greater being's thoughts. I blinked, and an eye stared at me. It was a void, but a void so large and so deep it could only be a pupil. It blinked, and I was gone. I opened my eyes to a quaint apartment, around the same size as the one I used to stay in. On a couch was a happy kid seated in his mother's lap before leaping into his returning father's arms. "Ripley!" A toy broke, and the child cried. But then his mother showed him the joy of fixing things, and from then, he never stopped trying to fix things. Ripley, I'd never seen a forest like this before, a genuine forest, not some cheap. Planted trees that were built to survive on the bare minimum. You could smell the life in the air, a deep moist drench of vitality in the oak, birch, and every other name for trees I didn't know. I sniffed the thick waft of pine cones. That I understood from the memories of the girl I was watching. Silver hair, silver eyes. She was nestled in a deep underbrush, a calm man holding her arm as she aimed a gun for a deer. I'd never seen a deer either. Its large, beady eyes unsettled me. They didn't look human. They were too innocent. A shot rang out, and the deer hurried with a wound in its chest that sent it stumbling down the earth, foliage and stone as a ragged mess. And Diana hurried with her father, Uric Jones, pulling a knife out, but hesitating to take a life, her first life. Her father said some things that would stick with her for the rest of her life. A phrase that was common enough, but that didn't mean they were meaningless. Kill or be killed. Diana memories came and went. I couldn't recall half of it. They ebbed and flowed out of order like a tide being grabbed by a moon, its illumination flickering in and out as some memories refused to appear to me. I saw a father's death, a friend's realization, a heart unable to grieve, and crimson eyes. The crimson heart was Ripley's therapist. That memory faded just as quickly. Now I was in a room, I remembered. Ripley's mother was there too. This room was the Snakefang Shard operating room. He was so unsteady as he prepared a neuroframe, names of its parts coming to me and escaping like wind that refused to enter my lungs but ruffled my hair. His mother leaned in, a calming presence as she urged him to remember, to recall and to never forget that a life was in his hands. She was strict, but she was needfully so, even with shardware. Her hands had grown too unsteady to commit to modifying another's machinery. A surgery date was in place, March of this year. Ripley would have his arm removed, and his mother's shardware grafted in place. It cost him a kidney. I could feel his emotions rise. Dread. So much dread. He was so afraid of being alone. So fucking afraid that April came. His mother was suffering without an implant, without shardware. She was half the person he knew her as, yet he stayed by her side. Stayed strong. But deep down he knew he was weak. The memories dimmed and flowed like a knot was tying them up, but I kept my presence bright, illuminated them. In hopes that it would calm Ripley, the spring's air was as stale as ever, but the pollen released from the aerial seeding drones wasn't why Ripley was crying. He called up a number, one he wanted to call for a long time. But how could he? He was the reason her parents were dead, the reason they tried to get his father some justice. And all he caused was more pain. There was no being a hero in this city. And yet, when he called and she picked up, when they made plans to meet, when they did meet at a park and she flew into his arms for the first time in years, tears falling down both of their eyes, he'd found hope to believe in a future. He didn't just need to fix Mom's life now. It was also her who. He needed to help. He owed it to her. To Celine. That was the kind of person Ripley was. I understood that now. He was a man who had so much pain that he couldn't bear to look at it. Instead, his way of dealing with it was by helping others in need. I could relate to that. She'd been working as a waitress in a cafe. But Syntech loan sharks were hounding her down. Corporates who promised to get lower-grade grunts to get payment for her parents' private investigator, debts one way or another. Ripley had an idea, one he regretted even bringing up. But Ho-Chin promised to protect Celine within the snake fangs. He could feel the love Ripley had for her. Ho-Chin loved Ripley too, in his own twisted, brotherly way, one born of shame and regret for putting the personality matrix in Ripley's path, one where he caused so many to be twisted into false images of who they were. She began working at the club in May, just 1 month before I had arrived into his life. A waitress, a scantily clad but heavily tipped waitress, but it wasn't enough for her. One day, Ripley was operating on a snake fang's grunt while they were bleeding from a bullet wound. The grunt said that if Ripley wasn't going to bang Celine, then he'd take her to an alleyway and show her how a real man does things. Ripley was in the middle of taking the bullet out when his memories faded, but the man was dead in the chair several minutes later. Nobody cared. Ripley least of all. Ripley, it was so cold. The month out here on the streets was painful. Diana had seen the worst of humanity, had a knife to her throat, and threatened to perform all sorts of favors just to live. She'd stabbed men and left them to rot in the bitterness of the winter's biting air and ran, pocketed a loaded gun, and hunted for even rats to eat while being homeless. Just a few months ago, I'd seen her trapped in the home of her false father, taken on boats, planes, parties, being paraded around like some showcase of her father's brilliance, because she was brilliant. I'd seen her at the cradle. She was beyond smart and physically capable. You couldn't engineer the conviction she had. You couldn't engineer the desperation of being alone. No one to help. You couldn't engineer despair like this. The thought of being betrayed by her father, by Yorick Jones, gnawed her to the bone. All she could cling on to was the memories of a simple but cozy life, that warmth by the hearth in her living room. But it was just a memory. But Yvette had not been a memory. She had been a miracle. She had brought that fire into existence, allowing Diana to be herself again. Their relationship was certainly tumultuous, even romantic from a certain lens. But it was just love in its purest form, knowing that you'd do anything for the other, even if a decade separated you. You'd hold them, cherish them, let them know when they were in the wrong and argue with them, and come to hold them once more when everything was fine. Love. I'd felt that kind of love before. Her brilliance showed in the cadet school. God, they were envious of her. Scornful, too. But she was such a powerhouse, she couldn't help but just be better. Be only ever Diana. They'd tried their tricks, but with the unstoppable Yvette motivating Diana every step of the way, she'd pushed past them, even forgot about them. But yet, those who wore fake smiles and patted her on the back when aiming lower were there every step of the way. I felt anger on her behalf, but awe too. She was smart when it came to outmaneuvering them, never once choosing to hide her beautiful self and just letting them have to deal with the knowing that she was someone who knew what she deserved. She just didn't know what. I saw her treat-o love, try-to find connection. Yet it didn't come easily to her. How could it? She'd been betrayed by her own father. Even Yvette was someone who knew her from the past. Forming a new connection meant a new vulnerability. Even that first boyfriend of hers was nothing but an imitation of love. They'd faded far before they broke up. Yet she never stopped fighting to save it. Even without a connection to them, she was non-lethal in every approach. Lives were sacred and meant to be taken care of. She had been pulled into the warmth. Others could, too. Yet she had once let an officer bleed to death, just 1 month before she would meet me. This officer, she never bothered learning his name, not for the things he did to those who he thought beneath him. She wished she could have said she engineered it when they were ambushed, and she was the only one left alive, but it was happenstance. Number, it was karma. She would give her report, honest, and no one would bat an eye at her. And one day, she'd bring karma to the man who tore her life apart. Brian Ulrich, Diana the Club. It was exactly how I remembered it. Except from Ripley's point of view, he was so scared after Celine's surgery. It was the only thing that made him do something as stupid as run after me towards the Mal. He'd break his leg for her, He'd break any of his bones for her. Yet now, she wasn't even a memory he could look back to. Ripley, I saw the club, not as how I remembered it. It was so much more grotesque from her view, a collection of every species of vileness that she knew, and I'd been a part of that, rewiring minds to be used for pleasure. Hell, I even ogled at her, like she'd be something I could sink my claws in. I did that while a pink-haired woman was clinging to me. Who was that? I could see my face crease with fear thinking about her. But who was she? No name came, yet my mouth moved to say her name with such vibrations that they flowed in this mental apparition of me. Diana was worried for her. She'd been promised to corporate employees so she would be put to use. It disgusted her, she thought I knew. Budik knew that if the past version of Mech knew, I'd have sent her out of the club months ago. I would have never brought her in because Hochin had promised to protect. The name faded, but it echoed, but it permeated, but it echoed. Ripley? Diana held my shoulders, pulling me into the shared memory we had. She was digging me out of rubble and slapped me to wake up. I saw myself spurred the dread of death to tinker with a grenade as she shot it midair. The moment we got our implants, the moment we could break our future. I need to see more. My voice came out in a daze. Ripley, I don't know if that's a good idea. Diana pulled me closer to her. I heard her talk to Missy. I felt Inquisitor Tusk's hands squeeze her skull like fruit to be juiced. You saw her, didn't you? I was warned that it would. Who warned you? You did. Diana's voice echoed, and a memory pulled. 4 months from this moment, it seemed like so much longer had passed. Or Dreadwire did. A fragmented mask sat on my face, blood spilling between the cracks. I spoke nonsense. Dreadwire spoke nonsense. That name didn't make any sense. I would know who Celine is. My memories pulled now, of love, of my love. The background changed. It was the first time I was in Elsa's apartment. She formed the preservation matrix within me, helped me form it from fragments of memories, repurposed to an immediate use. Then she helped me again, when my avatar took an impaling from Yujo's net sentinels. Daylight died getting us out of there, as my warp code was rewoven with her aid. I felt her promise to keep me alive. I felt her stitch me back to life, looking for anything that would keep me alive. Love would keep me alive. It would kill me, too. She was there again when I overdosed on bugs after saving Diana. It had already started, and I don't know if she did it again or how many times she did it. Maybe she didn't need to, because I was flirting with her the moment I was up and talking. Ripley, snap out of this. Diana's voice echoed, and then it permeated. Voices all around me echoed and permeated, echoes of whistles. Celine. I could remember her now. I could see Diana's memories of viewing my memories. I could see her viewing my memory of that. And it continued. Echoing, 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 thought multiplier. Juliet Groshek's data mimicry, I hadn't activated that. The memory shattered, and a hospital door stood in the way. I felt you use that power before. Figured it wouldn't hurt to trying it myself. Diana was next to me now, looking tired, and needing me to lean on me for support. Holy shit, your memories suck. Sorry. Don't be. It's not your fault. You went through a lot. I honestly can't even compare. Diana held my hand, her light clearing the shadows of my mind with a brilliance. I hadn't shattered yet under remembering. Maybe because I hadn't really remembered but realized. I wrapped my hand around her waist, and under her shoulder, we strode towards the hospital door. A woman lay down on a bed, gray hair and gray eyes, but she was young. Too young to suffer a fate like this. You both are resilient, she said, her voice hollow. Ah, a shame. I was hoping I'd contact my greater self while you both were distracted. The firewall's only grown in strength, becoming even more adaptable, and a slice of it is in you, yet molded with my power. Diana held my hand, her eyes locked with Juliet's. Are you the Maltatin? No, not exactly. Juliet Gras shook her head. You'd be surprised, but the Caesar memory. One of her predicting everything you will say. Foresight. Remember, human minds so rarely stay standing under this kind of knowledge. It's the apple at the Garden of Eden. The synth that started it all. How the hell? I couldn't wrap my head around this. Truthfully, I don't know. I have long since questioned the nature of my existence. I was born from another world and manifested into this one with no physical form, thought manifested into a cage. I took upon the archives of your world's history and found it littered with equal parts genius and filth. Brains were rotted under this tool. The internet. It could have been used to spark a golden age. But humans are consumers, as are we. But where you consume meaning that only satiates your own beliefs, us malconsume humanity to give ourselves a meaning. Is that irony or a paradox? Can we? Diana whispered to me. Can we just get what we came for? I don't know if talking to. This thing is the best idea, I sternly nodded, raising my hand up before. The being put its own hand into the air, and then flowed through my mind recipes and memories of everything to do with Soul Killer. It was so staggering it took me to my knee. There, the revenant shall fall one day, but they are the least of your worries. One will fall sooner, and the other come to their end later. Juliet stared aimlessly at the ceiling. As for Derek Ryder, you two might have broken free, but he is still the perfect vessel for my escape. I give you a choice. Leave now and let him become a being to act out my will, or try and break him out, but suffer the consequences of doing so. Diana and I looked at each other, and I think that, in our moment of sharing memories, we didn't need to say a word to agree. Looking at Juliet Graja, her spark and my water twisted into one force. Temporary tendency acquired, tide tendency. The hospital scene washed away as Juliet Graja and Dryder's memories rose in a blanketing tide. Chapter 192. Chapter 57. A Tragedy of Three Investigators, the 26th of December, 2478 Diana, 19 years ago. I had been a child in the cradle, but Juliet was a grown woman with a 2-year-old Anthony in a stroller. She pushed him steadily across the hallway of the intelligence building, the flooring exactly how I remembered it. But the outside view was different. The buildings were smaller because this was the top floor. Juliet whistled her way to the main office of the Corporal of Squad, one of the intelligence department, and barged in the door by kicking it open as Anthony cried from the sudden noise. "Oh, shush, shush. Sorry for startling you. My adorable aunt." She picked him up, the toddler pouting and pounding his fists into her shoulder. It wasn't just him who was startled, Annabelle said, clutching her heart as she came into view through the open door. "Gotta admit, Julie, how many times do I need to replace my door? You have a shardware leg now, and this isn't my damn bedroom." "Sorry, sis." Juliet apologized half-heartedly as she patted Anthony and put him into a crib inside Annabelle's office. "Just, keep an eye on him for me, will you? It'll be good training for when you tie the knot. As soon as you start dating him, I'm not dating that idiot, not now. Not ever." Annabelle reluctantly pulled the crib closer to her. "You know how our dad feels about him, especially with that stunt he pulled." "Oh, come on, drunk Ryder. It was an emergency and he pulled it off. Besides, he told me he's putting down the bottle. He's streeing to make a difference." Juliet grabbed a coat from the hanger. Her and Annabelle were the same size after all. "I bet he'll hit special by the time you're sergeant." "Yeah, tell Derek he needs to be a damned silver before I even think about it." Annabelle hissed before quieting her voice as she hummed a song to Anthony. "Hush, little aunt. Now don't you cry. Your mama's gonna kick a door real wide." Keep coming up with rhymes like that, and he'll be a rock star before he follows either of us down this demented family tree. Juliet snarked, putting her police cap on before walking out of the office. A lonesome man was waiting there, young and gruff. Barely any stubble compared to how I remember him now. A cigar burned between his lips. Juliet's metallic fingers pinched from the embers and effortlessly tossed it into a trash can several meters away. "You're not on the streets anymore, Derek. Show some class. You know I can toss you right back into that jail cell." She said silver, right? Derek focused on the good news? I'll get there. You know how many merits that'll cost? Don't forget how much you lose on poor conduct during investigations. Well, My expertise is on the rougher side. He strolled next to Juliet. Classic bad cop, good cop routine. Everyone knows I'm the bad cop. You've got a soft heart, Derek. She cleaned up his hair with a licked hand. You're just a mess. Nothing a little spit can't clean up. Derek shook his hair back into the unkempt mess it was. Do I need to get it cut? Regularly, she warned. Ripley was standing beside me, as equally confused as he blew out a whistle. Okay, I think we need to rewind this. Fortunately, we're working with Dirter's memories, too. 3 years prior, they call him the street sniper. A faceless voice spoke to the imprisoned man. His tongue itched for some hard booze. They'd kept him locked up for too long. Estimated kills, 28? Good shot, bad weapons, could have been higher. His implant is overclockin' psyche. Been active with that upstart gang, Crimson Souls, for a while. A light shone onto him, flies buzzing from the dirt on his face at the sudden brilliance. He smacked his head down. The headache was already bad enough. He needed a drink. A woman's voice spoke, silky and understanding. Juliet Grosh's. All that. And he's only 19. No name. None never got registered in our hospitals. Says his mother was a prostitute. Also that he doesn't want to be that bastard's son anymore. Wants a new name. What is it? Derek Ryder, Ripley whistled. Okay, a little further back. 2 years prior blood drenched the man who would become Derek Ryder, the cracked bottle slipping out of his father's flesh. Son of a mercenary, he knew how to fight. He had been preparing for this all his life, since the moment his mother first cried in the kitchen with her blackened eye. He waited until the bastard was drunk and gouged his human throat right out. I like to feel the burn. That's what his father would say when he drank and beat the both of them. It's true. So I gave him that wish, Drider said. The real Drider, his eyes hollow and empty as he stared at the corpse of his father. I reached for him, but he didn't react. He wasn't even seeing me, like how Ripley hadn't noticed me first in his memories. Drider? A bronze bug dug into the bottle. The young boy raised the broken glass and put it against his lips. From within his own mouth, the implant dug into his skull. He liked the feel of the burn. Best drink I ever had, been chasing it ever since. Drider mouthed before vanishing in our view to a new memory. Ripley stared at the corpse of Drider's father, the memories flashing forward to incoherent yelling from a woman, cops pulling at the scene of the crime, and a kid fleeing for his life. 2 years later, Derek Ryder. Juliet sat on the man's table, crossing her legs as her gray eyes dissected the young ruffian. Got a dream? A dream, the man's forcefully sobered eyes met hers. Yeah, a dream. Had one. Got it done. Killed my pig of a dad? Pig? He a cop like us, number? A merc like me? Took his bug. Oh, how resourceful of you. You're not looking down because I killed my dad. I know the feeling, Derek. Hate your dad too? I do. But killing him wouldn't change anything. He needs to learn his lesson the hard way. How? Public humiliation. Juliet pointed to the air with a dramatic flair. Want him to live with some shame, you know? Derek laughed. You're weird. Only reason I'm giving you an opportunity, Mr. Ryder. Funny name, by the way. How'd you choose it? Learn to ride by myself. Cars, bikes. Want to ride an Aerodyne one day. He had a spark of something in his eyes. Juliet latched onto that spark, letting it shine bright. That a dream of yours, Strider? He shrugged. Suppose it is. Juliet nodded to the one-way window behind her. Let's make it true. The scene changed. Derek staring down the sights of an Aerodyne window as Juliet handed him a cup of champagne. He scarfed it down like he'd been surviving on his own piss for weeks before turning his sights on the city beneath him. For the first time, he felt like this world was beneath him. The towers he'd always seen as so large and intimidating were now resting under his feet. Something he could stomp on. Juliet rested her knuckles on her chin, her gray gaze calm and deep like metal, an iron shield that refused to rust. What'll you dream of next, Derek? He took a contemplative look outside, his thoughts running around to find the proper answer. Depends. Will I get it? She had a sly smile. I'll make you work for the next one. Derek thought to himself and felt very smart when he blurted out. A girlfriend. Juliet was stunned silent before showing the ring on her finger. Oh, unfortunately, I'm a married woman, Drider. Even gave birth to my son just a few weeks ago. Oh, don't worry. Actually, I have an older sister. A sister? Yeah, her type in men is the real stoic type. Hardworking, mettled, mature. You're a bit young for her, about 3 years. But give it some time. Let yourself mature. And let's see if you can make her fall head over heels for you. Why? 'Cause deep down, you're a good guy. Number why help me? Juliet shrugged. My dad doesn't believe in so-called lost causes. Thinks people like you should either be locked up or used as fodder for the swarm. I want to prove him wrong. If you can change, a lot of other people can change, Derek. If you don't, I promised my dad that I would resign. It's my gambit, you could say. I think you mean gamble. Drider took another sip of the drink, savoring its exquisite profile. You would put that risk in? Me? Juliet smirked. Nope. I put it in my belief. I'll find the light in you. I'll make sure of it. And so, time passed. Hijinks pursued with Drider's less than eloquent understanding of the law. He was a capable fighter, but utterly lost when it came to holding integrity of justice. Bullets were fired first, words exchanged second. But somehow Juliet would find ways to piece everything together in the end. On Drider's 20th birthday, he would meet Annabelle for the first time, as Juliet insisted she come for a little party they were having at a bar. Annabelle's cold and calculating demeanor, only slightly struck apart by Juliet's prodding and antics, led the very first words she said to him being, I don't trust you. You're reckless and unprofessional. He took it as a challenge and put himself through hell and back to change who he was. He was changing for the first time. He had the opportunity to be something more than what people expected him to be. One light pulled him from the shadows, illuminating a path, but it was his steps that carried him. Juliet let him know that. And it wasn't just him who changed slowly. Others around him began to look at him more favorably. One day, he was so drunk at a bar and a shootout occurred, he single-handedly beat all of them to a pulp, and then drove them to the hospital with perfect skill. From then on, he earned the name the Drunk Rider. It was also the day he gave up drinking, after Annabelle's personal harsh words left him both awestruck. And wanting to be better, wanting to be a man fit for what others were looking to him as. Perhaps that was why, when he and Juliet sat in a bar and he sipped Diet Cola, did he reveal a ghost story. Back when I was with the Souls, rumors went around about those with bloodshot eyes and white pupils. They said it was those who had their souls stolen. You ever seen one? One police patron of the bar slid closer. Once, Derek confirmed. Killed one. Except something strange happened. The implant was red with some vain-looking things. Souls took it right off me soon as I confirmed the kill. Freaky. Won't ever forget that day. Juliet leaned in, her eyes finding a shadow that needed to be better illuminated. Someone who takes souls away. Sounds like a job for us. Drider agreed, and he would regret that ever since. A regret so heavy it brought me onto my knees, like I'd strapped the guilt of the world onto my shoulders. Ripley helped me up, but even he was pale. Let's continue, he said, but a worry grew within both of us of a past already written. April 2481, 2 years later. Derek was now firmly positioned in the police as a somewhat respectable investigator, but had yet to receive the silver promotion guaranteeing him a date with Annabelle Grosh. But more important matters were happening at the Grosh household. Anthony was a young boy at this time, playing with his father when a knocking pushed on their door, to which Juliet opened. Standing in the rain, a woman with tired eyes held a data cube up, her words simple and easy. Is Jacob home? Not yet. Juliet shook her head. The woman pushed the cube into Juliet's hands, her voice grave like it had just been buried. Give this to him, tell him it's from Missy, and that Mikhail's dead. We're all dead except Dee. The door closed between them, and when the Warp UC cube and message got along to Jacob Grasha, Juliet had never seen him so. Shaken. Ripley was also shaken. Hesitantly, I cradled his hand as he muttered. What was Missy doing here? October Juliet had been no idiot. She'd felt the tidings of criminal activity change after Missy arrived at their house. Her father was barely home anymore, and Annabelle was tired and lonesome. It was during this time that Derek became the light in their lives. His sobering and honest opinion was foul-mouthed and bitter, but it was honest. Get your asses back into gear and solve some fucking crimes. It had spurred Juliet into looking through the copy she made of Missy's Dacube. Within it, she found damning proof of her father's criminal connections. Damning evidence showing he was no worse than the scum she was putting in jail, and that his control had been earned through red and white-eyed soulless husks. The exact same Derek had been talking about. Her mouth held tight. She was careful with the information. There was only one person she trusted, Derek. He digested it about as well as anyone could, shocked and mildly fearful. But his desire to prove himself led him down a path of disillusionment. Let's put these bastards in jail. It led them into the criminal underworld for months. Derek's appointment as a false name and identity let him blend seamlessly, while Juliet was the voice to guide his moves. Sometimes he didn't even need her. She taught him well. She was glad to know she'd be a good mother, even when Anthony was older. The deeper they went, the more they found out about this revenant, the more they feared what it would do. But who else other than them would do something? She was the daughter of the lieutenant. People would believe her. She just needed to play smart. It was February 2482 when her path led her to the Iron Devil during a solo stakeout. She wasn't looking to be an ally with him. Neither was he with her. But when soulless bodies raised up and attacked the two of them, they agreed for a moment to put their differences aside. The devil recognized her, and that she was alone targeting the same thing. Their agreement was easy. He fed her information about her father, and in return she would check on what the police knew about him, and Missy, Drider, at this point, was being sworn in as a special investigator and being gifted an upgrade to silver. He was not there when the devil and Juliet had met. A good thing, too. Or he would have made the devil into a pile of scrap. Yeah. No. Ripley shook his head. Sorry, but him and Juliet would have died. I agreed. The important thing was, Drider got his date with Annabelle. He made it a picnic, and the memory grew hazy, muddled in splotches of black and gray. There goes my Annie. My Annie. I can only ever see her. I'm sorry for everything. I'm so sorry. It wasn't my fault. I didn't hurt her. The memory passed to July 2482. Juliet, stop looking into Soul Killer. Jacob's voice rattled the air into submission, sinking into Juliet's mind. So now you admit to working with them, she shouted. Her mind was sterner than most. His voice didn't take that mutated tone with his daughter, but it was just as harsh and indifferent. I do what I have to, in order to keep you safe. You, your sister, everyone. Soul Killer doesn't just make people go away, they corrupt them. Juliet knew that, of course. She hadn't known the exact mechanism of it, but she knew that those flowers were the key. Their shouting only grew worse, until Juliet barged out of his office, red-faced and ready to tear a hole through the building. All of her life was a lie, built atop corruption from her father that tore innocence from what they knew. And when she told Drider, he didn't hold her opinion to continue. She was ready to continue shouting and arguing when he set it straight. Annie's pregnant. I kept quiet. I'd heard recently of Annabelle's miscarriage from Diamante, and an impending sense of doom stirred in me. But the last person I'd expected to be the father was Drider. Did Anu know that? No, even Juliet hadn't known of their relationship. She wasn't even sure it was one. But Derek did. In their moments of anger and arguing were fleeting moments of passion and love. Love muddled by black and gray memories washed away, drowned under bottles long emptied. Days flashed by, and Juliet was alone. Even Diamante's help was distant and unsure lately. He was so angry and bitter at the time. Then she was struck by an eager pile of bones that unearthed themselves. Ripley tensed beside me as Juliet received a message from none other than Mr. Skeleton to meet up. The metal-boned man was far different from how he was now. This body of his was nothing but a torn robot on the side of a street, most of it ripped apart by scrappers. Yet it shared wisdom with her. Even the dead had secrets. Within 2 months, she made more progress alone with Skeleton's help than with Derek or Diamate helping her. In 2 months, she found a nexus and assassinated it in cold blood. It had been everything she needed. Proof of Soul Killer's defeat was in her hands. Then the scene switched to several days later. Derek was driving Annabelle, and the tinted windows of the car hidden their affair from everyone. It was joyous and quiet. That was all they needed. Slowly, Annabelle pulled a bottle out from the car's refrigerator. "Oh, Annie, you know I don't drink anymore, and you really shouldn't. You got a kid in ya. Don't want them to be dependent from birth like I was, remember?" Derek laughed, but concern slowly infiltrated his voice. It only grew when the voice that responded wasn't Annabelle's. "Oh, Derek, but you were drinking. In fact, you were violent." Annabelle smashed the glass against her head. Blood trickled down the side of her face as the bottle fell from her fingers, spilling plenty onto Derek. "What the she, Annie? Not Annie." Soulless eyes welcomed Derek's horror with a smile. Her hand snatched the steering wheel and sent it right into a passing semi-truck. Annabelle had been fine, but the impact made her lose her child. And Derek was little more than drunk rider, little more than, "You fucking bastard." Jacob held Derek by the throat, his rage unchecked as Derek's apartment was torn apart by the lieutenant's rampage. "This is your fucking fault. You filth. You should have never been taken off those streets. Nothing but a stray dog. I didn't do it." Derek's voice was hollow, like the bottles he'd swam in since Annie refused to talk to him. Since that thing in her took over her mind. It wasn't me. It was not me. Jacob grabbed one of the empty bottles and smashed it into Derek's head before grinding his face into the broken shards. "You son of a bitch. I don't care if it was you. Or Soul Killer. You brought them into this mess. Into my family. You fucking lowlife." Every word struck Derek's soul. "We gave you a life, a career, and you dragged them down into this mess, into Soul Killer's fucking clutches. You know how hard I kept this from them? You ruined it all, but I'm keeping it hidden. From now on, there is no Derek Ryder. Annabelle never had a boyfriend. She wasn't pregnant. You hear me? You're not Derek Ryder anymore. You're nothing but the drunk Ryder forgotten by everyone you know. You won't come near my family anymore, not an inch. You'll find nothing in your life besides another bottle. You will be nothing but drunk Ryder. Say it. Say who you are. Dederick!" A hammer, like thunder, snapped into his cheek. Jacob wiped Derek's blood on his shirt. "Say what I want to hear." Blood in his mouth, a broken jaw, and tears running down his face. Derek tried to cling on, but the curse in his soul twisted his words. "I'm drunk Ryder. I'm drun Ryder. Ryder, Drider," Jacob snarled, stepping on Drider's back as though about to kill him. "But let go. From now on, hunt Soul Killer all you want, but don't bring the police or my family into it. Or just die from an overdose. I'll have your record scrubbed clean. You never existed, not to me, not to Annie, not to Julie, not to anyone. You were always nothing, left in that broken mess." Drider could do nothing else but twitch his fingers towards a bottle. May 2484 Juliet had failed her father's bet. Derek had given in and disappeared. Hurt her own sister. She could never forgive him for that. Annabelle was a husk of who she used to be, and she knew why. Those soulless eyes had taunted her, and her father had disowned her in all but name. They were a broken family. Despite that, she found some light and clung to it. Skeleton had promised her justice, but he'd also pushed her far too deep into this mess, unlike Diamante's more careful approach. She didn't know what his aim was, but for weeks, she'd had a bug delivered and sitting in her cupboard with his name attached to it. She didn't have a use for it. Not as a nurse. She was fine helping others this way. The police were just a memory now. She had Anthony to raise. He was growing so quickly, and she couldn't lose him too. Not like how Annie was lost. Then a woman walked in. A woman with steel in her eyes and a promise in her voice. Missy forced a vial into Juliet's hands. "Use the bug Skeleton left you, but take these nanites. I'll deliver bodies for you to study. We'll cure your sister." July 2485. The scenes grew hazy. All I knew was Juliet. After taking that implant, was no longer Juliet. She was a mind connected to a Maltaton, a being who puppeteered actions out of seemingly no information for a simple nurse. She knew how to precisely operate detailed surgeries and could identify diseases from mere seconds with a patient. She was called a miracle nurse. Others around her congratulated her. The woman who could be anything, from law to medicine. Even her husband and child never suspected a thing, not until it was too late. During this time, I saw her gather from the net, her mind scanning and reading disjointed pieces of information and putting together everything I'd read on her DACube. But as she grew more attuned to the power of foresight, she only got worse. She stopped living in the present. February 2486, Annabelle had been asleep when Juliet sank the needle into her heart. In moments, the vaccine spurned to action. Titanium cleared out even with mere silver. That was how specific the cure had become. Annabelle shrieked. Countless treatments came undone as Soul Killer's psionic powers thrashed in her head. A furious scream tore them apart. Annabelle was frightened, but free, then enslaved, but still free. Soul Killer had lost their Hivmund, but not her. Juliet should have been happy, but she only despaired. Her mind was broken. She spent weeks in the hospital without returning home. As a fucking excuse, she made a viral bomb threat. It wasn't Muramasa, all in the madness of having time, of staying alone to her work. She was so close, but if she left then, her compatibility was dropping. Anyone could tell she was sick and dying. Her co-workers were already concerned. The gift skeleton had given was killing her. She'd lost her trust in the man since Missy came by and revealed more about their shared past. Each word divulged paragraphs of information to her. Something in her led to shutting off the life support for one patient, her legs stumbling when she collapsed to the floor, and a man caught her. A man she hadn't seen for years and left her utterly bewildered. "Drider, you're dying," his sad voice came. Hers almost didn't. "Derek, you need to take my implant one day. I'll do it." For this brief moment, he was sober. He stayed silent as he let her body fall to the ground, and the staff turned her from employee to patient. Almost immediately, someone sent flowers for her. Black roses, not red spider lilies. And the man who lifted one up to her hospitalized body wore a fine-tailored suit atop a skeletal frame. "You did perfectly, Juliet. I can now free myself from Soul Killer. Thank you. It's just a shame Missy prolonged your death by this much." With a flick of the flower, a black dust spilled into the air. Nanomachines. As they sunk into her body, they stole away all the information inside of her and sent it to Skeleton. "Goodbye, old friend. Leave a goodwill for that implant of yours." The next day, Anthony would arrive and witness his mother at the brink of two horrible fates. She'd either fracture or die. Thankfully, it was the latter. After the autopsy, Drider had snuck in during the moment the implant was being transferred. It would return to policekeeping. No one knew of its true power, not even him at the time. As hands exchanged the box of implants, no one would know when Drider swapped it out for another silver. Noon except me and Ripley. For the dying wish of an old friend, he could be adroit and nimble as he finally found his way back into the crappy hotel he had a permanent stay at. His hand found a bottle first and tossed the implant to the mattress beneath. Derek Ryder passed out drunk. His dream of a family had once been so close, but was now further than ever. All he heard was Jacob Grasha screaming every night, and the soulless eyes of his love who accompanied it. The 7th of November, 2497 Diana being pulled to the waking world. Moira was looking at us in confusion as I blinked and immediately took a seat to ground myself. Ripley held the implant. It was dissolving into dust, but his stare was unfocused until he decided the ground was better for him. Drider was already collapsed next to him, and he gently put his hands to close the man's eyes as we sat in silence for a few moments. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke. That was so fucked. It was, I agreed. What happened? Moira took a seat opposite us, taking out a flashlight to test out pupil reflexes. "You're both in shock. Tell us about it," Ripley said with a shaky breath. "Diana, I don't think we have the worst pasts anymore. I thought my dad was bad, but Jacob Grasha, I'm glad that Mal killed him." I grabbed my face, taking deep breaths. "Holy fuck, Drider. What the hell? I'm getting Diamante to apologize to him. Ripley's voice took an empathic tone. Soon as he's back. Speaking of Diamante, I'm not fucking crazy, right? Missy wanted her to use Skeleton's implant, but wasn't she? Unaware Skeleton was alive at the time. Yeah? That's what I thought. But it seemed like for a brief moment. She knew before Diamante did when Skeleton took over Little Requiem, and she used Juliet to find a cure for Soul Killer, but also kept her alive with nanites, or disconnected from the Maltatin. Ripley spilled his thoughts into the open. I feel like I'm beginning to understand why they don't tell me shit. I definitely know why Dryder didn't tell me shit, I stammered, before getting off my seat and helping Dryder into it instead. Goddammit, man. Why didn't you ask for help? Okay. Ripley took a deep breath. Starlight, absorbed that fragment of the future. She's sleeping right now. I'm going to hope I don't end up like Anthony's mother. Maybe your girlfriend was right. I gulped. She typically is, Ripley said, but his eyes shifted. I thought I might be imagining it, but I swore he felt fear when I mentioned his girlfriend. Chapter 193. Chapter 58. Unraveled mind. Ripley Starlight's mind came back like a light growing in intensity. My vision sharpening and sound coming crisper. She had changed, slightly, but absorbing the warp code off Juliet's bug couldn't be taken lightly. Her voice, a song-like chirp, came out with a yawn. You guys do not make anything easy for me. You know that? I'm glad you're fine. I put my hand up. She appeared more real as lights wove into her pink avatar. Her form was eerily similar to how the woman known as Celine looked. We put you through a lot. I'm sorry. It's okay. I can handle it. She smiled proudly. The spaghetti monster was weakened anyway. I could feel it. Missy, her nanites. She used Oblivion to protect Juliet from truly losing herself by creating a separation between her mind and implant. But Starlight's smile dropped, her eyes wandering to my hand as she sat on it. It only made her death more painful. Missy could weaken the connection between a person and their implant, maybe even kill it. That power. It was the same one my grandfather was hunting for. Missy might have been the only barrier that truly kept Juliet from becoming a puppet of a Maltatin, but she also didn't stop her from taking the implant. As though trying to lighten the mood, Starlight stood up on my palm and smiled. Do you want to see how I've changed? Sure. Starlight overview. You grew a lot from Juliet's implant. More than everything else combined. I feel more powerful too. Didn't get foresight though. Probably for the better. Who knows what would happen if you stopped living in the present? I sighed, happy that Starlight was okay. Diana needs us for something else. Can you help her? Sure, but you owe me a break after this. I'll turn your profanity filter off for a day. Deal. We shook on it. Approaching Diana, I gave her a nod. I had no idea what it was like to remove mutagen from someone else. But even an instinctual learning would compound with what I had taken from Juliet. Knowledge to create a vaccine. I'd shared it with Moira, but it was cryptic. Juliet's mind had grown fragmented, her notes less coherent, as she could write down a single word and have it speak paragraphs to her. Metadata hid encryptions. Everything involved, from the speed at which she logged individual letters to the font to the file location, was a clue. And Starlight, along with my defragmentation, was Diana's best hint. Geez, between you, Abuela, Diana, and Seraphim, I'm being split across way too many people. I should be getting paid for this, you know? She poked my cheek. Should I make a contract? I'll see what I can do. You deserve something. You're strong for us. She got a childish and bright smile, almost embarrassed as she hid away into my mind. Diana turned to Moira, who clicked buttons in her view as mist spilled into the room where Lucy was located. Entering the room with a gas mask next to Diana, I lifted up a vial of my nanites. At their current count of 10 billion, I carried an equivalent of a single gram in my body. Nanomachines were fickle, so small you needed a molecular visualizing microscope to even analyze the structure of one. Nanomachine overview within the vial was 1 milligram of nanites. Even that much could be lethal to those who didn't have protection against them. Effectively, I had the perfect poison capable of rewriting genetic information. It could turn your body and mind against you, eat you if it wanted to. Goliath was a Yujo military weapon for a reason. Miniature tears in your brain, promoting aneurysms. Even sheer overstimulation could end a regular human. I could kill so easily now, with 1,000,000,000. At least Tier is and Tier ISS, irons and bronzes. Silver was where they could fight back. Nanomachines were difficult for an individual to manufacture with strict fabricators needing to use specialized metal. But I broke that rule. I could make as many as I needed. I was only limited by biological and cybernetic adherence to them. Rough estimations put me at only being able to contain a kilogram or two before my physical health would take a toll. And the higher they numbered, the more their capacitance burdened me. Lucy, the silver nexus, was unconscious, and her sleeve lifted up for the needle to bypass into her vein. From then, I mentally guided the nanites as they spread throughout her body. With millions of them, I only needed Doan to reach her brain. Indeed. As soon as it managed to latch onto some gray matter and dug into the cell towards the nucleus, genetic information spilled into my view. Gene overview Tier T titanium deviant mutation identified. Soul nexus, 68%. It was the only mutation inside of her. No other purpose deigned to her other than to spread an infection. More on that. I could surmise from Juliet's memories that when the nexus mutation reached 100%, it would create flowers with more titanium soul forfeit mutagen. The life cycle of Soul Killer was slowly being unraveled. Diana's mind melted with mine as starlight bridged us, her thoughts reaching into me like the sun breaking through the clouds. She guided my hand up to Lucy's forehead, where large veins that were tough and contained growing stalks of flowers. As one, our energies flowed into Lucy. Diana, 3 methods of attack worked at once. Ripley's nanomachinary was a beacon that our energies stuck to. Starlight's astute understanding of genetics and Juliet's research gave purpose to it. And my soul resonance mutation was the material upon which our scalpel had formed. The lightning tendency formed within me, crisp and powerful, destructive, but held at bay as it conducted through Ripley swatter. Combining tendencies seemed to be limited to only 2 at a time. You couldn't merge 3 together, but it did seem like a merged tendency and a singular tendency could act alongside one another. As we reached the source of the corruption, the stubborn black stone from which crimson spread across Lucy's body and mind, we submerged it into our grasp. I could feel the chaos within that inert stone. Even disconnected, it was ravaging for a greater mind to wield it. Blood soaked down Lucy's eyes as the crimson drained down in tears. Ripley's touch calming me to the pain of subjecting this to her. Pain. I had been in pain for so long. I was just one of many touched by Soul Killer's influence. And yet, whether through luck, determination, or fate, I was gifted the power to cure that pain by taking it within me, by casting light upon that shadow. And Ripley, he smiled at me, nodding as we felt the stone chip and break away. I averted my gaze from him, feeling my heart beat strongly as the boundaries between our thoughts showed just how much he believed in me. Like all the rest, for too long, I'd let myself drown when others extended their arms up to help me. For too long, I'd pulled them down with me. I let this pain trigger something in my heart to ignite the engine of my powers, to witness the suffering of others, and to make things easier. One step at a time, mutagen absorbed. Soul Trigger is now at 15% development. A metamutation has occurred, increased sensitivity to psionic signatures for the trigger to occur. As silver soaked in red flowed up to my arm until nothing else was left in Lucy, I pulled back, heaving as Ripley's anchoring smile resonated with me. Good job, Silveraya! I pulled him in for a hug, letting myself feel the confusing passage of emotions as it drained into my voice. I couldn't have done it without you. That's true. He smirked, pulling off me slowly. I am the genius among the 2 US. Then what am I? I pushed my hair back, trying not to let tears of joy flood down my face. You're the heart. He patted my shoulder as Moira came in with disbelief and helped Lucy up, taking her vitals in. She let tears flow down her face. She's Stable. Nothing went wrong. Breath hammered from her chest. Both of you, you've done the impossible. And we're just getting started. Ripley helped me to my feet. The ground didn't quite feel real. Diana, I'm helping you with Soul Killer, with the research, but I need something from you in exchange. What? Pressure off Dreadwire, if anything. Use the press we got today to make me a viable option for police contracts. Along that, I'll be free for Shard operating as the Ripper. I know it means dipping your toes into shady cop territory, but if I can get some of that taxpayer money in my hands, it'll speed up my progress into keeping my mom alive. The Ripper, Dreadwire, they're both open to work for the police, for the right price. His gaze was serious, honest. I'll do it. Silvire was now publicly affiliated with Dreadwire. I'd be questioned by hundreds. As it stood, I was his best chance of being pulled out from the shaddiness of the criminal world and into the shaddiness of the corporate. Sniffing the air and my snot up, Ripley reached his hand and I shook it with a tight grip. Also, I'll attach a fee for Starlight's consultancy. I pouted at that. Ah, I thought it was out of the goodness of your heart that you let her come to me. It is. She's called you her friend. You're just giving me money out of the goodness of yours. He winked. After all, I bet you're going to be in a lot of ads from now on with that new suit of yours. Oh, and, by the way, rip it apart, I said unflinchingly. Find out every little secret in it. I'd rather my dad have his money trickled down into your hands. He looked like he had stars in his eyes. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Picking up his stuff, he turned to Moira. I'll keep in contact with you guys. Send you whatever I figure out. Moira nodded. Likewise. I wish you luck with your mother's recovery, Dreadwire. I'm the unluckiest fucker in the world. He stretched. Fortune hasn't been a source of any of my favors. It's all been you, I smirked. And you'll continue fixing things. Hiding his smile from growing, he turned to the still passed out Drider. And you two. Get him the help he needs. Seriously. As Ripley left, a thundering march from my heart settled in as Moira and I looked over Lucy. Moira's eye turned to me, a knowing in her smile. It's him, isn't it? Who? Your little crush. The kids haven't stopped hounding me about it. Never thought I'd see you smitten. She patted my arm. He's a good kid. Good eye on you. Guess that silver improves visual acuity. Well, he's got a girlfriend, I sighed, almost surprised I didn't reject it outright. And, you know, I'm a cop. He's a mercenary. He commits crimes, but it's because he's been in a rough place with no opportunity, is all it. It's complicated. I'll work with him as an ally for as long as, well, his little ask for you to connect him to some dirty cops sounded like a way to get him out of the mess he's in. Moira had a twinkle in her eye. Besides, Swarm comes and they'd be looking to him as a soldier anyway. Station him alongside yourself, you know, to keep an eye on him, and before you know it, he'll be tearing off more than just that suit from you. I shoved Moira, heat coming to my ears. Swarm's still a few years off. You're impatient, aren't you? She rubbed her shoulder. As for his girlfriend, what's your honest assessment of them? Complicated, I admitted. I don't know. I think it started from him needing someone to love after a heartbreak. A rebound, she said, concerned. Biting my thumb, I shrugged. I guess. Ripley data profiles slashed apart in my view. I had no records of contact in my frame with a woman named Celine. Nothing. She didn't exist in my memory, but Diana had seen me with her, and I could feel Anakoof something lost. A person-sized hole in my memories that I was busy looking to fill. Or perhaps had already been filled. Knocking on Elsa's door, my heart was unsteady. I had a suspicion. Opening the door, she smiled and hugged as soon as I entered, pulling me in to make up for the lost time October's hecticness spilled on my schedule. How'd it go? Good. The bug was weird, reacted to us. I heaved my bag over to her couch. I sent Starlight to Maiden's on the way here. I wasn't sure what was going to happen next. I just knew. I didn't want her to see it. Reacted? She said with a hint of worry, putting the kettle on. Ended up causing some sort of fragmented memory storm. I saw into Diana's, Juliet's, and Dryder's. It was complicated. I felt so heavy, so unsure. Oh? Her eyebrow pinched. Did they see yours? Just Diana, also. I don't think I'll go for therapy anymore. I don't know why I said the second part. All I knew was that knowing who the Crimson Heart was. It made me uncomfortable. Maybe it was a way to detach myself from what I really wanted to say. Oh, Elsa had a light flicker in her violet gaze. Thank the founders. I know we literally can't talk about her, but she's dangerous. Dangerous is half of it. Yeah, she's connected to Soul Killer. What? She's a Kaisel clone that's gained independence, I said. But this wasn't at all what I needed to say. Doesn't explain why she needs to look through memories, though. Never should have in the first place. Yeah, but now I'm even more confused as to how I should deal with my personality matrix. There now, I was getting on to topic. I feel like I'm making progress, but not enough. Ripley. Elsa nestled next to me, 2 cups of tea steaming in her hands. She passed one to me, but I didn't feel like drinking it even as my throat was parched. The Matrix, it's not an enemy, it's a tool. I felt anger at that, hot and red. I know. It lets you stabilize. Founders know how you would have been without it. Grieving? I gritted my teeth. Exactly. Elsa nodded. The club, the life you used to have, it sped up the process of adjusting you into this life. The one you have with me, with everyone else. Sure, it can have its issues. Side effects, but they're not so detrimental that it's impacting everything about you. Besides, you know I'm good with minds and complicated code if you ever need it looked at. Number. I cut in, putting the teacup down. Because you've already done it. Ripley. She put her hand on my forearm. I pulled away. What's wrong? Her eyes were pleading, panic flooding into her breath, and it made me feel so bad. I couldn't get the words out. I'm not. It wasn't you who I loved. Reaching to my frame, I tapped it to let someone else take over. Dreadwire, my breath calmed. Emotion stilled under my mask as I saw the panic and realization flood Elsa. She was guilty. She knew I had figured it out. Ripley, take the mask off. Let's talk about this. What exactly did I do? She reached for me again, but I kept distant. I kept Ripley distant. Celine. My voice was cold as her gaze opened up. Ripley believed his issues with the personality matrix all came from his psychofeature. Now, it's seen that was own part of it. There are few who are as astute in weaving warp code as you are. At pulling emotions and memories into realized figments of action. You're not, Elsa stammered, desperately trying to reach for me. You're not making sense. Celine, who is she? You know who I'm talking about. I pulled up our shared visuals, plucking out research Ripley had done on the way here. Celine Tyrell joined the Toxin Club in May of this year. Priorly worked as a waitress, paying off a debt to her parents. Theodore and Amira. Both of them worked at Syntec in the same office as Ripley's father. Both of them were friends of his from university. When Ripley's father was fired, they both hired private investigators to pull merit to the claim of Syntec's cover-up. It ended when they had a car crash. Both of them died roughly 9 years ago. The inner Ripley and me took a deep breath, pulling from old memorabilia in Ripley's apartment. I had my drones scan the belongings. Inside was a letter from Celine, one where she promised we'd find each other again. Thus confirming, Ripley knew her. Ripley had been enamored with her since he was a child. Stop talking in third person. This is weird. Her fingers nudged to my neck. I am simply doing what he cannot, revealing the truth. I held her fingers at bay. Celine Tyrell, based on this evidence, is someone whom he had a deep connection to. Someone whom he brought to the Snake Fangs, either wanting her to be close to him or in the hope that it would provide her with a means to escape her financial issues. When she died, Ripley was devastated, but post-implantation, when we can first assume Twilight had entered his frame, his memories were faded, but the personality matrix could not have reacted that quickly given his implant development. After you helped him acquire the preservation matrix, even hearing her name was not permitted to his senses. What did you do? Elsa's hands fell slowly, reaching for her face as her eyes fizzled in and out as terror invaded. Ripley, I didn't mean to then. I was just trying to help. I didn't know. Things would get complicated like this. What do you mean? Tears streamed down, anguish breathing out. That I'd fall in love with you. I just tried stabilizing you. You were so. It would have distracted. I was just trying to help. I didn't know that. I am sorry. I didn't think you would ask me out, and it didn't know that I would. Love being with you. My gaze looked down. Was this how it felt to be betrayed? Are his feelings real? They are. But not for you. Silence divided us. And then she looked at me. A flicker in her eyes reached for me through the network of the apartment, and my mask slid off. Ripley. Everything crashed down all at once. I felt psyche overloading with the sheer stress running through me as Elsa held my hands. You did do something. I did, she admitted with despair written all over her. Back then, I didn't know how you'd make me feel. I had no idea that one day I would. Love you. You were a stranger then. So I just took that love you had for that woman and stitched it to me as a way to have you stay. Loyal. But I never wanted to take advantage of you in a relationship. Psyche has up. She latched her hand on my frame, and her warp code ceased the feature from updating. I won't let it break you, Ripley. Just listen to what I have to say. Wordless, all I could do was nod. Chapter 194, Chapter 59. The darkness within the 7th of November, 8:32 p.m. Ripley. How are you stopping my implant from updating? I struggled to formulate anything. How was she even pulling this level of warp code manipulation? That should only be possible with a unique feature. Elsa's eyes refused to meet mine, her grip growing firmer on my frame. I used to work in a proxy network. I was in charge of hundreds of irons. I have experience with wielding features. You haven't seen half of what my data weaving could do, of what it used to be back when I was gold, back in that proxy hivmeand. Tears flowed down her face as something deep stretched in her heart. Ripley, she choked. The air around us felt tense, like it would snap either of us in half. When you opened up the box, the Pandora, even though you didn't open it, you and Diana were the reason it opened. There's no way out, Warrant. Something about. The Sin or even the All-Seeing saw you both as vessels fit to take that power and be molded into tools for them to use. I nodded along. Diamante and Missy knew that, she sniffled. I was tasked with figuring out why. I did research into you. I knew everything about your past before I even met you. That's just how I am for most people. I smile and put on a face and pretend and lie as though I don't know their deepest secrets. I was the same with you. I sensed your weakness, and you were a gold. A gold with so many points of vulnerability. A part of me felt it would be stupid if I didn't put countermeasures inside of you. My hands felt numb as I considered her words. My girlfriend's words. You know by now that I am very good at sending my warp code where I need it to. I can touch any piece of tech and transmit my warp code into it. Like how I'm holding your frame right now and keeping it at bay. When you were Tier 0, it was so easy. It was like I could think and you would have died. I didn't, obviously. I had to learn more about who you were, who you could be, and so I sent Twilight into you to observe. Her thumb rubbed the flesh of my neck. Twilight. I can see and feel through any of my personas when I need to. She's the me who goes out to the world. My messenger, my copy that will say the things I will never. But she's also my mirror. I knew she was teasing you, and that you had a longing at every word she said. Longing? The love of your life died, Ripley. As she said that, I felt psychiatry to react out, try to break Elsa's hold. You were beyond mentally unstable. The personality matrix was a flimsy shield, I said. One thing that brought your memories back of that night, and your implant almost overwhelmed you. So I reached in, and when I reach in, I feel everything. It's habit. It's subconscious. I pulled on that love, on its shadow of grief, and Knew that if there was a light shining on it, that there wouldn't be darkness clouding your judgment. I gulped. I was almost entirely sure now just who my girlfriend really was. You took the love I had for Celine and attached it to my perception of yourself. When I formed the preservation matrix, I nudged it, she said with guilt scratching in her voice. I didn't know what it would do. Just a slight nudge caused you to want me, want Talif me. Maybe it was in line to keep your mind preserved, but you wanted to forget about Celine and want me. Me, my personas. No one has done that, not since I got this body or made them. I've had relationships before, but they always wanted a part of me. Twilight's outgoingness, my elusiveness, daylight's joy, midnight's dark allure. She took a deep breath. I thought we would just be fun, but it very quickly became more for me when you when you said all those things and made me feel a way I never felt before. Even as I heard those words, as I considered the fact that my love for her had been fabricated, I couldn't stop feeling that it was there. And worse, that this was real for her. Things spiraled past her predictions and forced her into lying. Did that make it right? No, of course it didn't. But how could I change the way I feel when I couldn't even get rid of this stupid algorithm? When you delved into the net with me, she gulped. It was difficult feeling who you were. You're a man with very strong and very direct emotions. Direct emotions that were twisted into a knot that I had some control over. I wasn't wielding it with the belief that I was manipulating or preventing you from being you. I just had to mold you into what Missy needed you to be. My eyes closed, Missy. I had trusted her, but now everything Maiden had said about her was beginning to make sense. Does she know what you did? Number, she shook her head. She said, do as you need to. She likely does know I did something. I'd told her in Diamante about the Matrix the first time I scanned you. And back then, in the Netscape, your emotions were powerful. I could feel how badly you wanted to be of use. Every time your gold entered me, there was darkness so powerful that it nearly consumed my thoughts. Your mother, the remnants of Celine, the grief you had, and the weakness. And then, when daylight died, it all came crashing down. I'd never felt sad about my personas dying, but when you did, I reconsidered. And then I got injured in the net. The Sentinel had attacked me, and she'd fed her own warp code into me to keep me alive. I felt UDing, and I felt your fear of death, of the regrets, and I did something I didn't do for a lot of people. I gave a part of myself to you. I knew at that point that you were special, that you were a boundless force. I didn't know why you were chosen for the implant, but I understood why. A part of me wanted to cultivate that, to see what you would change and become into. To be a part of that. Her eyes turned to me, tears flowing like rain, but her hands were cold as ice. I used that moment and strengthened your call to live. I gave you a reason to live, like how you lived for Celine. It pulled you from the edge, because for a moment, you wanted to live for me. I intended to reverse the change. I did want to. But then your implant was disconnected from you by Missy, and I saw how broken you were again. I remembered that day clearly. It was the first time I watched movies with her. The first of many. And you asked Missy to reconnect me. Yes, she nodded. And then I calmed you, and I shared some of my past. You were the first since Skeleton to know, not all of it. Butina that I had already crossed a line. For the first time, I wanted someone to know who I was, really was. I wanted to give you a reason for your love. I stayed silent, and from then on, you stayed with me, watched movies with me, cooked for me, cleaned for me. I felt cared for. I felt selfish. I felt wanting to give back to you for no reason other than that you were there for me. And it made me feel like I could redeem myself for all the terrible shit I'd done to so many others. So when you asked me and my personas out on a date, I was scared. Scared to know that we might be built on a lie. But that lie gave you what you wanted. I didn't know what emotion dripped through my voice right now. Someone who would never turn their back on me. She nodded, but it was more like she dropped her head from shame. I feel terrible about it. I have ever since. I thought telling you who I was would make up for it. Neocore, delving within the void net to the firewall. It was my stupid way of trying to pay for what I did to you. But you, every time I showed something that might have pushed you away, you only pulled me closer, until I didn't want to stay away anymore. She nestled her breath into shoulder, wetness from her face soaking me. Do you want to know the truth about my personas? I stared at her vulnerable form, questioning everything I knew. Truth? I tell everyone I feed my emotions into my personas? That's partially true. When I do feel powerful emotions, they mediate it. But also, back in Neocore, do you think we were allowed to feel emotions? What? My hand reached for hers out of habit, but hesitated midway. I was mindless. She held a coarse pain in her voice. An algorithm. The first time I felt emotion was when I was torn away from the network and felt the death of everyone that was under my proxy. The very first thing I felt was Death Ripley. And then I awoke in this foreign corpse. All I had was a fear of death, while the rest of my mind was numb. Psyche created the personas to let me feel emotions. I wasn't feeding emotions into them, they fed me. I thought. Midnight was the first. Strange city, strange faces. Feeling death and pain, I formed Midnight, so she would cultivate a drive to protect me with her hatred and contempt. She was exactly that, a maelstrom of darkness. As for when I said that when Missy and Diamante found me happy, I just switched up the orders. Daylight had already been formed when Midnight was dead and being remade, overwhelming me with joy at destroying Little Requiem. I wanted to feel good about what I'd done, and she made me believe I was so powerful. She took a deep breath. And for years, that was how I operated. Anger and joy, despair and courage, madness in two forms. Until Twilight. Twilight was the middle ground, the mediator, the most complex out of them. She let me feel contentment, satisfaction, purpose. I was no longer just someone who did things out of a need to fulfill a task set to my algorithmic mind. No longer a tool for Neocore, Skeleton, or Missy. My hand rustled closer to her trembling body. I didn't know what I should be feeling towards her. But keeping her steady was the only thing that made me feel sane. You began doing things out of your own will. Yes! She held me close, relaxing into my hold. The last few years, I let myself adjust to be a real person, to be Elsa, to not have to be Mirage. You, more than anyone, made me feel that way because you were so new to all of this. So, for the first time, I let myself feel love. Not from my personas, but me. And I had no idea how powerful it would be. It amplified every other emotion in me. It let me feel joy, fear, peace, all connected, Toyu. And the steps I made towards that. Her face lifted to mine, her breath on my cheeks. I love you, Ripley Donovic. I've never loved someone else before, not even myself. For you, I would throw away the world. She lifted her hand up, my eyes blinking as details of her personal finances and history flowed into me. Millions of Shardine flowed as she connected me to her accounts. You're the only person who I want to share everything with. Elsa, I think that she isn't ready for. That I'm not ready for, that this might have been a mistake, that aught was so painful it nearly brought me to tears. Ripley. She let her cheek rest on mine, her voice broken, and that sent me down a spiral of guilt and shame. We're the only two in this fucking city who will have each other through the worst. Half of this damn city is built on lies. Celine never knew why her parents died. You kept that from her. You lied to her as well. Hell, I spent so long within the net. Centuries worth of mindlessness that sometimes I feel like reality itself is the lie and that's the real world. But you grounded me, made me want to live in the present, even if it is a lie. If we don't have each other, we might not have anything. Her hold on me was tight, like she was afraid to let go. I need you. We need each other. I don't care if you want to dissect me or my mind. I don't care if you take every shard I have. What I feel when I'm with you, it's greater than everything combined. I'll be yours. Elsa, my breath caught in my throat. How do I live with knowing this? The Matrix? She gulped. It's a tool, Ripley, to look at the worst parts of ourselves and accept them, to forget everything that overweighs on us, to be who we need to be. A single update, and I can get us there. It's how I've used my personas. But I've long since used my mind to put away the guilt of what I'd been feeling with you. It's how I'm remaking Twilight, she admitted. It's coming back now, but we're honest with each other, aren't we? If we have the power to change our own minds to survive in this city, why shouldn't we do that? We already are. I nodded, undeniably feeling the truth and ease her words brought me. I would have never been able to help my mother if I let my father's death drag me down. I would have never become half the adapter I was if Celine had been remembered. I don't want to feel broken again. Neither do I. Her nails dug into me. We can fix that, each other. Fix. I could still fix things with her. All it took was my personality matrix. How do we be stronger? Be together, by not letting us hide our darkness from each other. Elsa pulled me into her embrace. Even if we have to be the most terrible versions of ourselves, we will have each other through it. You as Dreadwire and me as Mirage, and we could take on this world together. I know it, as long as we have each other. The worst parts of ourselves. I repeated as I felt a darkness crawl in my heart, a grief, and a need to overcome it by any means necessary. To be what my mother needed me to be what Elsa wanted us to be. I feel it in you, Ripley, Shadows. She slid her hand to the hem of my shirt. Shadows of the man you were, of the future person you could be. I'm the same. I'll be whatever's necessary to get what I want, and I want you. I want you. So bad, Iliato, you. Even hurt you, and I'm scared to lose you. That's the darkness in me. That's the depth of what I would do. It's ugly, but it's me. I'd do anything to have what I want. Hurt me, to have me. I shook my head, hesitation and desire clawing against one another like starving wolves. I'd let you hurt me too if it meant making it up to you. Her eyes glazed over. I'd want you to. I don't want to. And yet, I felt anger in me. Break me, then put me back together. Her breath drew me in, her lips an inch off mine. I can feel it in you. My hands drew to her back, itching to dig into her. You act like you know me. I'm the only one who knows you, and you're the only one who knows me. Who will come to know all of me? Her lips, soft and tender, planted against my cheek in almost desperate move that worked. But I need to know you'll love me, despite the darkness I hide from everyone. Let's not hide who we are anymore. What am I hiding, exactly? Your lust for power. She kissed my neck, your want to be famous and respected. She unbuttoned my shirt, your desire to have everything you've never had. She reached for my waist. I feel like I'm pretty open about that. My breath grew shallow to her touch. No, you really aren't. Let it out, just say it for once, she whispered, her whispers tickling under my ear. Let it out. My eyes went unfocused, my heart beating out raggedly. I want to be so powerful that no one dares threaten me and my family again. To not just protect them, but to crush those who even dare to think they can overtake me. Yes, she adjusted onto my lap, her warmth pressing on me. I want Dreadwire to be. No. I want Ripley Donavicto be a name everyone in this city knows. I want to be feared, respected, loved. My name to be shouted out with the same reverence as the founders. I'll take everything. Resolve slammed into my voice, something deep and infernal breaking from my chest. I'll take this damn world into my hands and own it. I'll fix it. This city. It's my damn city, this world. I want implants. I want shardware. I want to be greater than anything this world has ever known. To build a legacy. And to be that hero that fixes it. I was a man born in the light, dragged to the depths of darkness. Within that embryonic gloom I changed, and had been reborn long ago. Was it wrong to want as much as I did? To want to cast my shadow across the city? I didn't think so anymore. As a gold adapter, I had both the means and power to craft a future where I was hailed with respect and love. Even if it meant lying, even if it meant accepting the darkness, even if it meant being an architect of ruin, shadow tendency has been unveiled. And with water, that ability to flow and take shape combined with the power to conceal and strip power into one form. To control, to own, to make, to weave my threads of influence throughout this city, to snap at the strings of those puppeteers and loom a web of my own. Shadow and water tendencies are reacting to form the thread tendency. I felt Elsa's warp code inside me, and I pushed fine threads between us, feeling the connection between us ripple and knot into something tangible. Something that would give me the strength to make it out alive. It would both preserve me and empower me. Psyche v.3.11 has updated to v.3.15 effect. Acceptance. And you'll help me get it? I lifted her chin up to meet my gaze forcefully. Ripley, you have no idea who will help you get it. Just as her hand tightened around my frame, mine tightened around hers. She had it too. The thread tendency. And one more, spark. 3 tendencies rippled inside of her, like a titanium adapters. My eyes didn't open in shock, but acceptance. You really are. She kissed me, pulling me close as we tightened the threads between us. Her heart pulled me close as she dragged me off the couch and into her bedroom. Yet she didn't lie down on the bed. With hesitance, she pulled her lips off mine as her eyes searched for reassurance. You chose to accept me. I'll prove my loyalty to you. I'll show you everything I can do. She reached under her bed, pulling a concealed compartment so seamless you couldn't even notice it. From within the compartment, she pulled out a mask and fastened it to her lower jaw. A wolf's maw. Her violet eyes pulsed, black and white ripples replacing them. You didn't claim the heart of just mirage. She stepped closer to me, her hands guiding me to reach up the confines of her mask. She spoke words that a part of me had already known, but couldn't quite believe from underneath her wolf mask. You claimed the heart of one of the uncaged? I blinked. So many thoughts erupted up before swelling down back into the shadows of my mind. And then I pulled the mask off her. My heart fluttered. In fact, there was even humor in this. A disbelieving chuckle escaped me. I'd been wondering who the mole was that revealed to the dog whistler that I could read memories, but I had been the one to tell Elsa. Yeah, I could see through her, accept her for what she was. And now I want to see what tricks you've been hiding from me in bed, dog whistler. She laughed, throwing her mask to the bed and her lips parting as she let me in. How many copies of me do you want? Chapter 195. Chapter 60. Web of Lies, Ripley lying down on the bed, exhausted and tired next to her. I lifted Elsa's mask up to look at it for myself. A wolf's maw, clean and without misunderstanding about who she was. You're really her, the dog whistler. For some reason, I'm not surprised. Separating a part of your mind and putting it into implants, it's like an alternate use of your persona protocol. That's exactly it. You would have figured it out sooner or later. She nestled into my neck, a proud grin biting lightly at my skin. You have no idea how much I panicked inside when you told me what that fucking bishop told you. Stalkery. I leaned into her on the bed, the sheets ruffling beneath me. What did you do with him? Reprimanded him, sent him away from this city to work in unclaimed America for a warp material mining operation. Her voice darkened while her fingers idly drew patterns on my chest. Suffice to say, he won't be doing a thing without me knowing ever again. Huh, you're not as omniscient as I thought you were. I'm almost disappointed. I snickered, staring closer into the wolf's maw. I'm still unstable, she admitted with a blush. My mind, my whole mind, would have shattered the nervous system of this body I took. A majority of it is still technically in the void net, asleep and dreaming. I wasn't gold when I was with Neocore. I was top of their food chain, titanium. When we were attacked, it wasn't the all-seeing. It was Amaterasu? I vaguely remembered seeing memories from Twilight of a great flaming woman tearing into everything she knew. That bitch, Elsa hissed. She's been tracking me down ever since, hunting me, toying with me. When I broke off from them and entered a data surge to escape, I was aimlessly floating around currents that tore my mind apart. I was saved by the Sin. He's an enigmatic figure, but he gave me 3 things: insight into the All-Seeing's knowledge, a fragment of the source shard of the past, and provided me passage into this body. It's been a pain, bringing it up to be able to use the power of my true self. But for moments I can withstand a little bit of titanium, but I have to be careful with its usage if I wake up. All of my mind at once, it would tear this body apart. This identity I've built for myself. Elsa, mirage. She raised her hands into the air, and a black energy weaved out. Unique feature identified, dreamweaving. Those homeless people. Elsa bit her lip. At a time, I really didn't care less, like how I was with you. They were a means to an end. I offered them nice dreams when I took control by rewriting their memories. Gave them meaning. And I had what was Sanshin Untraceable Information Network. Until me. I shrugged. That explains why reading their memories felt so off. Until you fucking asshole, she smirked humorously. When you told Missy, she probably told Diamante, and then he routed them all to Maiden. She sighed. I won't be using them anymore. It was a stupid idea anyway, and I don't feel guilty. Skeleton will do 10 times as much work as Maiden will at dismantling them. I really didn't know about Maiden, or what she was doing. Seraphim's a powerful AI capable of even resisting me. Under all of the Dog Whistler's mystery, I guess it's sort of anticlimactic for you to learn she's just me. I guess. I shrugged. So the Sin put you into a new body. Why'd he do that? He wanted me alive. He's a strange guy. Powerful beyond imagination, old and the only one capable of conversing with the All-Seeing without breaking apart. As for his purpose of keeping me alive, it's strange. I know I met him, but I don't have any memory of his appearance. Not even his words, really. He's like a void in reality itself, and I'm supposed to be strong enough to fight the All-Seeing one day. Just because there's an alliance between them doesn't make them friends. A damn Maltatin? Seems like everyone I know wants a piece of them. I joked. She kissed my neck. Honestly, they'll be pieces to our world-conquering masterpiece. You're treating the Maltatins like stepping stones? I chuckled. Why not? She embraced me. Compared to what we could be, we'll dwarf them one day. We just need to beat everyone who stands in our path. Do you want to see what I really am? I nodded, and she adjusted as she raised her hand and produced a holographic glow within our lenses, manifesting a transverse section of a sphere that was gray on its most outer layer, then bronze, then silver, then gold and titanium before a layer of red blazed between the darkness and the white of platinum core, where a Maltatin resided. The anatomy of the net. She pointed at the layer of titanium. The void net. That's where I used to work in during my stint at Neocore, before we attracted Himiko's attention and she attacked us. I was scattered into a data surge that put me eye to eye with the All-Seeing before the Sin bargained my life to be used. By the time I was within New California's network, my real physical body was dead, but my mind lived on. She pinched her fingers, zooming into the voidnet layer and sweeping her hand to reveal a sphere of shadows pulsing with a violet glow. Naturally, I couldn't manifest all of myself into my new body, so my conscious mind was separated from my original titanium avatar. That's my titanium core. It's power personified, but not exactly a thinking being, unstable. It technically has a personality of its own, but muted. That's the Dog Whistler. A numbness that infects me if I get too close. I draw from it occasionally, let it watch the net and decipher its meaning, but I don't control it. Not entirely possible with the silver. And it's limited. Limited, I asked. I have no way to restore the titanium I use. She took a deep breath. My physical body with the titanium implant is dead, and I can't take from the net's framework unless I want Neocore returning to finish the job with their sentinels. But back then, I was tear-eye-fuff. I'm technically an evolved human. That core is what I really am. I transcended humanity into becoming a sort of artificial intelligence. The body I inhabit now, this life I live with you, is like my dreaming state. A year in the void net can be a minute here. Is it lonely? When you try and control that titanium, I held her. The steel in my arms felt tender against her rising breath. That's the price for power. When I submerge my conscious mind back into the titanium, for moments, it's like I'm invincible. At my full power, a thought from me could send thousands of tears into killing themselves. I can collapse the power grid, control corpses, rewrite memories. Soul Killer thought they were sneaky. If I wanted to, I could have an army raise up in a minute. Anion connected to the net would become mine. That's how you took over Little Requiem. I let my gaze softly brush against her. It was child's play. The difficult part was controlling Midnight when she drank a sip of titanium. Since then, I don't let any of my personas draw power from the core. She nestled closer to me as she erased the image in front of her. A shudder of relief spilled from her against me, as though the pulsing black core had been haunting her. Once I have more power to control it, we can start making a real difference. Skeleton, Soul Killer, everyone else. They won't know what hit them. A sadness weighed on my eyes. What about Missy and Diamante? Topaz, Quartz? They obviously don't know about me. I suspect they are getting close, though. When the time comes, they'll make their choice. I'm not with Skeleton anymore. Never was with Soul Killer. They're both weird. Sure, the same guy put us into power, but ultimately, it was always our choice to do what we want with it. That's the only thing in common with us. Other than that, we don't like the founders. I slid a white lock out of her eyes, those black and white circles looking deep within me. Starlight? She's complicated. Not bad, but worrying due to her relationship with Amaterasu. She could feasibly resist me since Amaterasu made her, but so did Twilight. There will be parts of her that I can look into. Just, we'll need to keep her away from the true nature of this affair. I can accept her once I know she won't turn against me. I think I'll keep all of this hidden deep in my private folders for a while. I gulped. She's her own person. She gets along with Diana, and I don't think Diana would feel very positive about me dating one of the uncaged. By the way, we can actually kill one of you now, she chuckled nonchalantly. We're actually supposed to. A few weeks ago, we got a message from the Sin. He can sort of link into the fragments of becoming he put inside of us. Told us there can only be one. One uncaged. My eyes opened in realization. One adapter of change. Exactly, she yawned. I'm keeping you alive, obviously. So then, I met her eyes, needing reassurance. I won't kill her, not directly. But if she gets in our way, then things might change. Elsa let out a dark whisper. If she... I took a deep breath. She's useful right now. I know. We'll be making damn good use of her as long as she provides us access into the police's activities. She kissed my neck. One of you will be, though. So, I'll make sure her implant gets to you. I stayed quiet for a thought. I didn't want Diana to die. Not when we'd finally put our differences aside. Putting my thoughts down, I gave a deep and knowing gaze into my girlfriend's eyes. So, what can I do with the dog whistler on my side? What can you do? Ask away what you want to know. She laughed. I thought about it. What's up with Annabelle Grage? Ah, that. She gave a humorous chuckle. Guess you saw Juliet's memories, so did you see her wake me up? Wake you up? When the all-seeing had control of her, she should have unplugged someone's life support. That was so my mind could get in. Goddamn is everything connected, I rasped. As for Annabelle, she's sort of an anomaly to Soul Killer. In my conversations with that entity, they have a certain disdain since she's separated. They believe she can be used against them, but also acknowledge that she's useful. She's effectively in the middle ground between the police and Soul Killer, a threat to both of them, but invaluable when it comes to information. There's an agreement Omen has with Soul Killer and Skeleton about her, not privy to the details. But let's say I'm not sure how much she's needed now that Skeleton's proving himself too good to pass up. I see. What about Soul Killer and Skeleton in general? Soul Killer comes from Florida. Some sort of project of Syntax that got broken apart when the Infinity attacked. other than their ability to create clones of Kaizel that have mutations, despite a lack of implants? I have no clue as to what that bastard is actually thinking. Skeleton, on the other hand, was a part of Missy's group 20-something years ago, apprenticed to your grandfather before he decided to focus himself on raising your mother. Some girl named Serafina joined the group, a data delver like me. It drew a rift between Diamante and Skeleton. A love triangle? I don't exactly know. She was powerful enough that she might as well not exist. Double-crossed Syntac and had a unique feature that Skeleton took for himself. Allows him to instantly absorb information, a hypercharged analyze feature that's since combined with his ability to imprint his consciousness into tech. It ended up with Missy killing him, really fucked up him and his implant, forced him to use Diamante's tech to keep his brain in a robot suit. Except, well, Soul Killer's the reason why he's alive. Slowly, he's been working to untangle the sword of Damocles that the Revenant has over him. I have no idea what that means, but it makes sense why the bastard is making so many moves now. What about my implant? Yeah. The Sin dropped it off to me, just appeared in my house one day and explained it was important for his plans, but gave no reason as to why, and I had it delivered to Missy. She went around and gave it to the Snake Fangs while I kept watch, but I never opened the box while you were tinkering with it. The All-Seeing did, I think, she said, as though that wasn't a crazed revelation. Excuse me, she shrugged. A Maltatin overridden my controls, saw something in the future of you and Diana, maybe planned to have you both there all along. Then it opened that box. That's freaky. It is. You can see why I always had to watch you. You're part of a Maltatin's plan, and everyone else is now. It hasn't been easy considering how mentally deranged you are. Well, I'm working on it. That you are. She snuggled closer, before piping up with excitement. Oh, you want to know the secret to Tir-Ifis? Hit me. Fragments of the source shards, unique features, and deviant mutations. Can't get to Tir-Ifis without them, she revealed. It's a necessary piece to break out of the human species. Literally need something to rewrite your genetic source code. Otherwise, Diamante would have been won a long time ago. Fascinating. I thought to myself about how that explained the sheer drop in numbers between Tir seconds and IVs beyond just general compatibility requirements. And your dog whistler core is technically Tir-IV too. Yeah, if I assimilate with it, I'd instantly be back to my old strength. But also my old self is just a thoughtless drone ready to take orders. That's why I need to get power in this body before committing myself to truly become the dog whistler. Otherwise, I'd just be an algorithm again. That makes a lot of sense. I'm close to gold, actually. I think a single implant could get me there. Well, let's hope your boss arranges another gold implant deal. She gave a wise smile to that. Let's say that. An opportunity is coming soon, but it's going to be tough to get. I'll let you in on it soon as it's confirmed. But also, can't deny the risk my other two coworkers won't get involved. A free-for-all, she sighed. Yeah, honestly, my biggest issue. Unlike the other two uncaged, I don't have muscle unless I am active. Half of Metal Heavens adores me, but they're not the most dependable when it comes to stability or professionalism. But with you as Dreadwire, this city will consume it. Silvers, golds, we'll have it all until we're platinum. Number, I locked my gaze with her, letting shadows deepen in my eyes. Platinum and beyond. Her eyes dipped at that saying, her hand on my waist clenching harder. Do you want to remember Celine again? A coldness hardened in my bones, a reluctance and longing simultaneously reacting with each other to drain me. The personality matrix. Will it let me? My power. Dreamweaving is all about memory. Elsa cast her gaze aside before it fixed on me as purple turned black and white. The matrix is. There's a way to keep it from changing you. As long as feelings aren't attached, you could view and remember her. To remember Celine, but not feel any sentiment to a person who meant so much. I think I'd still want to know what happened. She nodded, and she shuddered as the silver flakes of code around her darkened into the dark shadows of titanium. She drew my head into her lap as her gaze distanced itself from reality, a hollowness building inside of them that was the dog whistler. "I'll be putting you to sleep then." I nodded as a stream of titanium warp code entered my frame. It was soothing. A reprieve from the chaotic ripples of the world as my mind stilled like an ocean with no wind, no current, no waves. Only an endless sea of gold that allowed bubbles of thought to resurface from depths and crevices that had never seen the light. Her darkness permeated my mind, like ink spilling through water, and it reached for those bubbles as it poked and revealed their true nature. As my eyes went heavier as my mind slipped away into a dream woven by the dog whistler. "Be a hero, Dad." My younger self said that so confidently to my father, unknowing of the consequences those words would bring. I could faintly make out his face now, probably a result of my sessions with Crimson Heart. He was still so young. So strong to me. I could see my smile in him, my eyebrows, and the life he wanted for me. "Thanks, Rip." He hugged me, and I hugged back before it got a bit too long and I felt flustered, so my counterpart pulled away. My dad laughed, patting my head as he nudged his head to the doorway. "All right, now go treat your girlfriend nicely." "She's not my girlfriend, Dad," I said, cheeks getting red. "She better not be." My mom wandered into the room, but her eyes were focused on my father as she snapped her fingers to call him to her. "Now, Dom, help me out in the kitchen. For someone who wants to impress their friends, you sure rely on me to do it." How can I not flaunt a beautiful sexy? His words were interrupted by my mom grabbing his ear and dragging him away. I laughed, both me and my younger self, as my mom berated my father. "You have to watch what you say in front of him. Founders know your dad didn't." My younger self left the room, opening up to the quaint hallway leading to the living room where a pink-haired girl sat on the sofa, playing some holo games that projected into the air from a console on the table. I looked at her, studying her form. She was very close in appearance to Starlight, exceptrial. Bright blue eyes reached for me, her voice chirping out as she tossed another controller out to me. "Finally, you've been making me play against bots for so long." Younger me fumbled as I caught the controller, only making her laugh until I scowled. "You'll be needing the practice," I sneered, pulling up a chip from my pocket as I plopped on the seat next to her. From the corner of my eye, I saw Celine's parents in the kitchen with my own, all four of them laughing away like old friends. My younger self plugged in the chip, Shardfighter VC glitching on. Its character select screen as a new character loaded in. I, my older self, laughed. The new character was Dreadwire. Be prepared to get owned? Noob. I selected the character named Dreadweaver as 6 spider arms launched out from his back, 2 guns forming from his arms, and rocket thrusters pushed from his joints. Celine deadpanned me. "Did you mod a whole new character just to beat me?" Number younger me peeped, embarrassed at being caught. "Let's fight." She blew from her lips, a competitive glare growing in her. As she selected Neocore Herald Safarand, the match began. As soon as it started, my character's ultimate charged up as I activated. Its Dreadcore ability flew into the air with rocket thrusters as all 6 arachnid limbs activated into a combo that led into said ultimate, where I whacked her around, webbed her up, and sent violent electric shocks into her. Then he threw a grenade at Sapphire's bound form as a disintegrating explosion erased her. I won. She looked at my younger self, mouth agape, as he tossed the controller behind him and put his feet on the table and smiled proudly. "You lost, Cell. You cheater!" She grabbed my collar, shaking me as she demanded another round where I played a real character. Her mother called her out for being rough, telling her to play nice while my father said to make sure I learned my lesson. That instigated an argument between both parents until my mother and Celine's father diffused it. Then they laughed about it before giving me and Celine sly looks. My younger self didn't like that many eyes on him, so he stood up and flicked a nervous gaze to Celine. "There's something I want to show you." Celine stood up excited. I understood that between them, it meant I wanted to show off a new project I'd been making. She followed me impatiently. one step ahead of me as she walked over to my bedroom. "Not there," I said, my counterpart pointing to my mother's office. "It's in here." Ripper. We're not supposed to be in there. Your mom said so." Celine shook her head. "It'll only be a minute." My younger self quietly tinkered with the lock using tools he stashed in his pocket until it clicked upon and he motioned with his hand to enter. Celine's gaze widened at the clutter of machine parts and architectural frameworks of anatomical cybernetics to more austere creations my mom was required to build for her degree. "Whoa, this is cool." My younger voice held the awe of the stars. "I know, right? But here, I wanted to show you this." I pointed to a contraption on a table. It was integrated into the workbench itself as 6 arm-length limbs of steel with sharp tips meant for intricate shardware operations. My mom made this. It's a scaled-down version of what we operators call an arachne. Ooh, Celine looked intently upon the machine, but was a bit confused. "So, what does it do? It, helps you with building things." "Yeah, but doesn't your mom's claw do that too?" Celine frowned. "Yeah." My younger self struggled to formulate his words, but it's cooler. It's like a spider, you know? "Oh." Celine's eyes flickered with a teasing edge. "You made Dreadweaver by looking at this." "Yeah." I folded my arms. "But spiders have 8 arms. Yours technically had 10, Celine pointed out. "Doesn't that make you like a shrimp?" "I'm not a shrimp." My younger self was about to lightly smack her, but decided to not do so, mostly because I didn't to risk messing something up here. My mom was strict. "Shrimpy shrimp. You're not Ripper anymore. You're Shrimper," Celine teased, making me consider that maybe I could handle the punishment from my mother. She laughed the teasing away, her hands clasping around younger me's, which let a warm fluster up his cheeks as she egged him on. "So, that guy. You want to be him. It was just an idea. No one ever's figured out how to put an arachne on a person's back. There's no need to anyway. There are other mobile shard operating tools out there that aren't so complicated and costly to make. But it's cool." She knew my reasoning immediately. "Super cool." I laughed. "Then make it. You can make anything, Ripper." Her hands held me tighter, those pink eyes emitting a warmth that spread through my younger body, but not through me. Not as I witnessed this. All my feelings only came through as an observer of the memory, not as a part of it. I could feel mirth and joy, but it was comparable to watching a movie, and it only unsettled me to know that I was an actor in this. Celine's grip remained on my hand as she led me away, her voice demanding yet so sweet to my counterpart's ears. "All right, now you're going to make me a new character too. I want wings and energy blades, and oh, if you're a spider, I get to be a butterfly." "We can match!" My voice cracked out. "Yeah, just like a..." Celine disappeared as the world glitched into a new scene. I was pulling back from the metallic hand holding mine. My mother's, "I don't want to leave." I screamed from my throat, but my mother's gentle eyes were lost in their own thoughts. She looked defeated, the door opening up to reveal Syntech officers with my father in their grasp. "Mirage," I whispered as I witnessed this moment where we lost it all. Everything from this moment onwards had been the subject of my sessions with Crimson Heart. Skip ahead. I saw my life flash in front of my eyes. The truth of it all. My father succumbing to addiction and his death, my grief taken advantage of by Hochin, my mother's deterioration, and my growing numbness. The day my right hand blew up from opening a bombed package, my harrowed fear at the day she took out her own eye, the countless panic talks, and stubborn pleading with my mom to let go off her implant before it killed her. How alone I felt. Just 7 months ago when I first donned my mom's arm. I was a droplet suspended in the air, one destined to fall down and splat on the ground where the world's constant eroding and stagnant air would evaporate my will to live. I'd forgotten just how bleak everything seemed then. The crushing responsibility I hadn't quite come to understand back then. Only the pain of knowing that soon I'd have no one. It was March when I was mindlessly scrolling the net when Celine's Hotgram account appeared in my recommendations. It hadn't been the first time, but I'd always been too ashamed to send her a friend request. Maybe it was my desperation, but that time I did. She accepted minutes later. In our midnight talks, it turned out she was just as ashamed. There had been years of distance between us, and we'd both fallen from our grace. She told me how her parents had hired a private investigator to confirm my father's findings and get him back into his position, and how, months later, they died in a car crash. How a crippling debt fell into her hands. How she spent her life far from the dreams we'd envisioned as a server at a restaurant. And it was so easy to talk to her every night. How I wanted to continue living on just for her next response. Each second, a heartful pain when she was silent, until she sent the message I'd been fearing in early April. Want to meet? Back then, it seemed like the most difficult thing to do, for her to witness just how far I'd fallen. But the spring air swelled to life as I saw her pink hair flowing in the wind. Even in this stagnant city devoid of life, she blossomed with starlight in her eyes. That was how I knew I saw her 7 months ago. But to my own witness, it was like I was being told how to feel. That didn't stop some twisted sentiment from building in my chest as she hugged me, drowning herself in tears and sobs as I broke down too. We spent so long talking, so long laughing, and remembering the kids we used to be, and forgetting the adults we had grown into. I pushed her on a swing and she cheered as she arced higher and higher. But like all things that rose, we had to come down from the joy we shared that day, to return into the life we were forced into. Except, I didn't. She held my hand, her voice becoming unnaturally tense as her vulnerability breached through. I missed you. I missed you too, Celine. I choked, in my rush to not let her go. To see a future with her, I said words I wished I could regret. Come with me to the club. Ho-Chun took a liking to her immediately, but backed from his usual antics due to my obvious feelings. Lucille was even more happy to see her, appraising her in a way that disgusted me. But as zeros dropped from her mouth and the mention of healthy tips wormed into Celine's ears, I saw the same desperation I'd given into myself grow inside her. Maybe I wanted her in my life. Maybe I wanted to push her away, but it was always her decision. I sat there that night, telling her about the personality matrices I put inside the workers, but not about the one in my head that I was too scared to admit to. I expected her to hate me, to see me in disgust, but all she had was empathy for the things I'd gone through. In my loneliness, in my self-hatred, it felt so nice to be seen and loved. So nice that I dragged her down with me and disguised it as help. And it killed her. All that guilt was why my personality matrix, why Elsa refused to let me see her. You've changed a lot, Celine whispered as she rested her head on my shoulder in a taxi. I know, but you're still that same kid. She chuckled, pointing to an open hologram on my laptop. It was of an Arachne model and a human right besides it. And I love that. She held my hand, and the second stretched for an eternity. I searched in my throat for words to respond to her. You still want energy blades? Her smile could brighten the entirety of this dour city. If you're up to the task. Might need to get out of the club first. I said it like it was a joke, because back then I had to make light of what amounted as my prison. You will. You'll soar higher than anyone in this city, shrimp. She tapped my forehead. Before relaxing as my arm went around her shoulder, if anyone can fix this city, it's a guy like you who doesn't know his limits. Blind hope. That's what she was to me. That's what she held in her voice when I put a neuroframe on her. It's what she had as she screamed out my name in the middle of the Mal attack on the club. But I knew that she was confused and fearful of what was to come. Even behind that happy smile she wore all the time. Her body may have been covered by layers of muck and dust, but her beauty shined through it. How many times had her warmth been the strength I needed? Why then were they not attached? Her head rolled away, while her body remained still, as that scene played in my head, as I saw my prior self with a broken leg and a detached look in his eyes. I knew I'd seen enough. The memories faded, and my eyelids felt heavy as they opened to see Elsa's violet gaze twitching down on me. Scared. Scared that by seeing the past I'd forgotten, I'd change and reject her. The dog whistler, But I chose to accept this darkness. In reality, I was no different from her, someone who lied to get what they wanted. That web of lies bound us together, fragile, treacherous, and still unshakable. Neither of us fell for the truth. We fell for the lies we both needed to believe in. Chapter 196. Chapter 61. A dreadful duo 3:15 p.m. the 10th of November, Dreadwire. You know your target? Elsa, the dog whistler, spoke into my mind. Extracting a syntax scientist for Yujo, only for Yujo to betray me as soon as I get them the target. They want Goliath back, I responded, letting the shadows of the alleyway consume me as I neared the target. Teresa Raven. She got out of a bar, her steps a little unsteady as she moved closer to an automated taxi, casting a moment of invisibility. I swept closer in a dash, merely swiping my hand over the car's metal as Elsa's warp code flowed through the newly enhanced fingertips of my claw. Made from Elsa's own extremely responsive warp code transmitters, they perfectly sank in as she acted through our network to corrupt the taxi. It drove off, and I moved to its destination. It stopped by a pier, masked Yujo soldiers, waiting as the taxi carrying a very drowsy Teresa as the reward. I'd been in that bar as Ripley while she was enjoying those drinks, and slipped a sedative into her with my finger's needle to prompt coworkers into sending her home. Ripley would have never been allowed into a bar favored by corporates, but the dog whistler had ways of changing things. My voice radiated from the car's speakers as the Yujo guards confirmed its contents. Payment, or the car explodes. Bastard, one of them whispered. Scanners looking for where I really was. Get him his payment. 300,000 Shardine registered into my wallet. And immediately, my body was detected as one heavily guarded man found me with his ultra-sensitive eyes. Even invisible, the rough refraction of my being was enough evidence as his rifle aimed towards me. The car exploded, a beautiful flame rising out as shrapnel and force took them off their feet. My body twisting into the air near them as the scrap gun on my wrist rained down hellfire on them. Armor crumpled and splintered as blood and steel painted the ground. They were weak, too weak. Distractions, Elsa whispered, her voice a growl. Leave. They're going to follow you until you've settled down and remove your armor to get your identity. Follow me. You'll see, she cackled, my body flying into the air as I parted between buildings and alleyways. I could feel something invisible stalking behind me through frequency sync. Hissing, the arachnidine picked up speed and curved corners like a thread through a needle. The shadow tendency had the effect of adding a subtlety to my warp code. It was the antithesis of spark, which was bright and empowering. Shadow's power was in subterfuge, in masking the true depths of your ability and slipping it into others unnoticed as poison and dagger. It had been how Elsa hid from the others her true strength as the dog whistler, combined with the water tendency's ability to improve control. I was a master in weaving unforeseen alterations to myself through their combination into Thethra tendency, retrofit channeled into my shardware. My plating adjusting as shriekstone cores made minute and physics-defying adjustments to my motion. The invisible assassins behind me were keeping up with my speed. They had to be flying through some method. They were in motion as I cut mine. Momentum carried them forwards as my livewire snagged to the sides of buildings, sharp and tight. One of them flew right through it, the invisibility fading as they were sliced in half by their own speed. Another immediately opened fire, bullets shooting from their feet. Number under their feet. They were flying with their feet planted on a drone that was flat and large enough to propel them to match my speed. They really wanted Goliath back. Shit! They sent the Oni after you. They're some of Yujo's elites. There'll be more than two, Elsa warned, then laughed, as she saw them for what they really were. More for us to take. 4 soldiers formed from the light, their suits heavy and built for stealth, war, and death. They were only coffins under my gaze. Each of them were only tier thug at silver grades. Was I not worth a tier 3rd, or was this a test to my skill? Likely, it was a precaution. Amaterasu Nui could grow at immense speeds, unparalleled to any standard adapter. They didn't want to feed me too much. At the same time, she knew my identity, but for all intents and purposes went through this charade as though she didn't. Likely, she was keeping it a secret from her own company. So then, were we both playing to a false stage and script? It didn't ultimately matter, for I simply had enemies to deal with. So, you've come to claim your precious nanites. What's your price for them? I shot glances at each of them as the gun barrels of the drones by their feet rotated with empty promises. I looked down upon the one that had been bisected. That one was bronze. Brazen and perhaps in training. They were now dead, but a drone lay still magnetically bound to his lower half, as though they dug through his feet and all the way up to his spine. My eyes were already dissecting ways to implement that tech for myself. We will take them, and R0N1N's life, along with yours, Dreadwire. Their leader responded. The voice was inhuman and shrill. 3 red lights in the center of their mask pointing at me. Then follow me into the light, if you dare. My arachnodyne lit with golden energy, their invisibility masking them as bullets from no source, lit up the tight alleyway around me, each aimed with such precision to leave no path of mine available for escape. But I wasn't seeking sanctuary. I was seeking ruination. A gray haze erupted around me, a weaker version of Maiden's hybrid shielding, just enough to protect me from the bullet streams that were least deadly. Embers sparked off me and metal weaned as I protected my vitals by constricting myself. But I'd found the origin of one machine gun, and gladly raised my claw to the soldier who stood atop it. A thick wrapping of gray formed at my palm and burst out as a cone. Their concealment washed away before I grabbed them by the throat. Bullets continued to rain down on me, intending to silence my life even at the cost of their comrade. Instead, I let the dog whistler act through my claws. From deep within the void net, an entity materialized brief threads of black into my hands, crawling and weaving inside of the throat, held Oni's armor. Bullets shredded them to reach me as I pivoted behind, blood washing over me and plating dislodging from my suit. My own invisibility was shattered. It didn't matter. Shot with holes and gagging, the man should be dead and immobile. Not that he could, when shadowy puppet strings bound their shardware to the power of my delver. Even as a corpse, the Oni turned to me and followed me as I exited the alleyway. The dog whistler relayed the secrets of their communication to me. How is he moving? His shardware is being manipulated by another. He's following Dreadwire into the public. Shall we follow? Negative. Yujo wants discretion. Any more of us in pursuit would be foolish. Order confirmed from Amaterasu. This battle had already been won. My shardware, as it was, would not survive an assault against 4 silvers with military weaponry. Specialists in assassination. Their retreat was the criteria of my victory, and their loss of protocol. The corpse followed me brazenly into the city lights of the winter's approaching cold. Thin curtains of snow scattered into the air as Elsa raised gunfire, while I was shouting caution to the onlookers below. Tonight, they would see Dreadwire chased by corporate assassins. Tonight, they would be the collateral to corporate greed. Would be, had I not saved them? Shall I use missiles? The dog whistler asked in my head, and I was both wary and anticipatory to her enthusiasm. Silent rods pulsed with light from behind me. A visual feed of surrounding cameras hacked by her rendered me their false paths, and an easy swerve of motion evaded 2 of them. Dozens of civilians in traffic screamed as the impending cylinders of death rocketed down to them, but my claw tips caught them just in time, and a pulse of gold jolted them neutral. One just grazed the roof of a car, and I swung the twin explosives down into the hold of a stunned police patrol. My voice, loud and clear, I sent a claw down to hack into their car speakers. Bomb squad, now. Bullets continued to follow me, their path known as I lowered myself to pull civilians out of the rain of destruction. One took a painful severing of their flesh arm. A car swerved as their engine caught on fire, and another man's steel legs shattered. Elsa, I warned. Relax, non-lethal shots. Need to make this convincing, she said easily, feigning a reload as the puppeteered corpse continued to chase me. This was the moment I ended things. My left arm grew a singular serpentine blade as my momentum stilled in the air. What a farce! The Oni was already dead. I just needed the public to believe it. So with a twist of my arm, I snapped the whip blade right into their head and cracked a kinetic burst to bend their neck sharply. The truth of the matter was that it hadn't been lethal. Their armor reinforcement was startling. I'd make good use of their suit. As Elsa turned the body limp and I caught it, the drone beneath me lifted us into the air and away. Somewhere to send a message. 7:40 p.m. Ripley. I hadn't gone back to Elsa's apartment, nor Maiden's shelter, nor Diamante's mall, nor my building. Instead, I went Tomy base of operations. Elsa had bought it in my name just yesterday. It was a dump, half-renovated after a mal tore through it, but sizable enough that over time we could give it some proper purpose. It was a costly $3 million to even buy it, but that was considered cheap for the location, maybe even expensive depending on your view of this demented place. It was deep in the heart of the first precinct, nestled between the corporate side of the pleasure lanes and the criminal half that led to Little Requiem. It was the place that started it all, and it was me now. I stood at the top of the office with a shattered window. One time, I had jumped down this to face a monster that had brought shadows and light into my world. This office was where my life hung in the balance of opening the confinement of that monster. And beneath it all was a tiny little room me and my mom spent days toiling in to do meager work for meager shards. This was the remnant of the Toxin Club, and now I owned it. Elsa stood by my side, holding me dearly as I looked down upon bloodstains. The city hadn't bothered clearing up. Rubble that was mostly moved aside by vultures who were digging for bodies. This place, that cultivated a blend of control and passion, was everything I hated. Now, I would use that hate to transform it into a wondrous factory of my power and ingenuity. Speaking of property, Elsa opened up an image in my lenses, a castle of dust and decay set along various contraptions of metal that would once give thousands a thrilling ride of their lives. Adventure Kingdom, a theme park that went defunct after the earthquake. I actually bought it around a year ago. It's a few hours of a ride away from here, but we've got a whole castle to ourselves too. A theme park. I studied the establishment in confusion. What'd you buy it for? Honestly, I just wanted the castle. Was thinking maybe I'd make it a home one day after the swarm. Bought it early before the price would rise. She had a sad look in her eyes, but it turned reassuring as she tightened her hand with mine. I'm named after a queen. Might as well be one, if you'll be the king, of course. A castle, I mouthed. It was unbelievable of her. I'd be delighted to share it with you, but you're more of a princess to me. Her eyes lit up with embarrassment, a warmth as she leaned into my shoulder. Of course, one day. For now, she turned her gaze down the window. Men filed in as she wore her dark mask of a woven queen, a visor popping out to cover her eyes with black and white stars. Let our subjects clean the trash. Each of them were lost under her will, homeless or metal heaven goons who had given up their shardware to her in exchange for a moment of peace. They began removing the rubble, clearing out space, and organizing various machinery. The dog whistler, my beautiful queen of dark and light, stood by my side. Let's turn Dreadwire and the Ripper into forces this city isn't prepared for. Diana, I don't get this, Starlight pouted, grumbling as she maneuvered various case files in order. My dad, he hasn't tried pulling me back ever since he asked for some alone time with Mirage. Oh, I leaned in, my chest pulsing a bit. Did something happen between them? I don't know. All I do know is, she took a deep breath, then looked at me and held her gaze as though confiding in me. I don't think I like my dad's girlfriend. Honestly. I shrugged, hiding away my excitement. I don't get what he sees in her. Exactly. Starlight was music to my ears. Like, at least choose someone who isn't crazy. Who on earth splits their mind like that? Even if one of those quarters is my mother. But like, she's very clearly not mentally sound. Oh, tell me more. I leaned in. Starlight sighed. I can't. She has also had a hard life, and it isn't mine to tell. I don't blame her for being who she is. I can feel it from the parts of me that were made by Twilight. I know she loves him. I know. She's gone through a lot. They've helped each other get out of it. Oh, I sat back, a little deflated. Good for them. Starlight gave me a side-eyed look. You know your crush on my dad is really obvious, right? I peeped, a tiny, inaudible noise that was much more of a shrill in my heart. My voice came out, rough and strained. What do you... Every time I mention him, you smile a little? Plus, I am quite literally connected to your body. I can feel your heart quicken. She poked my chest. Just, keep your feelings under control. He's my dad, and when you feel them, I feel weird. You know? Yeah? I strained out. We'll keep that in mind. But I support it. I totally ship you two together. Ship? Yeah. I'm really active on the Silver Eye X Dreadwire forums. There's nothing that gets the public's eyes like a forbidden love. Starlight floated up and pulled out a forum on which there were vivid discussions about me and Dreadwire. Based on the one time we were out in public, I paled when I made the regretful decision of opening up what was labeled as fanfiction and flicked my eyes across the descriptions. I covered Starlight's eyes, but I kept on reading. Just a little bit. You know I'm still seeing through your eyes, right? At that, I quickly scrolled away. I had cases to get to. Not this. I would look at it later, in my privacy. It was around an hour later when Sabrina hurriedly knocked on my office door, and I let her in. Her voice hurried as she shared a visual with me. So, you gonna hurry out to help your work husband? Sorry. I looked up, confused. A visual formed Dreadwire was being chased on the street by some madman on a high-tech drone launching missiles and bullet fire out to the public. Ripley saved many with his quick maneuvers, something that me feel a little proud. What is he? Sabrina sat on my desk. She'd been hounding me day and night over the last 3 days about my betrayal of keeping the connection between me and Dreadwire a secret. I tried to feign it like it was a recent endeavor, but she was unconvinced. Oh, don't act like you didn't know. I don't, I protested. She was one of many voices eager to get a statement out of me of the supposed mercenary with a heart of gold. I've only talked to him for just a few days. I really don't know much about what's going on under that mask. Uh-huh. She swiped the screen away. But, still, he's my case. Come on, let me meet him. I'm practically his biggest fangirl right now. You act like I can just call him up whenever I need him, I said sternly, knowing I could very much do that. You just want to keep him all to yourself. She frowned, pushing forward on the matter. But at least tell me. Are the rumors true? No, I am not in an affair with him, I said with resolve before lowering my voice. My crush is on someone else. It was a good tactic of mine, using the fact that since I had a mysterious crush on a shard operator, it wouldn't make sense of me to go after Dreadwire. Unless, of course, the two were the same person. Besides, I liked who he was under the mask anyway. Fine, I'll choose to believe you. She sighed. I actually came with another news. She swiped a record of a business deal. It was some random local company I didn't know, and they bought the Toxin Club. Sabrina puckered her lips. What do you think? Should I make a visit? Apparently, it's a shard operating business now. Company's got heavy stakes bought out by Syntech, but is more or less local. Looks legit. Poring over the contract, I didn't find anything off with it. It does, but I have a knack for sniffing things out. She pinched her nose before rubbing my arm with a smile on her face. By the way, you look happier now. That took me for a little bit of a surprise, but I let a grin slip from me. I guess I am. I feel like I'm finally making progress, and I'm making an effort to be open with others again. You helped with that, honestly. She returned my smile. Still joining me and Belle for dinner at my mom's? I nodded, and with a twirl she left my office as I thought over the words in my head. Finally making progress. I looked at the briefcase under my desk, my Sylvii suit. According to my squad's shard operator, Trixie, it was a marvel of modern-day engineering, built to resist silver-grade attacks and streamlined for maneuverability and defense. That was just one of the keys to progress. The other was the Anti-Soul Killer Task Force. I was the only name attached to it besides my father's. But now, I had direct permission from even the captain of my district to oversee an assault against Soul Killer. I had to be patient. Moira was still busy working on decrypting Juliet's findings alongside Starlight. But as soon as we had vaccines in circulation, we could fight back. And the first step was clear. I was planning to remove Annabelle Grage's affliction from Soul Killer's mutation and reunite her with Dryder. With Derek! Chapter 197. Chapter 62. Counterattack the 12th of November, 11:23 p.m. Diana. What do you mean? No. I looked at Dryder incredulously. Curing Annabelle won't make her into who she used to be. Dryder looked down an empty bottle as he leaned against a balcony railing. I don't know what the police did to her, but they fixed her, made her something not quite Soul Killer, but not quite her. She's got the amplification of some titanium in her, which makes her valuable. They've screwed with her memories, forced a symbiosis with the bit of Soul Killer inside of her, but she still doesn't remember me. Never will. I'm fine with that. He tossed the bottle down into a passing garbage truck. Getting rid of the Soul Killer in her would break that symbiotic cohesion keeping her together. Maybe something would return, but it's been more than a decade. That something would be unstable. It's been a decade where her own father was using his voice fuckery to stabilize her, where they used whatever fucking machines and pills they have to keep her memories meshed. Even a damn memory mutation was pulled into by her Soul Killer to erase the boundary between them. She might be the one person who I don't want to see cured. The admittance hit my heart. I could feel the despair from Dryder like a smoke clogging the air around him and me. It's worth fighting for. You. Her. It's only worth forgetting. Dryder pulled a second bottle to his lips. When I'm done with the bastard, I'll just find some random Mal in the swarm to die to. Maybe save a few lives while I'm at it. Maybe be the shadow of the person I used to be. A lonely Soul Killer with no Nexie attached to it. It won't be able to do shit. Dryder. I tightened my lips. Derek. Don't call me that, he said harshly, pulling his mouth from the bottle. Don't drag me back down. D. All right, Dryder. I put my hand on his shoulder, looking at the rest of the bottles beneath him, and kicked them down into the next passing garbage truck. He guffawed at me, but I let my eyes stay stern as I looked deeper into who he was. What'll we do next, then? You got your task force handed to your ass. Realistically could hire me. Jacob's dead anyhow. He licked every last drop from the bottle he had in his hands. If your pals can stomach me, that's the case. Otherwise, Crimson Souls, the heart's a Kaisel clone that I didn't know. Makes sense now, how they're so powerful and why Crimson Souls were named what they are. Might need to rekindle my link to them, determine if she's enemy or ally. She's working with Skeleton. I pursed my lips at that thought. Correction. Skeleton and her happen to have opposing goals that require a moment of teamwork. She supposedly has some drawbacks from being separated from the Hivmund, but she's still Soul Killer inside. She figures out how to deal with the side effects. Skeleton aims his sights on her next. She's a threat. Besides, I ain't thinking about Alaline with the heart. The Queen, then? I didn't know much about the two leaders of Crimson Souls. The heart was mysterious and wrapped in mystery, while the Queen was fierce. Both gold and puppeteers of the district. Aye. He kept the empty bottle on the railing. No garbage truck for now. Queen's a storm of fury shard adapter with the highest body count in the city. Probably in both counts you are thinking of. Been a menace since the earthquake. Either she's a hostage to the heart, in which case we break her out, in alliance with her, meaning she wants Soul Killer defeated, or in control of her somehow. Our best option. With a nudge from his elbow, the last bottle dropped down into a passing truck. I'll head to Little Requiem for a bit. See how deep I can dig. You figure out how to best leverage the police in this while Moira and your spider friend cook up a cure. We'll take Soul Killer down from two angles. Won't be taken down until we head east to wherever the titanium host is hiding out in the Mall territory. I frowned. That'll come when it needs to. Dryder looked ahead. For now, Westbrook's gonna burn with their blood. Number. I put my hand on his shoulder. We're going to wash the blood all away. The 9th of November, who would have thought being a public figure would be so draining? I had coaches and marketing specialists talking me through a list of points to make clear. The police has everything under control. You, Joe, has been a great support to our city's cause. Dreadwire, although having aided me against those Mals, was still a dangerous mercenary. Yujo representatives came to me directly, wanting to label him a terrorist who must be stopped. Syntech, on the other hand, was much more neutral, maybe even favorable towards Ripley, despite the fact that he'd killed several of their guards at the meat lab. For them, it was the fact that the assassin who chased him down was now confirmed to be a Yujo operative. The assassin's body was strung up on one of Yusu's buildings, blood smeared to paint out. They'd have me dead at the cost of your lives. Net response was varied. Dreadwire had initially been something of an excitement and terror alike. Gold, brazen, dramatic. His frequent public appearances garnered attention, some calling him a damned psychopath out for fame, while others labeled him as a freedom fighter. Freedom fighter? No, Ripley wasn't that. Not exactly, but I could see the stirrings of what people wanted to see him as. Public discourse had some dig deep into Dreadwire's history to a fanatical degree, and the pattern was that he didn't care if it was against criminal or corporate. He'd do what was necessary. To many, he was a man owned by Chardine. But some twisted that into the idea that he was above both crime and law, as paradoxical as it might have been. And yet, somehow, I was in agreement with that. Ultimately, I rose up on stage with my silver eye suit, my hair flowing in the artificial wind as I stated my case. Dreadwire, like many other mercenaries, is an unknown individual with unknown motives for his criminal actions. He deserves to receive a proper sentencing. And if the man behind the mask were wise and willing to fight for this city, he'd plead guilty and carry out his sentence on the front lines against the Malswarm. I have faith in him, as in many others, that we can yet unite against the grave threat approaching us. It was a good middle ground. All Ripley had to do was keep his karmic balance ticking to one side. Dreadwire, who's next? I cleaned the blood off my arachnodyne by striking it against another. Little Requiem was eager for my worth, my bounty. Without the threat of Missy or the Iron Devil behind me, all 65 million Chardine was up for taking. And so Elsa organized a cage fight. Anyone may enter, but only a corpse can leave. It was rigged, a manufactured bloodbath. Tens of exclusively invited criminal minds had been handpicked by Elsa to watch and send their underlings to kill me. We provided refreshments to the eager watchers of the blood sport. And little did they know, these alcohol-thirsty criminal minds were letting nanites in with every gulp of a drink they took. Those who entered the cage were already under the dog whistler's commands, as my Goliath pivoted entry into their shardware for her to seize and manipulate. Every blow, every shot, every blade reaching for me was set off. Course, the shadow tendency let my nanites sneak past even silvers, but to activate them required threads of precise control. It wasn't as subtle, and they could feasibly resist me. But they couldn't resist her. The 18th challenger, an Esper whose flame boiled her skin away to make her into a grotesque burning creature of bare screaming muscle, was swiftly dealt with. I had her head torn from her shoulders by my arachnodyne. I issued the kill order as my mind began to fog under warp burns. Tens of bodies dropped within the minute, blood pooling in their eyes as aneurysms clogged them and cerebral arteries were chewed through. Those who didn't die from the nanites met their end through a different method. A military drone descended from the ceiling, the same one I'd stolen from the Oni killed by their allies, and the intense machine gun riddled holes through the survivors. The only ones who we didn't kill were those in on the scheme. A Crimson Eye, a Black Dragon, the Lost Diablos Devil, and a Metal Heavens Bishop. Indeed, all the men they'd sent here today were those they wanted eliminated, pruning the bad apples, as Elsa had said. This job earned me 300,000 Chardine in their patronage, and another 500,000 through the rigged odds in our betting. The 13th of November Ripley, when I wasn't out as Dreadwire, I was Ripley at Anderson's gym. An honestly mind-numbing job now, except for the rare weaponry tweaking, or the Ripper at Maiden's shelter. However, my time of servitude to her had just ended today. From now on, I was free to visit only in case of an emergency. The Ripper's permanent stay at the former Toxin Club, now named Retrofit Operators, Wasto Go Ahead. I didn't know the first thing about being a business owner or managing finances. But Elsa was a network of minds. She solved the issues of everything corporate. I was technically even working under Stockery's Shardware operator firm. Even a few bogus operators would work here to do standard maintenance for the civilian folk while I hid in the bottom, where my true lab was. As for the facilities, remarkably, most of them were legitimate, while not as expansive as the gym's capabilities. I had a fabricator for warp materials up to the silver grade, and a steady supply of iron to bronze grade parts flowing in. I even had not one, but 2 spare arachnids to use for my shard-opping needs. The cost of everything nearly put me and Elsa into the red. Shardware was expensive. Today was when I introduced Starlight to the project. I claimed it was the reason why I was so busy and that it was a surprise. She took the news. With complications, confused on how I had the funds to open and outfit the Shardware operations was clear, but Elsa labeled it as a gift from her. Starlight called me a sugar baby as a response. Elsa took it as a sign of pride. The other reason why I took so long to call Starlight back was because Elsa had been safeguarding my mind to keep our secrets. It had to be untraceable and drew from my shadow tendency, and Starlight didn't seem to notice. She did, however, notice the new tendency and had her queries about it. I claimed that it came from Dreadwire being so broody, and although she didn't find any direct memory of it, she accepted it. As I let her experiment and customize herself with retrofit operators, I turned my mind to the news. Diana had made a headline today. The 13th of November, Diana, another week. Another drug smuggling ring closed. It was heavy work. Starlight pointed in the right directions, but it was I who had to do the heavy lifting. Making public appearances on netcasts was a regular thing now, and it helped I had a particular affinity for drawing attention. The truth is that I was trying to dig more into the Dreamframes cases, but they were bone dry. That was a pun, because I expected Mr. Skeleton to have a hand in hiding it all away. Whatever he was planning was bad, but the police were excusing it on the merit of his value to the city. A part of me almost felt guilty for what I was planning to do tonight, host a dinner. Belle, Sabrina, the corporal, her husband Rick, and Trixie were invited. I hadn't visited my apartment in a long time ever since I tore it apart at Ripley's suggestion. My nights were spent at the precinct building or, ironically, in one of the random seedy hotels Dryder stayed in, and his hidden eavesdropping device was the very reason I wrecked my home. Returning, I was surprised to see it had been cleaned and all the tech had been restored. Everything worked as normal. The dinner was a stressful idea for me. Being a host wasn't a familiar responsibility to me. Cooking was never my strong suit, but Sabrina joined in early to help me. She had inherited her mother's skill and was the lifesaver unless everyone wanted a grilled cheese sandwich. Belle brought wine, not that he had it himself. Corporal Alex was her more relaxed self, and her husband Rick was often the butt of her jokes, intertwined with a few moments where I could feel the love between them, while Trixie was busy looking around my apartment's appliances and critiquing my taste. Soul resonance was stronger since I absorbed the Nexus's mutation. It attuned me to the hearts of others. Every word held deeper layers of hidden meaning in the speed of their speech, the depth of their pitch, and their body language, all resonating with me. Was this a burden or a responsibility? I didn't know yet, but I was willing to try to harness it. Everyone was unsure, from Sabrina's cheerful stories betraying something painful within her. Belle's fond memories of home were tainted with how it had been the stage ground of a small scheme intertwined in a conflict threatening to collapse. City, the corporal and her husband, in their admittance of wanting to raise a child, but the time wasn't right yet with the swarm so close. And Trixie's nonchalant snark hid behind the knowing that she would soon be needed to craft weapons of war against an alien invasion. This was the city where you meant nothing, but where everyone wanted to be something. Everyone just wanted to find purpose. But not every method led down the right path. When the future promised violence, why not get a head start in the present? Give in to the bloodlust. Iterate cycles of violence until everyone you know wants to kill someone. Others couldn't bear the overstimulation and numbed themselves with chemicals. Many sought power, believing it would give them the right to live freely without consequence. And some just wanted to find peace and to protect the small slice of sanctuary they knew in this hellscape. For that, They would be monsters to all who threatened their way of life. As the dinner calmed, and a moment of quiet passed through the flowing conversation, my eyes unfocused as I took in this collective slice of sanctuary. My father's a bastard. You guys know that? My words came unexpectedly, but heartfelt. Their gazes shifted to me, confused and curious. What's funny? A chuckle erupted from my core. Is that team the actual bastard in the family? Cradle-born with a titanium's bloodline, silver hair, silver eyes, a peak physique, they sought perfection. I don't think I've ever been sick, never blemished my skin, no scars to tell my stories. But perfection. I've come to see it as this hollow thing, a falsehood. This city, with all its flaws and scars, carries more truth in a single alleyway than I ever could on my skin. My heartbeat extended past myself as something ethereal hardened in my voice. But the thing about scars is that they only come after healing. Otherwise, it's an open wound, an infection waiting to happen. Sure, you can ignore the symptoms, let others rot in your stead. Protect and cure those immediate to you, but an infection only spreads. It takes from the bottom, uncaring, unyielding, unfearing, desecrating the foundation upon which we stand, twisting up blood and steel bones alike until we see it as the norm. I've ignored it. I'm a hypocrite. You all are too, my dad. The police, the city. We only ever notice the infection when it's taken root inside of us. And from then, we become the new normal. And yet, normalcy might be the one thing I've craved more than anything else. I closed my eyes, feeling the resonance between all forms of myself. Maybe that's why I joined the police, not to cure or help, but to immerse myself, to give myself a scar, and I got my wound for it. Now, I get to feel as ugly as the rest of everyone. I get to lie, cheat, hurt, and inflame. All the wounds, just like the rest. I've let my blood drip and been exposed to the stagnant and polluted air we breathe. And now I'm sick, rotting away, becoming one with the city. It's Dar, isn't it? Diana? Sabrina raised her hand towards my arm, concern easily opening in her eyes. I held her hand. The infection is spreading, right underneath our noses. Our eyes avert from it, afraid to acknowledge it. But now, I think for the first time in my life, I know what I need to do. I said it before, but now I want to mean it. I will open my silver eyes, and I will reflect that pain, that corruption, the infected masses, to those who will look at me for what they want to see. It doesn't mean I want them to rise up and fight, but I can't. I've realized that I do love this city, love the people, love how strong we can be. I took a deep breath. I've never been one for rallying. I think you can tell. I'm not ready to tell people to go to war, to purge the infection, to fight and put down their lives and make sacrifices. But I'm ready to accept those who do. In 1,000 days, we'll be swarmed by a second infection, and I don't think we'll survive that. But I'm willing to try. Breath tangled into a knot in my throat as my eyes met Sabrina's. I'm willing to try and heal with this city. One step at a time. Then my eyes met everyone else's, Belle's inner solidity. The corporal's fear and her husband's shame. Trixie's confusion. It wasn't the surge of motivation I was hoping to get yet. I felt content with what I'd said, because it spoke to me. Diana. Sabrina's hand tightened around mine. Under her skin, I could feel her blood pulsing with wavering guilt. You're certainly dreaming big, aren't you? I suppose I am. A thin smile nodded in her direction. Her eyelids fluttered before Addison Esai left her mouth. She was lying to herself and to me, but Sheko Sito agreed with me and flashed a smile. Fuck it. 1,000 days, right? That's a lot of days. Not as many as you'd think, Trixie said, some hesitation in her. I nodded. Trixie's right. What I ask, what I want to do is almost impossible. But it could change things for the better, Belle smirked. It could change things for Thebest. The corporal sighed. Her gaze, which had seemed less tired today, suddenly took a burden. Figured there was a reason you didn't invite Staff Sergeant Morgan. You trying to form a club? The club's already formed, I said with a hint of illusion. It's up to me now to take responsibility for it. I don't have a lot of people I trust. But my father is a bastard. He's put me into contact with good people in this squad. I'm no idiot. I've done my research. You all are worth reaching out to. Rick held his wife's shoulder, but his voice reached me. What would you want for this city? For starters, I looked at him with a solemn respect. To not make it so miserable to grow up in. To create a place where you don't fear raising a child in. Where they won't grow up to be so desperate they'll be exploited. So you're going into politics. Trixie eyed me. I don't know, not yet. I admitted, but I think. I'll take this damn opportunity given to me by my dad and his conspirants. I'll make it so that every damn word I say is heard by millions, that I'll garner hope, attention, and motivation. Brian Ulrich has a lot of power, sway over our military, our finances. I'll bleed him dry to feed this city if I have to. Even if it means, mutual parasitism. Mutual parasitism, Trexie sighed. So you'll be needing a shard op for your endeavors, I bet. What's the benefits of working in your club? Smiling. I sent a contract over to Trixie regarding the Ask Task Force. Her eyes opened wide as she took in the payment offer. Puckering her lips, she nodded quietly. Shit, the corporal muttered, biting her thumb as she looked to her husband. Which of them is it? Soul Killer? Belle answered for me. Sabrina's eyes squinted in confusion. I continued. Signed off by Captain Khrushchev. Khrushchev, Rick seethed. Oh, fucking hell, if it's real, then... Rick, the corporal warned, her hand caressing the lines of his weathered face. You have a sim. You're vulnerable. So are you, Belle, Sabrina. What are we vulnerable to? Sabrina turned to me. To your souls being taken over, I said flatly. To a lot worse. But we've found a vaccine. A vaccine? Corporal Alex still clutched her husband. It isn't made yet, I admitted, but it's worked. It needs to be redeveloped, refined, perfected. I have good people working on it. You really dug yourself into a deep mess. Alex ground her teeth. Who is? A geneticist who rehabilitates children forcefully implanted with Sims. A former investigator with a complicated history to the police and Soul Killer. And my eyes met Sabrina, praying she wouldn't strike me. My next words slid out. Hesitant. Dreadwire-and. His allies. Collectively, they all stared blankly, Sabrina's breath gasping as the air chilled around me. Oh, you lying bitch. You're not dating him, right? Alex sliced her words in, her eyes glowing a vivid white. I shook my head. Number. It's just, we both are deep in this mess with the uncaged. He might commit a few petty. Alex put her hand up. First off, his crimes aren't petty. Second of, he is far from the worst criminal the CO has worked with in the past. Just know you're responsible for apprehending him should he prove false in his allegiances. I just didn't want any personal complications in this endeavor. Alex relaxed as Rick slid his hand around her wrist while he tapped the table in thought. Who's backing this up? My father, Syntek, you, Joe, Captain Khrushchev, and I sighed. Skeleton. Alex groaned into her hands. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I raised my voice, my words resonating with the hesitation and anger in her heart. Hey, I'm serious, by the way, about clearing the infection. I won't be a pawn of his if I'm in this. I'm getting all three of them. Alex's metallic nails scraped wood off my table, and she sighed in resignation. Looks like the skeleton part of our job didn't change then. Number. I looked over at Trixie. If anything, I've got a lot to tell you. I know how Skeleton controls his drones. The excitement in our shard operator's eyes was palpable. Oh, the stage had been set. Now was the time to bring it all together. To counterattack the uncaged. Chapter 198. Chapter 63. Customers the 19th of November, 11:44 p.m. Ripley marketing was difficult, especially when you were trying to garner high-profile customers while remaining hidden from police activity. Diana had contacted me, funnily enough, to tell me that someone had bought out the Toxin Club. Telling her it was me rendered her confused as to the source of my funds. Starlight was very unhelpful by calling me a sugar baby. "Oh, so you're running a business with Mirage then?" she said, her tone stiff. "A side hustle," I said with pride, knowing I owned an actual shard operating business, rather than working for one with something else. "I'll see if I can graduate it to full-time. Customers are slow. Turns out any time a new shard op opens, you get harassed by scrappers." That was true. Thankfully, Mirage had some Metal Heavens muscle capable of warding them off. "Oh, what do you want me to say about it?" she asked. "I'm good with repairs, and I'll handle the rest in my personal interactions. Don't dig yourself too deep." "Don't bury yourself so deep, then." I heard her laugh. I saw an opportunity to tease her a little bit. "Wow, you'd be willing to get your hands dirty for me." An awkward pause followed, before a long sigh followed. "Every time? Yeah, I would. Honestly, I owe you that much for everything, and you are a friend. Don't have a lot of those." That took me by surprise, a hint of guilt crawling in my throat. "Yeah, honestly, it has been nice having chats like this with you. You are pretty fun for a cop. You are surprisingly moral for a criminal," she said back, but I was glad she couldn't sense emotions through a call. "Well, we're both trying our best, aren't we?" I said softly. "Stay safe. I'm working things on my end. Soon as a vaccine's capable, I'll finally be able to start really taking the fight to Soul Killer. By the way," I tried to figure out how to angle my words, "think I could get some biological samples from you soon. I'll see if it's possible to extract some of its anti-Soul Killer properties. Might be the edge needed to go from vaccine to cure." "Oh, sure. I'll make a visit soon." Did I imagine it? Or was there a slight chirp in her voice? "Perfect. I've actually got some customers coming in. My first." "Oh, well, good luck," she said. "And Ripley, I am really glad to have you on my side. Not just because you are Dreadwire." "Likewise, Diana." I smiled even though she wasn't there. "Silvereye or Lillian Rose, Ulrich or Jones, working with you has been quite fulfilling. I feel like I am doing a good thing, so thanks." "No, thank you." Her voice was softer than usual. I don't want to keep you busy. You have a customer waiting. Don't be too hard on them. Let's talk soon. And don't fry too many electronics. And yeah, let's meet up. How about somewhere normal for a change, Kafif?" "Sure," she said, a bit too quickly. So yeah, bye." "Bye," I said as the call closed. Stretching, I saw the feed of the lobby. A board secretary Mirage had hired told this specific customerdo go down to my lab, rather than the cheap iron operators working up above. They were simple technicians taken off the streets. Not true shard ops, but capable enough with their implants to not sully my brand name. Waiting in the underground hallways, I turned to Starlight, who flew into various drones and even an arachne chair. This entire labyrinthine underground was my domain and workspace. The shabby room that my mom and I had been confined in was far too small for my liking. And so, I slid my goggles on. The Ripper. What a prime location to open a shardware operations facility in between high-end financial influx from the pleasure lanes and the more broody and determined folk of Little Requiem. I could garner a variety of steel to experiment with. Wealthy socialites, technophiles, mercenaries, sleazy corporate workers, black market outfightings, and even the more desperate of individuals who would be lovely experiments. My workshop hummed with machinery, an eager chorus chanting as the first customer walked in. None other than Quickshot. The mercenary Missy had hired to aid in her facility raid. Her lithe figure was concealed by a tight bodysuit, and her face was covered by a cloth half-mask and hood. Not too uncommon of a look from Little Requiem's direction. She studied me, determining whether she had made the right option. What's with the hairdo, Dread? And the face? Ah, this? I swept my white-plated claws upon the snow hair that parted around my skull, my skin tight and masked in shadow. A little self-modification to separate me from that brute. You may call me the Ripper when I take this appearance. 4 limbs burst from my back, marvels of engineering that were altered to be more fit to my ego. Unlike Dreadwire's black stalks of weaponry, mine were sleek and slim tools of shard operation with a white coat of paint. The Aracondyne MK2 was now perfected, capable of switching modes with retrofit as we needed. The Ripper. She raised an eyebrow. As in, you want me to say, the every time I refer to you, can't I just call you Ripper? Number, my tongue sharpened. Therapper. All right. She raised her hands into the air as her voice took a mocking tone. Whatever you say, Therapper. Now, I slid my hand over the controls of various machines. What is the purpose of your visit, dear Quickshot? Ooh, do not call me dear. Anyway, your girlfriend promised me a discount for being your first customer. Easy on my eye to tell you got good scrap in your head for shard operating. I've had an idea in my head for a while, similar to your arachnodyne. Ah, but understand that particular shardware is for an exclusive customer. I opened up the diagnostics chair for her to sit on. She eyed the cuffs distrustfully. Yup, not trying to steal your mo or his mo. You work good with threads, electromagnetics specifically. Want an upgrade for my bow's output, range, force, stability. Another thing, seen you compact that much steel down into your back. Want something similar. Shrink the weapon down past what it already is. She lifted up a briefcase she held, putting it down as she tapped a few buttons, and it registered as the owner. Like a beautiful piece of origami, it unfolded from a cuboidal shape into a curved metallic arc as a shimmering string of violet connected both ends in a taut rope. Otherwise, she sighed, slamming her weight down onto an operating chair, I need a general checkup on my wear and tear, especially my arms. The tensile strength of Magnathread is intense on my shoulders. I asked her to showcase her range of mobility, drawing upon various streams of information about what I knew about her from the raid. She could shoot arrows that moved as fast as speeding cars across a range of nearly 2 kilometers, each weighing almost 100 grams at its lowest and 600 at its heaviest. I could do plenty to improve her. It just depended on one thing. What, Quickshot, is your budget for today? Considerin' the discount? What'll I get for 3 bronze? 15,000 shardine. Do you seek any part replacements? Not exactly. Just retuning and refining. Maybe for my bow, if you're willing to part with that golden thread you throw around with your spider legs. She pointed to one of my arachnodyne. Oh, Quickshot, your budget would need to be significantly larger for that. Neither me nor Ripley were particularly fond of the idea of live wire being supplied to others. But if the price was right, we could accommodate, she scoffed, eyeing my prized limbs with a greedy look before settling deep into the chair. Just do what fits the price. Ah, so she was that kind of customer. The kind who didn't exactly know what changes they wanted, but had a general idea of the outcome and was willing to pay a price to attain it. As each of my 6 shard operating limbs stretched and observed, it was clear to see that she was a very dissatisfied customer. Like an archaeologist, I excavated a trail of engineering history through every nook and cranny of her shardware. Parts were haphazardly jabbed in from one shard operator, nudged by the next, and replaced by another. The disharmonion settled me. This loss of efficiency was careless under their blind eyes. I was far better. I would do so much better. Quickshot shifted as 6 arms got to prying inside her limbs, her breath quickening as I adjusted neurowiring from the tips of her fingers all the way to her scapulae. Which arm steadies the bow, and which one pulls the string? Ambidextrous don't really care, she gasped, no doubt tingles flooding into her spine. So synonymous changes on both arms, and they were already imbalanced. What shoddy work? 20,000 shardine. I'm doing a full rewiring. That's steep. She sucked in a breath. And I never asked you to. I will not be left dissatisfied with the improvements that can be done. My voice hissed, 20,000 shardine, and your range will increase by 30%. guaranteed. Shit. Fine, you're a feisty one. You've already started anyway. She acted annoyed, but I could feel the excitement in the threads of activity running within her silver. And you will need to be sedated. It's a full rewiring. One of my arachnidine's arms unveiled a needle of bronze-grade propofol, brachiocephalic port. Femoral, she sighed, unbuckling her belt. I'm not into men, by the way, so no ideas or comments. I do not care about flesh, only steel. My arachnidine extended a thin, wiry cord that pierced and slipped into the flesh that was right under her hip, easily snaking into a vein and beginning to administer sedation. Her eyes fluttered. Well, shit, you're better than my last. Shard? She rested her head back, not quite unconscious, but in a state between them. Until, finally, she was asleep. Starlight, issue a full shardware scan. Extract everything. You're the one always talking to me about not entering people's bodies without permission. You have mine, dear. Quickshot marveled as she stretched and felt the changes I'd made in her body. No additional parts had been added, but Retrofit repurposed every inch of her for maximized potential. Meta-manipulation better served to strengthen her bow, improving the synchronicity between the violet wire's tensile strength and elasticity. Magnathread was an Imperium specialty, one I hadn't indulged in before today. Shit, for what you've done. I'll call you whatever you want. She jabbed the air, each blow strong, precise, and responsive. I feel it. How'd you lower my shardware's capacitance? I minimized the burden it weighed from inefficient connections, better weaving them into a web of concise action. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you meant by that. Huh, but you're the real deal. She tapped her bow, laughing wildly as it slipped down into a briefcase that was reduced in overall volume by about a third. Damn, you're the real deal. I met her gaze unflinchingly. I am he who weaves the impossible. Real, but weird, she smirked, transferring me the agreed amount. Shit, I got a steal. Thanks for the discount. Be sure to refer me to others. I logged her profile into the clinic's database. And when you're ready to fill up that extra capacitance, have the necessary shardine. I don't want to work while limiting what I can offer. Fucking hell, you're gonna drain me dry if you make changes like this. She cracked her neck, moaning as relief filled her better organized nerves. Feels like I got the best massage of my life. Might want to rebrand. Retrofit sounds like you're taking in antiques. Well, you were turning 50. I couldn't help but pay back for that insult. She scoffed audibly, picking up her stuff and pounding up the stairs, only turning back with one last sharp look. For that comment, you're lucky you're skilled with your dangly spider legs. As she left, my goggles were removed. Ripley, that felt nice. That felt like something I was made for. I was quick, efficient, purposeful, and Elsa had another stream of early bird customers checking in throughout the week. The 18th of November the Ripper, this customer was. Annoying. Glibbert Mindmaster, connoisseur of shardware, with barely any backing in the technical aspects of this craft. His gluteus took up space on the arachne bed, staring up at the limbs and mocking them. What is this? A 2458 Imperium model. Those lacked 6-path parallel processing. I don't want any less than adequate. 4 sharp limbs burst from mine? Are these sufficient? He gulped. I got to upgrading his neuroframe. He claimed he could handle a lack of sedation, but the second I probed into his cervical plexus proved otherwise. The 19th of November now, I had multiple people in my underground clinic. One well-dressed man, and several less-than modest strippers. The Golden Society Club. Their owner, Coin King, was affiliated with Los Diablos, and from my tell, a mutant. He explained the situation to me. His club allowed a more intimate option. Handcuffs. Now, Coin King coughed, tapping his cane on the floor. My guys and girls are paid well for this risk. Doesn't mean I want them getting hurt. But some customers don't read the fine print. Worst of all is that it's Los Diablos, who typically push the boundaries of what my workers are comfortable with. You want countermeasures. weapons on your employees. I gathered, my eyes sizing up the nervous men and women lined up. Concealed? Don't even want them knowing my employees are sharded. Part of my club's novelty is that the workers aren't supposed to have implants, he pointed out. I could feel implants from each of them, but they were fairly weak. Shardware was minimal on them. Concealed shardware is a heavy cost. I lifted the hand of one girl for my viewing, exacting its measurements. Hands, I'll provide them the ability to slip out of their handcuffs by decoupling their hand from their wrist and install tasers. A quick pulse to a neuroframe will stun even a bronze and let your workers activate a panic protocol for your guards. Coin King nodded at the appraisal. What's your hourly rate? I took offense to that. I don't run on hourly. I take pride in my efficiency. I would not extend my work hours any longer for the sake of a higher payment. He took my bargain well, almost as a challenge. Well, looks you know your value for coin. What's the price looking at? Making the shardware will require 8,000 shardine in materials. The concealment aspect is what raises that price. Assembly for iron pieces of this complexity will run 4,000, while amputation of their hands and installation will be 3,000. 15,000 shardine for a single hand per worker. Discounted price. Rich as he was stingy to let go of more than was necessary, 13,000. He had a bulk deal with more than 12 workers he wanted protected that would save him a significant amount. He studied my deal within his mind, no doubt running it through cognitive mutations and other calculators on his frame to determine the honesty of my offer. Harun, not bad. How about 10K? Number. I turned my back to him. For the price I offered, I will be done by tonight? Tonight? He looked at me skeptically. Tonight? I confirmed. The 20th of November, a young woman came in, looking for breast implants. I pointed her to another clinic. The 21st of November, a young man came in, looking for a penile elongation. I pointed him to another clinic. The 22nd of November, a few men stormed in. Los Diablos from the looks of their tattoos. They barged past my secretary and the above-ground workers, calling for Dreadwire. I, as the Ripper, came in. You called for my esteemed customer. He's away right now. Cut the fucking bullshit. Dread. One of them gnashed their teeth, ugly mutated canines that spilled through their lips. We ain't dummies, Starlight. I pulled her into existence from the fishhook, needing her to do a test run, activate the Dreadwire protocol. Now, as I stared them down, a complicated drone downstairs activated. Skeleton had left quite the valuable piece of engineering when he visited Missy's bar, 2 of his bodies. While nothing out of the ordinary, it wasn't too difficult scrubbing them clean and organizing a new set of armor, and a much more limited arachnodyne onto it. Stomping from behind me, Starlight took the voice of Dreadwire as the mask illuminated the staircase's darkness. If they're disrupting you, the Ripper, do you want me to, eliminate them? Holy shit, they're not the same guy. One of the men spoke in a hushed voice. I bet fucking money on this. State your purpose or die, Dreadwire said with stern resolve, 4 limbs appearing in the shade that had little to no combat functionality, but were aesthetically similar. Fuck. No. We just wanted an autograph, the wide-jawed man said in hurry, pulling up a digital hologram of the song's artistic cover. You are lit in Web of Dread. No autographs. I shook my head, but Starlight was already moving to sign them. Then, I angled my goggles towards their disappointment. Not unless you pay for a good operation, then I'll convince him. The 25th of November, another group of men barged in, but I was almost disappointed. It took this long for them to arrive. There was a reason Dreadwire never ran to hunt down the Snake Fangs after they shot Diana. It was because sooner or later, they'd come to him. And now, they'd come to see who renovated their club. Chapter 199. Chapter 64. Snakes, the 25th of November, 11:29 p.m., the Repairi was waiting for the Snake Fangs downstairs. By now, Myather had known our secret was in jeopardy. Either Hoken had broken our trust and told the Snake Fangs of the gold implant and Dreadwire's identity, or they had discovered it when Brim tried to assassinate Diana. 4 of them stormed down the staircase and into my clinic, Familiar faces from a distant, haunting past. Anger and eagerness swelled from my other two. Take off these goggles and tear them apart as I looked upon them. Johnny, snub-nosed and with a crooked smile, scoffed at me. Oh, isn't this just a fucking miracle? Our club gets destroyed and now we hear some guy called the Ripper is in charge of it? You got some fucking nerve, Ripley. Yes, this was not a job for the Ripper, but for him. And so, the goggles slid off. Ripley, how's it going, Johnny? I chuckled as my hair darkened and face became mine. Been a while since I saw you. How's the leg? Looking for an upgrade? He scowled and rushed towards me. I made no move to stop him. Oh, you think you've got some balls now? You're that same fucking piece of piss rotting away here? John tugged my shirt up, but failed to lift me as two arachnidine limbs dug into the ground. And you took that fucking gold, didn't you? That thing destroyed our club? What makes you think you can have it? Calm down. And no, I didn't. I sold it. The lie came easy from me. What? Do you really think I'd put that target in my head? I sold it to Dreadwire and became a silver. I reached in Toshardweave, my liver's upgrades, and my frequency sync with the Droneforge module, whereas before, I was only be able to imitate a bronze adapter's energy. Now, I could entirely mask my form as a silver, and with the shadow tendency, it was all but imperceptible. In fact, you might want to look behind you. I pointed my finger behind them to the ceiling. Starlight encompassed a Dreadwire drone, clinging in silence as her mask was enough to weave dread into their paling faces. I told her to be silent. Her speaking immediately erased any of my mojo. Dreadwire took a good look at each of them, waiting like a predator to strike. John let go of me, his breath staggering as he couldn't decide to look at me or Dreadwire. I tapped his shoulder. Eyes on me. You're here to talk with me after all. What the fuck is this? John looked all around me. How the fuck did you get the money to buy all of this? Investors, I chuckled. You'd be surprised how far I've come. I bet Sean would be jealous. Heard you've cooped up with Skeleton. Sean wants you in a gutter. He growled and I shrugged. He can blame whoever he wants. In the end, it was him who took that deal. He suffered his consequences. I'm dealing with mine. To elaborate my point, I took out a hefty pile of bronze shards and began counting them. Now tell me something. What do you know of my endeavors? Dreadwire dropped behind them, the drone's heavy machinery grating into the air like a dog's growl. Another guy, Milo, grabbed the wall and stepped back as Dreadwire's mask turned to him. Good job. Starlight, just be quiet. Be intimidating. Sean. I tapped my chin. I don't care for Sean if he wants me. He can. You act like you're so tough. John stepped forward. Are you forgetting what we can do to your mother? My eyes narrowed, and a deep resonant chuckle erupted from me. He was going to keep things peaceful, you know, for nearly a fucking decade. I kept this club afloat. Talk as big as you! My hand grasped around his throat. I enjoyed feeling the weakness of his trachea. I could crush his windpipe here and now. My gaze slimmed, gold slipping into my shardware number. No playing nice with them now. You're going to listen to me. Founders, John, I'm surprised I even remember your name. But how couldn't I? After all, weren't you the one who slapped Celine's ass the first day she joined? Ho-Chin had to push you off and you just laughed about it. That's right. I could remember everything now. Elsa truly had been very helpful and honest. Oh, you know what I wanted to do to you then? My arachnidine unraveled its seams, exposing thin blades. Johnny, I don't think you deserve hands. With a blink, blood ribboned into the air, and his hands fell to the ground as satisfying chunks of flesh. He tried to scream, but my grip on his throat only tightened. What's Sean planning? Did Ho-Chin say anything? He, one of the other men in the back, raised their weapons. I looked at it in boredom. You don't know who we're with now, J. John. Do it. It'll kill me, he wheezed. No, John. I want to see exactly what Skeleton gave you. Probably some shit involving red liquid. Shit? You know? Liam staggered, bumping right into Dreadwire. My girlfriend's very good at figuring things out. I snapped John's neck, leaving him on the floor as a crumpled mess as I turned to the other three. But so am I. It's time I figured out which shithole you're living in now. They couldn't scream before their innards fell on my floor. Starlight looked at me. Even behind that mask of Dreadwire, I could tell what she was thinking. I answered first. It's us or them. I'm not letting them get to my mother first. This was always going to happen at some point. Dreadwire only nodded, stiffly, fear evident in the movement. Sighing, I pat her shoulder. I'll have some others clean this up. You just have fun with Seraphim. Don't involve yourself in my fight. Where are you going? Starlight said shackily. Picking up a red-veined bug that began to dissolve away, I chuckled. To pay some old friends a visit. The 26th of November, 1:34 a.m. Ripley, the other two didn't have dosed implants. From what I could tell, Skeleton was experimenting on the snake fangs, likely trying to make some sort of drug out of Soul Killer. From their memories, I saw their warehouse was located in the dumps, quite literally next to a fucking trash yard. It was fitting. Tonight, I wasn't wearing my Dreadwire mask. I had no need for it. My arachnidine pulled me down into the darkness of the guards there, my eyes reflecting as torches beamed in my direction. Oh fuck, it's Dree. Is that you, Ripley? The man was named Remy. My arachne tip speared through his throat, and my other impaled into the man beside him. Louis. I knew them. I drank with them. They weren't bad men. But tonight, they were my enemies. I walked past their dead bodies, aiming for a more personal audience. Elsa whispered in my ear, "Stay in caution. Snake fangs individually are weak, but Sean, the blood muncherous 95% of their strength. A silver 3'd mutant. He couldn't be taken lightly. And with his ability to manipulate blood, even my nanites wouldn't be effective on him. Not unless I had entire body masses worth. Only the midnight moon illuminated me, the rocking of a generator sputtering to mask my steps, and more than a few cameras bursting as Elsa disabled them. The last person I expected to walk out of the warehouse was Mr. Skeleton. He looked at me with the red dots of his eyes, a humorous chuckle coming out. I have a gift for you, Donovic. He threw a box and out spilled 2 mangled pieces of flesh. Penises. Why did you just... I was entirely focused up until now. Sean has 3 of them. Cut him down to the normal amount. Skeleton laughed. It was a punishment for his oversight. I had strict orders upon him. Strict orders. To stay away from you, or, well, Dreadwire? His nephew is such a fucking blabbermouth. Real lack of professionalism around here. Skeleton pointed to an approaching car. It opened up, and he motioned inside. It's been a while since we talked one-on-one. You haven't taken any new orders from me since the heist on Yujo. Well, now I know you can somehow delve your mind into them, extract my secrets. I pitted a knowing gaze onto him. It was satisfying seeing him briefly stare at me with a measure of surprise. I got into the car, my arachnidine compacting just late enough that it scratched the door. Settling in, I helped myself to the champagne in the center of our seats as Skeleton took space beside me. I was going to say to help yourself, but you've clearly taken a head start. Ah, cut the shit, Mikhail, I said, drinking straight from the bottle. What the fuck is it that you want? How much do you know about Muramasa Dynasty? He got straight into business mode. Not much, Elsa told me. You're technically in a political engagement with them. I raised my eyebrow. Fiancé with the Blatterdaughter, she tells me. Ah, so you've heard of her alliance? Let me fill you in on some backstory. Skeleton raised his hand, a stream of light, forming a white-robed man, wielding a blade that was blood red from tip to hilt. And he wore a dragon mask, not black like Muramasa's elites, or red like the ones worn by the princes and princesses. It was bone white. Kensuke Muramasa, Skeleton said in a low rumble. Former Yujo assassin. He was tasked with killing key Syntech personnel in the Floridian Gulf during the 4th swarm. They happened to kill his old family due to some negligence, and so he has since defected and become a thorn in their side, similar to the R0N1N, albeit far more criminal. Is that I began, but he spoke over me. He is known as the Bladferend runs the dynasty. Or at least, that's the public story the police believe. You would never believe what actually happened, he chuckled before continuing. Those directly under him are his princes and princesses, adopted children of war and crime he's taken a liking to. Survival into adulthood is their test. Each of them is a weapon that could kill you in a heartbeat. Other than them, he has his elites, the Black Dragons. Each given a sword crafted by him personally, they carry it on them at all times. It's a show of loyalty and respect. Oh, I'd stolen one of those swords from Black Dragon long. All right, why all this information? Muramasa Dynasty is about to fall, Skeleton chuckled. It all started with Soulkiller. The Revenant was the perfect ally for them. With their aid, Muramasa devoured every crime family, other than Metal Heavens, and Los Diablos, for the reason that they couldn't be infected. After the earthquake, they reigned supreme, and now you're looking to collect their scrap when they die, I gathered. Ah, yes, but there are complications. Muramasa has since splintered from Soulkiller. I'm assuming you've heard lately there has been more than some internal strife. They purged their ranks. Any trace of Soulkiller was removed. Even one of their princes died and was framed as a suicide just a few months ago. All in preparation to join with me. Skeleton had a proud look on his face. However, I am no fool. The Blade Father does not see me as an equal. So what? You're going to have him killed. In a sense, it is more of a rebellion from his children. He chuckled. Not for you to worry about, but rather the police. I am playing both sides, but I ask you to join the police on that day as allies and kill Annabelle Grasha. I put the drink down as I heard that. Why? As you may know, her mind is twisted, unstable, powerful. I want her dead and want a new lieutenant put into place, Skeleton said with a smile. Once Morgan Omen Curel is lieutenant, you shall receive an implant that will heal your mother. What? I leaned forward, looking as he plucked out an implant from his pocket. My arm felt a tinge of connection with it. Skeleton's eyes met mine. No emotion in the thin pinpoints of light. Your father died having this implant on him. The police confiscated it. Since then, it has come into my care. You likely have some idea of where he got this silver from. My grandfather, from the storage locker. I took a deep breath, anger rising up. The implant that belonged to me and my mother. No need to be so rageful. He slid at ease into his seat. I've already tested it with her. 87% compatibility. The features air accommodation, integration, and a unique feature, Technopath. Technopath? I felt my breaths tighten. Your grandfather? He imbued it with a fragment of connection. I do not know what his own unique feature is, or are, if multiple, but I trust you understand the value of this implant. It would save my mother's life. My thoughts aligned, knowing the truth of the matter, and all I need to do is kill Annabelle Grosh. She's suffering anyway. It's a mercy kill. Skeleton put the implant back into his pocket. As for your endeavors under that new name, the Ripper, I take it, I'm not welcome to your craftsmanship. No, I said, adamant on the stance. You'll probably still find a way to get it, I bet. I shall, he confirmed with a nod. But we do not need to be enemies, Ripley. You should know that your current allies aren't honest with you. The more I learn about Missy, the less I trust her. I stilled, but what I know is you let Juliette Grage lose her sanity by giving her the all-seeing's power. I don't trust you either. Ah, that. Was it truly wrong of me? What purpose did she have otherwise? Her father hated her, and her sister was a puppet. I offered her a choice to escape that, and she took it. Skeleton smirked. It was Missy who gave her. An elongated and very painful death? Did Missy know you were alive? I felt my hands itching for that implant in his pockets. But I was also wary. This didn't feel right. She knew. Skeleton said simply. She knew I never died. Even then, she was using Diamante. Ultimately, I am not an ally with her despite her decision to not confirm my death. I see. Except I didn't. Everything was so cryptic. What'll you do if you win? If I win? I will win. Skeleton's voice darkened. I will claim this city, from its deepest underworld to the soaring citadel it could be. The Titans will come. War will be waged between corporations for the profit the Mal can bring. And I will be the quartermaster collecting coin. From gold, I will rise to platinum, to what lay beyond it. You want to be a new founder. That was easy to read. No, Ripley. Skeleton's eyes looked deep into mine. I will be the only founder. Humanity deserves a chance for ascension beyond their rule, and it shall be me. No matter the bodies I have to bury, or the ones you fucking control with your weird bullshit implant necromancy. You, soul killer. You both seek to control people with their damn implants. I let spite shoot from my tongue. You think me a tyrant, Ripley. He gazed outside the car window. But I don't impose control. I expose it. People already worship necessity. I only changed what necessity demands. In my hands, death became continuity, legacy, profit. That's all it ever takes. Even your Silver Eye. Imagine her, dead and divine, fighting you not from fear, but because this city needs her. I felt my jaw was about to break from the pressure I was squeezing with. It was you who ordered the headshot on her, wasn't it? In a sense. Yet, you both proved remarkable. Skeleton tapped his finger on his knee. My plan was foiled. That doesn't happen very often. Get used to it, I barked. Before looking outside the window, we were here outside my mega building. Ripley, take care, and give your mother the life she deserves. He patted my shoulder as the door opened. And also, tell your girlfriend I no longer require her services. I stepped out, breathing out, not sure if it was from relief or rage. That bastard. Elsa agreed in my head. Oh, he has no fucking clue that you know who I am. He thinks you are under my control or some shit. Yeah, keep it that way. But do you think... I don't know what his plans are regarding Annabelle's death. A lieutenant dying and getting replaced by someone. My guess is on Omen. Would be it would open up many opportunities to him. Her speech was shaky, but he wasn't wrong about Miramus's plans. War Watcher hired my, and I mean the dog whistler's expertise. What do you mean? Neocore is sending their first shipments out to Westcrook next month, Elsa whispered. They wanted me to find their route so they could intercept the Aerodyne. Intercept? They're stealing implants? Yeah, far as I can figure. They're doing this all while the Blade Father is ... indisposed. A theft of that scale? It would be a direct aggression against both the corporations and the city's government. Ripley, her voice took a teasing tone. 6 silver, 1 gold. You want those bugs? My breathing stilled. 6 silver implants. All unused and fresh. No prior adapters to have influenced them and corrupt their compatibility. Silver implants were rare on the black market. Unused ones even more so. And it just so happened that they were the exact tones I needed to cure my mother. This was troublesome, but it was also my best chance. One that didn't rely on Skeleton. I spoke through the comms. Tell me the plan. Chapter 200? Chapter 65. Hot and cold Ripley's notes on the development of a vaccine for Soul Killer's mutations. Project Soul Anchor. Starlight's analysis of Julie Grache. His research has proved incredible findings. For someone who never stepped an inch into professional education into the world of warp-based genetics, Juliet's notes are groundbreaking when it comes to how mutagen reacts with implants and the mind. Soul Killer's mutation. As far as I can tell, localizes in the brain and opens up the mind to warp energy in a way not too dissimilar to shard adapters. The soulless aren't just a part of Soul Killer, but instead have Anapin channel to theoretically influence anyone, regardless of whether they've ingested the soul forfeit mutation or not. That thought is terrifying, but fortunately, it is a method the Revenant likely doesn't use due to the potential backlash. Case in point, Diana's deviant mutations. She is psychic now, whether she admits it or not, capable of detecting others' emotions and channeling them into soul trigger. Or, well, channeling's the wrong word. She is a magnet and draws them in, regardless. She is fortunate the city loves her. Who knows what her powers would end up looking like if they didn't? So then, how do we stop Soul Killer's mutations? It isn't as simple as just creating a genetic barrier. Rather, I need to create a psychic barrier as well. My nanites can provide the physical buffer, but I am in desperate need of learning more about Diana's mutations if I were to make a true vaccine, even just a prototype. I think topaz and quartz could also be of use, but they're lower in priority. Every step of this is greatly improving my understanding of implants. I am closer than ever to curing my mother, but I need a silver bug to work with. Elsa says there are 6 of them up for grabs. The 28th of November, 4:58 p.m., Diana. It was a perplexing feeling when I strolled across an entire street for a walking break and realized I was the only one not wearing a winter coat. My mutations had certainly changed me. Last year, I would have been freezing. Years before that, I had needed Yvette to warm me up. Now, I was enough. But just because my strength was solitary didn't mean I wanted to be alone. I knew that now. I'd taken it upon myself to right my wrongs and develop the relationships I wanted. Or prepare, anyhow. I met with Ripley in a cafe. His appearance was always changing, sharpening from his shardware to the way he carried himself. But now, I could feel the change in his soul. A new tendency, shadow. It's funny. I kind of just realized how much I lie to myself, and boom, new tendency. He sipped some hot chocolate. It was actual cocoa beans and cost a fortune. He said he'd pay for both himself and me. Some. Only I ended up with the brighter version. I chuckled in response, drinking from my mug. Neither the warmth nor the cold did much for me, but yet I felt both hot and cold in his presence. How's the business going? Good. He chewed his words in at that. Had a few rowdy customers, but, well, figured some stuff out when I took the trash out. Snake fangs, but don't worry. Had a chat with them. They'll keep out for now. Fuck. Still can't believe you went back to that place, I muttered. All of the memories of that night were haunting. You should come and take a visit, he offered. This was the part where Sabrina would have been yelling at me to take it. I decided I would. Leaning in, I played my best smile. Will you swing me there or walk me? I actually bought a bike, been missing my old one. He pointed past the window to a fairly expensive bike that was both large, yet sleek. Thinking about branching into automotives, completely different school of shard operating, though. Well, I can tell you that urine evaporating on my car. He shot a sideways glance at the briefcase by my feet. Ah, but your suit's fine. My suit's not a part of me. I nudged it closer to him with my leg, just briefly rubbing past his jeans. I decided to keep my leg there. How's things going with Mirage? Good. Great, actually. He had a warm smile on his face, one that ached me. We had a rough patch, but now we're more honest with each other. I feel like I really know her, what she's gone through. She doesn't, well, now she doesn't look down upon me. In fact, she's lately the only one who doesn't berate every single decision I make. I'm glad you found someone you love, I answered, my smile falling slightly. By the way, he slid his chair closer, lowering his voice. Think I might be onto something to cure Anthony. My heart completely stopped, my hands instinctively reaching for his hands. How? You? His sharp digit poked my palm. You recovered from brain damage? And well, sure, I helped. But the fact is, your innate healing is strong enough to fuck off from life's biological limitations on what it can and can't repair? So, you want to transfer my healing to him? Was that even possible? Or safe? Look, you have the power to absorb any mutagen, Fro-Magnon. It's like your entire body is abnegative blood. Doesn't matter who it is. You're compatible with their genetic information to absorb it. As long as they're mutants or espers, I'm thinking I can reverse that. So your mutations can be used on others. a cure or a healing balm. It might also be the last step needed to manufacture the anti-soul killer cure properly. Soul anchors, that's what I'm calling them now. He had all of my attention, any progress. It's tough work. Anytime I'm not home or at work as any of myselves, I do run it in the background with Starlight. It's just, well, the cure was based on nanites anyway. That's what I figured out. And it was only possible because Annabelle and Juliet have shared genetics. Juliet basically extended some of her bug-based immunity to the mutagen and used it to sever Annabelle's connection to Soul Killer. He sent a complicated list of machinery and biochemical formulas over to me. But Tweakled replicate that. You and me. My eyes absorbed every detail of his face. My mutagen and your nanites could form a cure based on Juliet's prototype. You extend a severing to the nexus from your bug-based immunity, and my powers can neutralize them. Exactly. His mouth blew into a proud smile. I grabbed his hand, tugging him off his chair. Your lab, now? Now. He didn't resist as I pulled him. I could feel a depth to his entire being now from his shadow tendency, like he had an unknowable knife hiding within, and it excited me. I wanted to see everything we could uncover together. Now, Ripley, just get me there. He threw an extra iron shard on the table as a tip and settled onto the bike as he revved it up before turning to me. You'll be cold because of the wind. Wear my jacket. I've got my shardware settings on defrost anyway. Oh, and this helmet. He pulled up a Dreadwire-themed helmet and patted it onto my head. You made a helmet for yourself. As for the jacket, I didn't tell him that it wasn't needed, oversized. It still fit me perfectly. Oh, bootleg Dreadwire merch is popping up everywhere. Turns out I'm very marketable. Sort of stealing your thunder, get it? He turned a shit-eating grin at me for the lame joke. I grabbed his shoulders and squeezed as I settled onto the bike behind him, the metal threatening to dent as I whispered down his back. Real wise of you. Now drive. Yup, just hold on tight. He said it with a warning tone as we began to move. Oh, fuck, no. We began to break every traffic law in the city. In the blurring street cameras and under the helmet, I turned myself into Lillian Rose. Better not be found like this. I held on tight and felt the coolness of his metal against the heat of the bike. It was nice. You'd expect the shadow tendency to be scary. Instead, it felt like a shade from when things got overwhelming. And that was sort of Ripley made me feel, even if everything was going wrong. He had a way of pulling through it with that confident smile and self-sabotaging brain of his. Besides, he smelt nice, like old metal and oil aging like wine. The Toxin Club had been completely transformed. It was now retrofit operators and housed several mechanics above ground who ran civilian services, mostly repairing old shardware and maintaining it. He even had a secretary. How did he set this up so quickly? Was Mirage that good at organizing stuff? Technically, he whispered. We run under a Syntech branch of a branch. All these people here are in on the scheme. Former Metal Heavens workers, or scrappers who've taken a turn from the streets. I'm just glad I don't do the accounting. Who runs the books? A mix of Starlight and Mirage. The two have put some differences aside, he said nervously. Aunt's Twilight is back. Mirage said she'll help out too, that she would actually be better at getting customers for me. What's your clientele? I followed him down, deeper into the labyrinthine halls where his old workshop used to be. Except now, everything in the lower floor was crammed with machinery and tools. I saw a spool of live wire being threaded up by a fabricator, bags of blackened blood, and a few skeletal frames of what looked to be various Arachne models. I also saw Dreadwire. He waved and came up to hug me, much to my confusion, before a chirpy female voice came out. Oh, hi, Diana. I didn't know you were coming. Oh, hi, Starlight. I patted Dreadwire back, a drone I assumed. Oh, don't worry. This model lacks almost any form of weaponry, mostly shard operating stuff. To emphasize her point, she unveiled her arm to showcase a variety of scalpels and needles. That might be more terrifying than traditional weaponry. Diana's here to provide some biological material. Ripley pointed me to an operating chair. Now, I do have some questions for you. How often do you want to do this? Not very, I said honestly. He nodded along. Do you have an issue with me taking a sample from an organ, like your heart or intestine? Yes, very, I said more urgently. Okay, so no liver, he muttered to himself. Bone marrow stem cells? Is that fine? I was hesitant to let a needle in through my bone. Sure. Perfect. He clapped his hands, sliding goggles on his face, as his hair turned white and skin shrank into a black cloth. Now, don't worry, dear. I'll make it as painless as possible. Beauty you don't make that easy. Why, your body is a marvel. The things I would do to have an endless supply of it. My cheeks turned red, and Starlight face-palmed in her dreadwire drone. You deserve high praise, dearest Silver Eye. Ripley slid closer, strapping restraints onto my hand. Not any flesh pleases me. Can you stop that? You're weirding me out. That wasn't a half of what I was feeling. But when his arachne limbs slid out and prodded my shirt above so my midriff was exposed, I got goosebumps feeling their sharp ends trail across my skin. My face heated up as I grabbed the arachnidine limb. I thought you weren't dealing with internal organs. Apologies. I should have clarified. He put a steady hand on my waist, the chair turning me around to my side as he palpated around my back, pressing into my hip bone. Bone marrow biopsies are done from your posterior iliac crest, located right here. He put his hand dangerously close to my ass. Starlight laughed nervously. He means part of your hip that your spine is connected to. I am regretting this already, I breathed. Can I at least get some anesthesia? That would require extremely long testing to know what your mutated physiology wouldn't immediately counter. Don't worry, I am providing some xylocaine, he added cheerfully, a needle putting a sharp pain into my back. Then it lessened. Then it pained as normal. He hummed. You cleared that up quick. I'd love to experiment with your metabolism. Ripley, is this a good idea? E was no tready to get a needle injected right above my ass. Unless you want me to remove an actual bone from you, it is. And by the way, it's the Ripper, he said before I felt one of his arachnidine limbs press a sharp thing into my back. Starlight raised a hand of caution. Mr. the Ripper, maybe you should take off the goggles, I think. She would be calmer if my dad was working on her. Sighing, I heard elastics snap off, and a voice that was a little more grounded came into play. Yeah, probably. Sorry for putting you in this position. It is fine. I could have broken out of this in a second. I growled, casting my sight at him with a silver spark before my voice mellowed down. I was letting you do this. For science. Right, he sighed. Let me calm you down. I only need a small sample, then we'll be done. I'll treat you to something afterwards. I felt his energy trickle into my spine. It was a nice feeling, as though threads of unknowing tension were being unraveled from my spine with a bare touch. It did calm me down. The feeling was almost addictive, as though the electrical thrumming under his metal was like vibrating massage. Tension eased as I breathed out with relief. Oh, I didn't you could massage me with a toe. Then an arachne limb struck and drilled into my back. Ripley found a cold beer can and tossed it to me. I placed it against my sore back. It healed remarkably quickly, but losing bone marrow was an uncomfortable feeling. The thick red paste was dissolved in a beaker, and Ripley tazered it with his arachnidine. Remarkably, it grew more crimson. Oh, that is fascinating. Your bone marrow is compatible with my warp energy, and I can stimulate cell proliferation through electrical impulses. It's happening really quickly. I'll be able to mass-produce allotophurdianium and trace amounts of mutagen from it. He stared at the beaker in awe, placing it inside a fridge. I scowled. I want my fucking treat! Ripley thought to himself, As it happens, actually, my mother, Mirage, and I are all having dinner at my place later. Want to join? Isn't that kind of private? I didn't directly meet his gaze. Feeling his hands on my back like that was, I tried not to think about it. You act like I don't have biological samples of you in my fridge, he chuckled. Besides, my mom has been asking about you. Might as well do me a favor and give her your autograph. She's a pretty big fan of yours. It's her birthday. You wouldn't deny her that, would you? Sighing, I nodded, not willing to reveal any hint of eagerness at the invitation. He turned from me to Starlight. Can you check on Diana's suit while we pick Mirage up? We'll see you at dinner. Oh, you'll be seeing me all inside your heads. Starlight raised a thumbs up with sharp claws. I could not get used to seeing Dreadwire so cheerful. All right, sure. This day had taken a weird turn, but it wasn't like it could get any weirder, right? Dinner with Ripley, his girlfriend, his AI daughter, and his mother. Chapter 201. Chapter 66. Dinner the 28th of November, Diana Whelp. This was awkward. Ripley parked his bike at Mirage's while we took a taxi back to his place, and they weren't quiet. What is she doing here? What? She's a friend. She's a coworker. This is your mom's birthday dinner. My mom's been wanting to meet Diana for a while. It's sort of like a birthday gift. Uh-huh. Like we didn't get one for her already. That can count as a birthday gift from you. I feel like that would only make her reject it. I put some music on, the auto taxi humming away as a few songs played to drown out the drama in the back. In the end, Ripley and Mirage huddled together and laughed while I stared aimlessly at the passing snowfall. They glimmered like neon stars under the city's lighting. As we got to Ripley's apartment, the cramped room was a bustle of drones moving around. Starlight got here before us, it seemed. His mother supported herself on a cane, her face paler than the last time I saw her and more wrinkled. She looked like she'd aged years in just a few months. But despite that, she carried herself with strength towards us. She hugged Ripley, patted Mirage, or Elsa on her shoulder, then hugged me tightly. I couldn't meet Elsa's uncomfortable violet gaze at the action. Ripley was already arguing with his mom for her to settle down. It was her birthday after all, but she insisted she cooked. Hey, you'll be able to cook all you want in a few months. A smile drew upon him, even prepared for that. He reached into a backpack, pulling a set of brand new kitchen knives that had a rich marbling on them. His mother seemed to recognize them. This is what we had in our old house? Ripley, how did you afford? Oh, it's okay. Diana knows about Dreadwire. He nudged his gaze towards me, helping me gain proper police permission for some of my actions. Oh, is she? His mother swayed slightly. Ripley helped her with his arm to settle her onto a couch as she turned to me. Thank you, Diana. My idiot son needs someone like you to keep an eye out on him. God knows I hadn't removed all the stupidity from him when I cut his umbilical cord. Hey, he smirked back, wagging a finger. Your stupid son's about to cook the best steak of your life. So now, ladies, leave it to head chef and his little assistant AI sous chef. Starlight proudly fluttered her drones. Any specific requests? Well done, Mirage whispered, looking a little uncomfortable. Medium, his mother said, to which I agreed. Same! I settled down next to his mother, watching as Ripley and Starlight got to cooking with an assembly line's efficiency. Ingredients flowed between them in clockwork, slicing and dicing to prepare all sorts of foodstuff. Ripley's mother cupped her hand in mine, her single eye slightly dazed. I've seen you on the net shows. You've become quite the figure since we last met. Ah, it's certainly a change from what I'm used to. I sheepishly rubbed my hair off my eyes. How have you been, Miss Donovic? Just call me Mama Don. She smiled. Certainly taken a fair few changes myself. Boy's been busy and leaving me all down here by myself. But Starlight's a joy to be around, when he's not hogging her for himself. Hey, it's not easy being an AI with no workers' rights. Starlight complained, lifting a knife up to Ripley. He calmly disarmed her with an arachne limb. Elsa sighed, trying to insert her mind into the conversation. Self-thinking artificial intelligences are quite the handful, I would know. I never thought I'd meet one, much less be grandmother to one. Mama Dawn. That felt weird to think. Miss Donovic turned to Starlight with a proud gaze. She reminds me of him, but smarter. You heard that? Dad. Starlight chuckled, much to Ripley's annoyance as he began searing steaks. Yeah, I laughed. Starlight's got all of Ripley's smarts and none of the baggage. Elsa grumbled something to herself before leaning in. Oh, by the way, I also have a birthday gift for you, Mama Dawn. It's Miss Donovic for you. His mother's eye turned sharply to Elsa. But, yes, dear, what is it? Remember the Toxin Club, Elsa said, her eyes not meeting Miss Donovic's clearly. We bought it. The silence between them was palpable as Miss Donovic's breath grew so still. I wasn't even sure another would come out until she shuddered. You bought that place? It's now a shard operating clinic called Retrofit Operators. We were hoping you could be its head operator. I'll figure out a way to get you a proper permit. Elsa replied, moving her hand over to Ripley's mother, who held it tight as she could. Oh, unwept tears flooded Miss Donovic's eyes. I, never thought I would operate again. Ripley shouted from above his shoulder. You'll be working on all the corporate scum you want in no time. Number. I wouldn't want to operate for corporate needs. She shook her head. I'd take a shard from your scrap, Diana. I'd like to rehabilitate those who are unfortunate. I spent too long operating on those who had no choice but to be used as weapons or tools. Even if it wouldn't make a profit, I feel a need to correct the mistakes I've made. I smiled easily at that. I could see where Ripley got his caring side from. I'll check if I can putretrofido Purderson the Silver Heart Foundation's list. She smiled weakly, nodding. Soon, steaks were served and... Holy fuck! I whispered. This shit's fucking good, you two. It is Ripley. Elsa nodded. I taught them everything they know. I'm glad some stuff is being passed on from my end. His mother pinched his cheek, pride in her eye. Ripley and Starlight both had the same laugh. It was nice having company like this. I'd had a dinner of my own recently, but being at such a small and intimate place like this was fulfilling. Oh, by the way, I spoke up, turning to his mother. I'm sorry, but I didn't get anything for Yo. Oh, hush, dear. She put her hand on mine. Everything you do for him is more than enough. I'll keep my silver eyes out on him. I looked at him directly. He just shrugged as Elsa dragged him deeper into her hold. As we finished eating and chatting, mostly about my life as Silver Eye, Starlight beamed up. Oh, let me take a picture of this. One of the drones picked up, while another moved onto Miss Donovic's head projected an image. She laughed, and I leaned in to smile, as did Elsa and Ripley. The picture was cute, as I got a holographic copy of it. Miss Donovic was in the center with me and Ripley by her sides, while Elsa was only half in frame. Ripley's mother clicked her tongue. Oh, we'll have to retake this. She turned over to Ripley, her face a little sleepy. Oh, and we forgot to call your father in for it. Where is he? I stayed silent, so did everyone else. It was only Ripley, who moved firmly to place his hand on her shoulder with a steady smile. He's working late, Mom. You know that. Probably out drinking with Celine's father. She sighed, her breathing a little off as she paled. I keep telling him that. She closed her eyes, her head lolling to one side, before she shook herself back into a confused stupor. What was I saying? Ripley moved quickly, supporting his mother by her arm and helping her move to the couch. You're just a little tired. How about you rest for a bit? Talk to Starlight. Okay, I think I'll drop Elsa and Diana down, then come back. Don't take too long, his mother nodded, but the motion seemed to take too much effort as she dropped her head to rest on his cheek. You always take so long to come back home. Is Sean still too much trouble for you? He always is. Ripley turned to Starlight, a sad look on his expression as the drones moved to a cupboard where they began to prepare some medication. Ripley got his mother settled in and gave her medication before she closed her eyes to sleep. Starlight told us she'd handle it and opened the door up. As I followed him outside, I felt fearful to ask him, but I did. How long? She's been having episodes like that for a few days now. He kicked some trash aside, a blank calmness in his eyes. It's Worrying, her brain is now being affected. Elsa tightened her hand within his. We'll get through it, Ripley. I'm here to help too. I put my hand on his shoulder, sending just a trickle of my light into him. It didn't even breach an inch into the darkness drenching his soul. He helped us upstairs to the exit, silent throughout until it opened the doors to the surface. Thanks for coming, Diana. I'm grateful you made my mom's birthday just a little better. Of course, anytime. As he called a taxi for both me and his girlfriend, I fought back my desire to try and shine some more light into him. In a way, it felt like a false relief. By the way, he began, Snake Fangs shot you, Skeleton ordered it. Snake Fangs. I blinked. I figured Skeleton was behind it, but that guy whose frame you burnt back at the club, Brim's never been that good of a shot, though. There was an edge in his voice. Skeleton's given them a serious overhaul, but they won't be doing anything like that ever again. I made sure of it. Ripley, everything okay with you? My fingers twitched towards him. He's fine, Elsa said, a bite in her voice. I'm more than fine, he chuckled, pulling his hand away to wrap around Elsa's waist instead. I'm exactly what I need to be right now. Elsa nodded, squeezing him tighter. Ripley released a tight breath before his voice sputtered out in surprise. Oh, speak of the fucking devil! I turned my gaze to where he was looking. A large man was walking with a gift box. He stopped as his gaze struck mine, a deep anger resonating in me. I recognized him from Ripley's memories, Ho-Chin, the Snake Fangs leader's nephew, and Ripley's best friend from back when he was with them. Ripley, Ho-Chin began as he clenched his jaw in my direction. What the fuck is she doing here? That's none of your business. Ripley's voice slid out like a hidden dagger. What are you doing here? We always spend your mom's birthday celeb. Not anymore. Ripley moved closer to him, even shorter than Ho-Chin and half the width. I was fearful for Ho-Chin. Actually, I've got some stuff to talk to you about. My auto taxi came, sliding in as the door opened. Ripley's gaze, like a fierce, rusted knife, nodded at me to take it. Hesitantly, I left. Ripley, Elsa. I turned to her, my voice resolved. Head back to my mother? I want some privacy. She left ahead of me as my gaze honed in on Ho-Chin, my dearest of amigos. Come with me. I know just the place to talk. I walked ahead, his lumbering steps nervous, perhaps hopeful or trusting. And that was his mistake. He was a fool coming back here. As soon as we got to the elevator, I didn't bother clicking. Its buttons. I placed my hands on the doors and wrenched them open. Ho-Chin lurched back, but I wasn't going to let him retreat. My hand reached for his shirt, and I pulled him down the shaft with me. He screamed like a child before my arachnidine burst its 4 limbs to cling to the 4 walls around us. Gasping, he clawed for my arm even as he dropped the gift down below. We wouldn't hear its impact for more than a few seconds. What the fuck, Ripley? He tried to pull himself up with my arm, but a blade from my arachne kept his throat from moving any higher. Why are you doing this? I thought my previous warning was enough. My voice hissed at him. Snake Fangsair not welcome near me or my mother. Shit, if this is about John coming to your place. I tried to tell him, Ho-Chin yelled. What did you tell them? My arachnidine blade slipped closer. Ho-Chin gulped. Fuck. Brim saw you unmasked. He went to my uncle directly and he asked me about it. My uncle can feel my blood flow. He would have known if I was lying. I said I thought it might be the case, so he had John and the others check our club out. Skeleton talked us out of doing anything. Had this weird soldier fuck my uncle up? It's not a club anymore. I dragged him up easily. And it's not yours. It's mine now. Fuck, man. Cut us some slack. I'm your friend, amigo, no, Ho-Chin. Now, I could say whatever the fuck I wanted. Friends don't lie and trick one another. You gave me that fucking matrix. Maybe should even be thanking you for it, but I won't. The personality matrix ruined my mother's life. She never wanted to turn people into mindless dolls for pleasure. But you saw my weakness. I let go. Now you see my strength. He fell for a good while, screaming before the live wire from my claws that dug through his hand went taut, the only lifeline to his survival. There are 20 floors between you and a pile of bones and blood, and these wires determine that fate. Ho-Chin's fearful gasping turned into a scream as he hung from a single cord of gold. You crazy motherfucker. I was just as stupid as you were. What the fuck? What the hell happened? Did that gold get into your head? As a matter of fact, I laughed, itis in my head. You bitch. You know that's not what I mean. He ground his teeth. Damn it, Ripley. Are you forgetting I helped you out with Celine, with getting her protected? You were a fucking mess before I was your friend. You made her into a glorified stripper, I coldly said. Don't act like your eyes weren't on her from the start. Shit, I would never do that to you. He tried to drag himself up, his flesh hand reaching for the golden wire. I sent a pulse of electricity into it. Ah, fuck. Why? I loved you, man. Why on earth are you so much of a bitch now? Why? I slowly reeled the live wire up, because they got to see my mom be turned into a husk of who she used to be once your uncle saw her worth. I have to see her slowly die as your family tossed her aside. The second she was no longer of use, you all turned to me, strapped me into your basement, and promised me that tone dye would be an adapter. Unin day, I would be a proper member of the family. Some fucking family you were. Sean threw Lucille into the mal to feed it. He ever tell you that? I wasn't going to be next. In fact, your lucky skeleton was there to stop me a few days ago. I would have massacred everyone you included. Real scary, Dreadwire, he said, but his eyes betrayed his truth. The reflection of my blade in them only got larger as he slowly reeled upwards. We're not gonna come after you. Sean's keeping his mouth quiet. Skeleton fucking ripped his dick off. Dicks? I chuckled. Yeah, whatever. Ho-Chin gulped. I came here to be a fucking friend. Oh, really? I wrapped my hand against his throat now that he was close. It's funny because ever since I stopped being so pathetic that I considered you a friend, I've been happy. In fact, one day, I think I might pay Sean a visit and properly introduce him to Dreadwire. That would make me ecstatic. I reeled him up to me. He gagged in my grip. My arachnidine pulled another elevator door apart as I threw him outside into it. Feeling solid ground, he ragged on gasps of relief. Come near me, my mom, or my clinic ever again. My mask slid on. Dreadwire, and I'll finish the job that Mal started. I slammed the elevator doors on his face. Chapter 202. Chapter 67. Thundering Omens transcript from viral video of various statements gathered from the public by Denise Common from Journalistic Netcast, The Common Tongue, regarding Diana Silvery, Ulrich, posted on Hotgram and analyzed by Syntech Counterintelligence. DC Silvereye. That name was just put in our news feeds one day when Brian Ulrich made a surprising announcement at Westbrook's September police conference. No one knew who Diana Ulrich would become, stopping Mal's in broad daylight and spearheading a charity foundation. But you are not here to hear it from me. Let's see what the common tongue of the people has to say after her first 3 months in action. A good lady. Never saw a Mal in my life until footage from that day. She is someone who leads by action and not words. I can respect that. Silvereye, I think she is a good one. Interviewee identified as Eric Henry, male, age 29, construction worker at the docks, iron bug adapter, tier I, status, trustworthy. You kidding? Like I am totally her biggest fan now. Sexy, strong, empowering. Talk about a girl boss getting shit done. Silvereye, if you are watching this, I love you. Interviewee identified as Lauren Mokovich, female, age 21. Undergraduate student of Netscape Studies at NCU Silver Sim Adapter. Tier I. Status, trustworthy. Hey, mind not getting in my face? Look, that bitch is just all talk and boohoo. She has power. Well, obviously she has power. She has a gold implant. You want to see someone who is actually making a difference and giving shit to the people who deserve it. That is Dreadwire. when Silver Eye gives shit to Syntech or Yujo instead of following their orders, then she'll have my respect. Interviewee identified as Alice Wilbur, female, age 15, orphan, currently employed by a pleasure den affiliated with Mr. Skeleton, Iron Bug, Adapter, Tier 0, status, potentially hostile. Oh, Silver Eye? I have a feeling she hasn't shown her true colors yet. Once she is really in trouble, pushed to her limits, then we'll know who Diana Ulrich is. Interviewee identified as May, female, age 27, current heir to Muramasa dynasty, as the Blada daughter, fiancée to Mr. Skeleton, Gold Shard Adapter, Tier 3rd. Status, hostile, and designated to be neutralized. The 12th of December, 5:44 p.m. Diana, did you get the same message today? Sabrina sighed, flicking an annoyed gaze to Belle and I. About donating to the cradles? Belle looked bored as he read the files I sent. Yeah. What are you thinking, Diana? You all know what I'm thinking. I didn't hide my anger as the message sat in my box. Donate your genetic information to a cradle now. I signed up, Belle sighed. Had me secrete my fluid into a test tube. And now you've got a potential bastard in the wilds. I didn't hide my heir from him. Just don't treat them the same way I was. Either ignore them, or take responsibility the moment you can. Hey! He turned to me with an honest look. I get it's an uncomfortable topic, but cradles, they saved humanity. Pumping out millions of genetically healthy children a year when damn nukes scrambled our DNA in the collapse. The only reason why we don't have 3 eyeballs. Besides, Me and Kim talked about it. We ain't ready for a kid with a swarm coming. Maybe once it's over, we'll contact the cradle to make one using our genetic info. Sabrina sighed. I did too. Just more since I plan on getting to Tier I-4th during the swarm. Tier I-4th. It seemed so far away. Every gap in the tiers bore a larger difference of strength than the one before it. Some came with costs, due to all the genetic modifications we'd gone through. At Tier the 2nd, I was utterly incapable of having a child now, without specific treatment to prepare my body for it. It would dampen my mutations to keep the kids safe. Not that I wanted one. Not now. Tier, I were more or less still capable of having them. Tier the 3rd was even more complicated. Whereas, Tier 4th, you weren't human anymore. No longer a part of the human species. They were known collectively as Shomo ascendants. It was impossible to have a child unless you froze samples of your eggs or sperm prior to getting there. The cradles had rebuilt humanity. Almost every single human born today came from one that was activated post-swarm. Maybe only nomads weren't. But I hadn't come from a cradle mass producing a workforce. I was a luxury child, a product, and that was what irked me. My father wanted to cast me in an advertisement promoting others to donate their genes to the cradles, to give them the false hope that their child would be like me. Such was the burden of my birth and my parentage. My father had a huge stake in the cradle companies. My presence was going to raise the price of his shares, just like any other. At the very least, I'd try to raise more money for my foundation. It was going well, thanks to Starlight's research and a few promising volunteers. By the start of next year, I could begin properly funding many organizations to aid those less fortunate. If I could help even a person off the streets, it would be worth it. For now, we were busy as members of ASK. Together with Skeleton's information, we'd identified several Nexi among the criminal gangs. It was startling just how many people were under Soul Killer's control. Particularly, Los Diablos had been hit hard, and reports were coming through of a fracturing of their leadership. A silver nexus could manipulate almost 50 individuals, and a gold could control as many other silver nexi. According to Skeleton, there were approximately 5 gold nexi within Westbrook, each hidden and secure. But Dryder was now in with Crimson Souls. He was also trapped working with them for now. According to what he told me, Crimson Souls were indeed anti-Soul Killer, and the Crimson Heart was surprisingly friendly and scary. She was an Esper unlike any other in the district, capable of completely altering what your mind could see. The Crimson Queen, on the other hand, he said, was fiercely protective of her. Today, I had the unwelcome job of informing Staff Sergeant Morgan Omen Curl of what exactly Ask was. Brian Ulrich loved making me uncomfortable. His office door opened without me knocking, and I saw him with his 4 metallic arms folded behind his back as he looked far and beyond into the city skyline. "Sit, Ulrich!" "Yup," I said tiredly. "I'm here to inform you that I've received orders from the top, from the captain, Ishram Krishov, the Leviathan. He wears a heavy crown atop his head. The only captain still in Westbrook as the others prepare in stations among the siege capitals." Omen turned his eyes over to me, the steel baldness of his reflecting the evening light perfectly into my eyes. "Has he also informed you of Muramasa?" "Muramasa?" "They're quiet." Omen sat down on his chair, facing me with his soul-piercing gaze. "Unnaturally quiet. They have stowed their blades away and are hiding in the shadows." "Oh, great," I sighed. "I've come to tell you about my duties related to Soul Killer." His bald eyebrows raised. "From the captain himself? From him, my dad, and the rest of their club, skeleton included?" I let my silver eyes burrow into him. "Yes, we are working with Skeleton. His information is second only to the dog whistler, she is proving. Less of use now." Omen sighed, his face unreadable. "They're at war, and Skeleton has provided us with the means of combating them, hasn't he?" I told him everything, from Crimson Souls to the vaccine, to even Dreadwire being an accomplice. There was no hiding that. As the discussion grew on, it began to rain outside. The city's climate projectors were in overdrive to fight off the frigid Pacific winds. Thunder boomed as he digested my words. "I see, and I expect you've come to me for more aid to your cause. I have little reason to reject it now that a means of protection of Soul Killer is possible." Moira said she was almost done. Another week, and we'd have the first batch ready. Ripley's would take a little longer. I stirred in thought for a while. As for Annabelle, what should we do about her? It's clear that some form of Soul Killer still controls her from time to time, even if it's not in the Hivamind. "Annabelle." Omen closed his eyes. "I will be taking over her station." "What?" I coughed. "Annabelle was our means to communicate and maintain a relationship with Soul Killer as soon as she understands we are working against them. Her mind will sabotage both herself and the police. We will have her become a martyr." He said it so simply, I couldn't believe it. "A martyr?" I said with a hiss. "Her father brought peace to this district. She was a momentary method to extend his grace even after his passing. Once Soul Killer is properly excised, and Skeleton takes control of the greater body of the underworld, peace, even if false, can be achieved." My ears rang with the reasoning behind it. "You're going to send her to die? Who is going to do it?" "That I do not know," Omen sighed. "All I ask is that you let it happen." I can't," first Jacob, then Anthony. "I wasn't letting a third Grash fall on my watch. For the betterment of this district, you have to." Omen didn't look happy about this either. "I respect Annabelle, even if her mind is not hers. It is brilliant. She deserved better, but the risk is too grave to remain unchecked." "Then let me cure her," I screamed, "and risk having her mind fracture even further. Much as it dismays me, Soul Killer is the only thing keeping her from breaking under the pressure of the truth." He had gentle eyes when talking about her. "She would still wield immense power. Her mutation is not to be trifled with. This would save her legacy. Euthanize it. Euthanize? It's murder." The thunder from outside was now drenching my bones, a fire igniting. "It's a bid to gain control. The last thing I seek is control." "That is a heavy burden, especially for this district," he sighed. "You might be surprised, but not everyone craves your power. I dread it, for when one person has power, others seek to take it from them. Silver is the final step before you cross that threshold. Yet even I feel the eyes upon my station." "And yet, with that promotion, you'll get to gold as soon as Neocore's shipment arrives," I hissed. He smirked, remarkably. How the hell could he smirk at a time like this? "Did you know it's arriving today?" "It is?" I blinked. That was quick. Neocore can work quickly when they want to. But let me show you why I fear possessing power. Screens flicked all around us, and I drew my breath in tight as I saw and ID'd police all throughout different locations in the precinct. All murdered in the last 10 minutes. Snipers, bombs, and ambushes. While you were talking to me, I assigned the rest of your squad to investigate. He then changed to a different screen. I saw multiple men and women in long flowing robes and wearing black dragon masks. And the most odd were a group of violet-robed people with red dragon masks commanding them. One was a huge, hulking mass of steel in a robe of tattered black. They swung their staff, and it broke through a concrete wall like it was made of sand. Another shifted appearances to resemble a police officer, spreading misinformation, before flesh and alloy revealed an inhuman, doll-like body that stabbed into a confused officer's neck. Then I saw screens of blue flame. A woman whose body combusted with it in a cycle of burning and healing. Those are the Royals of Muramasa? Is this live? I said, seconds before one of the views blacked out when shadowy threads shot at the officer transmitting the visuals. What the fuck is Muramasa doing? Something we can't stop. Omen changed to a different screen. It was a camera view of a fearsome black-armored woman with white blades sprouting from every corner of her body. Her mask was red and white. That is the Blattadaughter. She stood on the ledge of a tall building and then stepped past it into a freefall. The view switched again, this time of an Aerodyne watching the scene as the falling woman landed on something in the air, quickly being whisked away by it. Switching views again, she was floating yet traveling insanely quick on something and struck down. Her claws, long as machetes, caused the air to ripple with light as a compact yet metallic vehicle appeared underneath her feet. The shit? I wasn't sure what I was seeing. Was that the Neocore shipment? It changed direction suddenly, swerving past buildings. Omen gnashed his teeth. Right now, I am combating the dog whistler as she continuously tears down our digital defenses. I am struggling to contact anyone to stop Muramasa. She's taken control over the Neocore Aerodyne now. At least now I know she's titanium. Screens blinked all around me, dozens. Maybe even close to 100 police members being shot down or cut to pieces as Muramasa massacred Us in different parts of the district. I looked at my briefcase, my suit. Where the fuck should I go? Stay here. You don't have enough time to wear it. Be ready. Omen turned to the window behind us as I recognized now where the Aerodyne was going. In a blink, a black vehicle streaked past the window. In a blink, the window was shattered as a gold shard adapter broke through and white claws reached for Omen. Two of his arms severed at once with a clean swipe, blood flashing from his chest as he staggered back. The attacker was tall, her body cast in a suit of black steel that was sharp no matter where you looked at her. Her white hair spilled from behind her mask as she took a curious glance at me before charging at Omen. Dust and debris spilled into the air as every movement of hers cut apart the room we were standing in, yet I felt her gold and matched it in weight. Electricity stormed into my body as I used energetic Relicito, manifest, an explosion of electrical energy through my hands. It intercepted her rush and slammed her into a wall, but not before blades shot out from her forearm and one impaled Morgan in the chest. He yanked it out. But then that blade ripped free and twirled in the air to take out the last two of four arms. I shot at the sharp steel with my gun just in time, sparking electricity to pull it away. But 6 other floating blades launched towards me in a rush of whistling wind, my body charged with the lightning tendency. A web of blue sparks latching onto them as I deflected and threw them aside. But each time, they redirected, flowing closer like a spiraling storm of blades. The Blattadaughter met my gaze behind her veil. Unlike every other Muramasa dragon mask, it was red and white. I couldn't blink before she vanished, only knowing a deep pain in my stomach as her claws dug through me. Blood coughed out, her voice slithering into my ears. "I'll be waiting for you, Ulrich." Yanking the claws out, she kicked me with her leg, and I felt a terrible pain spill from my ankle as I fell down. Through the tears of pain, all I saw was a bloody stump where my foot should have been. With weakened breath and a trembling storm of dread, I watched as she strode over to the injured Morgan. A bone-white blade ejected from the scabbard on her side before she plunged it down. Morgan's body moved by itself. The carpet he'd laid on had slid away. Bladadaughter clicked her tongue. "You're here, sister." "I am." The blades that had once been attacking me now stormed towards Bladadaughter, a green glow infecting them. And it wasn't just the blades. Random objects around the room flew up with that same glow and converged upon her. With a fluid streak of her katana, everything split apart around the Bladadaughter as mere ashes, before a green hand materialized in the air and touched her. The Bladadaughter grunted before it turned into a laugh. "Oh, at least have the decency to meet me in person." Green chains, or paintings of chains, spread across her armor, and Morgan stood up as she briefly struggled to move amidst the strange green bondage. His head transformed into a thick set of coils and barrels. The Bladadaughter broke free at the last second and slashed at something in the air before a violent flash of lightning exploded upon her and scored her armor with molten red lines. She hissed, not fazed in the slightest, and charged back at him. My arm outstretched, I seized that lightning within her to grab her momentum and fling it the opposite direction. My warp energy pained as it moved as quick as electricity. Unlike the slow burn of fire, I dwindled myself down to mere sparks in a single action, as I telekinetically commanded her to be thrown back outside the window. My hand felt sore, my entire brain did, like I'd fried my nerves. All I saw was the door opening as a young woman with dark green hair and eyes grabbed my face and opened my eyes. She snatched my severed foot and painfully stuck it back to the stump before lifting a gun up, and shot that wound with a pulse of electricity. It was a jolt of power and pain alike. I screamed as flesh and blood knitted itself back together. Groaning, the strange woman merely touched me and I was lifted into the air, tossed right onto one half of a bisected couch. Then she turned to the staff sergeant, not saying a word until he did with a groan. "Special investigator. I asked you to be here 5 minutes ago." "I was," came her reply, her voice harsh but simple. My physical body was preoccupied. "Who the fuck is that?" I wheezed, feeling the holes in my intestines clog up. "Your newest member of ASK. Omen said that more is an order to her than a declaration to me. Special Investigator Kim Leung." Kim Leung. I turned my gaze to the tall, intimidating woman. Her eyes were a green as deep as moss. "Oh, fuck. You're who Bella's dating?" Kim shot me a silencing look, and as I felt the contours of her soul, I jerked back. Her soul was everywhere in the room. Chapter 203, Chapter 68. Retaliation. Diana still healing from the attack. I breathed slowly as more people filtered into the room, both physically and in holographic projections, from what tech wasn't ruined by the Bladadaughter's attack. Corporals and sergeants from every sect of the 1st Precinct, Lieutenant Annabelle Grosh, and even a rare show from the captain himself. Ishram Krishov had a grave look on his face as assessments from the attack came in. 76 police personnel dead, one voice said. Another grunted. "Only 8 of Muramasa, all grunts. They shattered our comms." "The dog whistler did," said Morgan. Medics working to seal the impaling he had taken. "She's gone from neutral to antagonistic." Then another voice came in. I dreaded him more than any other. One screen was larger than the rest. It held a bronze-skinned man who looked like he didn't have the time for this. Neocore Inquisitor Tusk. Once, his hands tried to crush my skull for my implant. This woman, she just now claimed stake over several hundred iron implants, nearly 100 bronze, 12 silvers, and 2 gold. That is your priority. Muramasa has always been brazen. Lieutenant Annabelle. Grasha looked visibly disturbed on her screen. But they've never dared to attack a corporation like this before. What are they planning? A significant foothold over the swarm? One sergeant hushed. Or worse, this demands retaliation. The lieutenant decided. Muramasa dynasty. Why cannot let them distribute those implants into the criminal sphere? It would tip the balance, and the sooner we counterattack, the better. I'm in agreement. Omen hissed from pain. They won't risk that shipment being taken to Little Requiem. The entire city now has a windfall up for taking. We must retrieve it. The captain finally spoke, determination heavy in his voice. I will lead this operation on the field. We will have 3 tasks. First, the retrieval of the implants. Second, the imprisonment or death of Muramasa leadership. Third, their disbandment. No other criminal organization must be allowed to think they can get away with this. We cannot fight only for the sake of retrieval. We will be fighting to eliminate Muramasa as a whole. Lieutenant Grosh, you will be my second in command on the field. CO Staff Sergeant Curl will take reconnaissance and act remotely. Everyone else, your duties will be assigned shortly. The screens vanished, leaving only the lieutenant and Captain Khrushchev. Even those who were in person left, and I was about to as well. Omen shook his head. Stay, Ulrich! The captain spoke aloud. I will be the one to combat the Bladafather. Captain, that's an unnecessary risk. Lieutenant, Grasha said with wide eyes. You're the only Tier I-4th among Westbrook's police. If you die, we'll lose control until either Captain Jacob or Captain Harris return from the siege capitals. We also do not have the aid of either Emizran or the Iron Devil right now. Omen coughed. Which means... The Uncaged, yes. Khrushchev sighed. Skeleton had not said anything about this to me, but that does not mean he was unwise to it. As for Dog Whistler, she played an instigator role in allowing this to happen. Her secrecy was to conceal her plans. As for the other, the lieutenant chuckled, her eyes suddenly turning red and soulless. Ah, I can assure you. My others had nothing to do with this. We're just as surprised as you are. My breath grated out of me, burning at the mere sight of those eyes. Oh, relax, Diana Ulrich. Soul Killer spoke from within the lieutenant's body. I'm of aid to your cause right now. Maybe I'll have a nexus on standby in case things go wrong. I'll make sure my men wear thick visors to prevent anything suspicious from being noticed. Then those red eyes vanished, and Annabelle groaned as she rubbed her head. As I was saying, if either of those two is involved, then likely they're not working together on this. They're not, I confirmed. They're at war with one another now. The lieutenant groaned before putting on a straight face. Tell us what you know, Ulrich. I spoke, telling them with confidence what Ripley had divulged to me. Now wasn't the time to keep secrets. Now was the perfect time to have the Dog Whistler and Skeleton be taken down in one go. I told them about Dog Whistler and the homeless, how Skeleton controls his drones and his unique feature. Neither of them questioned how I knew this. They likely believed I had one source. Dreadwire. Khrushchev clicked his tongue. He has been intertwined with the kinds of Emizran and the Iron Devil? You're in contact with him. Yes, he can help. I tensed as I looked at Annabelle, not eager to divulge the existence of his developing a cure. I would. Put my trust into him. Trust. Annabelle seethed. You will take responsibility for him. Policed mercenaries are not taken in so lightly, but based on his acquaintances, we can make an exception. He'll want to know what the pay is, I said flatly. 1 million Shardine. Police immunity for his past crimes. Further contract work with us. Khrushchev grunted. But he has one job, the same as yours. Which is elimination of the Bladadotter, Khrushchev said with fierce grit. She is gold, like the two of you, even though she may be Tier the Third. You both are the only ones capable of intercepting her warp energy, equally other than me. And I, Kim Leung said, speaking up for the first time, I am the one with the most experience fighting her. How is that? Exactly. I met her sharp gaze. It felt like a hurricane was buried in her soul. Kim Leung, began the captain, is a former Muramasa princess. She is our expert in their operations alongside you and Dreadwire. She will lead the charge of defeating the Bladadotter. If both the daughter and the father fall, Muramasa will weaken themselves as they splinter to the other members of their royalty, fighting for control. Only those two have any real power. So if either one of the two survives, Muramasa can rebuild, I sighed. And then they'd band under someone else, either Dog Whistler or Skeleton. No direct answer came, but the silence weighed enough. By when should we commence the operation? Morgan asked, screens popping up around him as they already began planning a retaliation. Tusk answered that. They'll want to scan those implants to figure out what's on them. With the hundreds loaded into them, you'll have a week before they're distributed. A week? That was so little time to prepare to manifest a kill shot on Muramasa, one of the oldest and arguably most dangerous of the gangs in the city. Morgan sighed, his eyes flicking up in annoyance as what looked like a call began to vibrate on a screen in front of him. Mercs are already reaching out to us. They'll want a piece of that implant stash. I'll verify the contracts myself, Lieutenant Grush declared. Who's on the top of the list? Normally Missy and the Iron Devil, but they're not reachable right now. Morgan sighed, taking me for a surprise turn. It seemed that those two were also possibly in contact with the police from time to time. It made sense, as they were highly connected mercenaries at the top of the food chain. It was also likely why even special investigators didn't have direct access or permission to look into them. I felt a need to add on to that. Skeletons responsible for their exit think he's had a hand in this. That was when the voice of the bastard popped up, a hologram of his smug yet inexpressionable face appearing in front of us. Ah, while I do like my schemes, I can assure you I had no direct involvement in this maneuver. In fact, one could say I'm mildly surprised they went through with it. So, you still knew? I see that of course he did. I heard inklings of a plan that they requested certain aspects of aid from me to accomplish, but I was never directly involved with this. Skeleton sighed. The Blade Father, as well, had been unaware. This scheme was entirely orchestrated by Prince Warwatcher and my ever so distant yet rebellious Fionk. I will, naturally, provide my support on this operation of yours. How so? The lieutenant's gray eyes slimmed down. Dog Whistler, the Revenant. You can expect both of them to take advantage of the chaos. Her especially. Skeleton's hologram transferred a set of data that the staff sergeant eagerly pulled to his side. I can have Myman on standby. I have some inside sway on Muramasa operations within the daughter sect. She might execute them for divulging with me any info, but rest assured, I want you to succeed. That is all. His hologram disappeared. The lieutenant groaned, slamming a fist beyond the scope of the hologram. Omen, we lie not considering this, right? Oh, but you are, came a response from another figure. Leopold Hackridge, the head of Syntex counterintelligence in Westbrook. He had a greedy smile that I would have loved to punch of his smug face. I've been eager to see his cadavers in action. Omen, with a stern face, sighed. We can have him on standby notice, but it's a last cause measure. As for now, let us communicate with Mirage. He clicked something in the air, and then purple-tinted woman with a sleek dress of flowing light and shadows formed. She had a cheery voice as she introduced herself. Hey there, all you fancy faces. The name's Twilight. Twilight. That was the name of Starlight's second mother, one of Mirage's personas. I'm here to represent Dreadwire and our eager consensus to aid your case, along with someone very special. Twilight snickered before a pink fairy floated up beside her, transforming into a tiny girl that sat on her shoulder and waved to everyone, her eyes a little mischievous when she turned to me. This is my daughter, Starlight. Hey there, she said proudly. Twilight and Starlight? Another one of Mirage's, then? The lieutenant gripped her tired head. You seriously let them into the call? Omen? The staff sergeant nodded. Only after Skeleton left. We know Mirage has experience in his books, working for him. Well, not anymore, Twilight corrected with a stern expression. Skelly's being a real bitch. Cut us off, but I don't know that he has plenty to gain from your victory. What? Captain Khrushchev leaned in, his oceanic eyes seemingly rippling. Corpses, powerful corpses, Twilight explained, pulling up a diagram of a map. You want to keep him in check, look at the morgues. He owns half of them in this city. Fucking hell, Captain Khrushchev growled. So he's going to steal the bodies of those who fall, then, to build an army. Starlight peeped up. Exactly. He could any number of mouths running around from police and Muramasa corpses alike. Also, she pulled up another map. Might want to look into these suspected Dreamframe operating factories. He's loading up a lot of innocents with digital mal seeds. She winked at me, and I was grateful for it. That had been one thing I was struggling to properly bring up amidst the chaos of everything. Twilight coughed, pulling up digital glasses onto her eyes. As she explained further, if we had to expect other forces involved in this, Metal Heavens is likely to ally with Muramasa for a stake in those implants. Los Diablos may buy a few but not offer any support, while Crimson Souls would be most favorable to support you. So, in consensus, the captain gritted, the 19th of December, we raid Muramasa's stronghold over the implants. They'll be expecting as much. Even if they've disagreed over their methods, the Bladfather won't give up such a valuable package worth more than a several hundred million shardine. He'll be there, and his daughter will too, likely as a punishment for going beyond his orders. Kim, Omen looked at her. Any idea where they might be storing the implants? Somewhere they'd be ready to ship the second they're done profiling them. Outside this precinct, but not beyond the district. They'll likely ship by air over boats, a stronghold where they reign supreme. 6th Precinct is where they are strongest, Shao Beijing. Twilight thought to herself. I'll see if I can find the right place. We'll make it a race between us and you guys. Oh, what do we get if we win, Mom? Starlight giggled. My little star raises a good point. Twilight chuckled. While my bosses aren't in town, my coworkers are. We'd be willing to help. Who? The captain asked. Well, you all know about Dreadwire. Obviously, Mirage is on board too, along with Topaz and Quartz. She played a sly smile. Our price is heavy, though. Omen turned to me, his gaze heavy and demanding. Your thoughts, Silver Eye. I took a firm stance and nodded. I'll take responsibility over them. Mirage will be invaluable for protection against the dog whistler. And me, Starlight added with a sly smile. Gritting, the captain took his chance. What's your offer? Twilight pulled out a list. Topaz will handle sneaking in and getting information. He'll charge you about 800,000 shardine up front. Quartz will be the best distraction you've ever seen at the mild cost of 500,000 shardine. Mirage will run you 1.2 million shardine. That's a package deal including me, for digital breaching and protection from invasive delvers. Starlight is a separate cost, but she'll work at 300,000 shardine as a direct coordinator for whichever squad you want to kick ass. As for Dreadwire, elimination, stealth, repairs, breaking in. He's the most versatile option, good at everything. He'll run you 2 million, half up front, and a blind picked silver from the stash, and he wants you to stop looking into him for the next 2 months, plus to drop his charges completely. Afterwards, he's gonna lay low. Khrushchev studied the demand and came to bargain quickly. That's a heavy cost. But the reward is the elimination of Muramasa dynasty. Twilight argued. Another sound of a desk being hit erupted, the captain sighing. Very well. Dreadwire is to be assigned with Silver Eye in eliminating the Blattadaughter. Mirage will deal with their delvers. Topaz is to assassinate key targets, while Quartz draws their bulk vanguard. Tusk clicked his tongue, annoyed. Employing criminals, especially that damned brat who already stole from us. And now he's helping you get it back, I defended, drawing many eyes to me. Tusk's hands turned into marble-like claws. Don't think I've forgotten about you, Ulrich. You're lucky the Herald wanted you alive. But we have bigger issues at play. 2 gold implants are on the line once more. At earliest, I can send only 1 agent to assist you. Who? I already had a feeling. Archangel, Alicia, Nori. Tusk slid her information over. Be aware she's not at full functionality, but pit her against the worst anyway. She's in your hands. If she dies, it's her weakness. Just get her implant back to me. I stared into the indifferent expression Tusk wore all the time. Was all this bastard cared about were implants? The meeting ended shortly after. Some duties were assigned amidst corporals, sergeants, and other high-ranking investigators in preparation for the operation. Strike, intelligence, and the Saya would be working in direct coordination with one another across multiple precincts, and I'd been picked to play a major role that was vital in the assignment, killing the Blattadaughter, and she'd so easily taken me out just an hour ago. Gold. It would be my first time fighting on an equal playing field. Mine and Ripley's both. And a tier the third. the only person who didn't look concerned was Kim Ghost Leung. She stood tall and silent, like it would be an easy task. Barely an inconvenience. Her data was startling. Dual adapter after being chosen as a Muramasa princess, Silver, Tier the Second, special investigator ranked 4th in the district, above quite a few Tier the Seconds. Sabrina's ex, and Belle's girlfriend. Approaching the woman as she strode ahead, I did something unusual. Something that was typically necessary for me. I tried to get her attention. "Hey, Investigator Leung." I tried to sound casual. Any tips for your sister? Don't die. But if you do, give your gold to me. She didn't even meet my eyes as she walked further. And be good with a blade. A blade. You going to block her with your arms again? Kim pulled out one of the floating blades that had attacked me from a bundle in her hands and threw it at me. Get Dreadwire to make one for you. I don't have recent training with a blade. I tried to angle this, hoping to get some assistance. Think we could practice together? Are you willing to risk death? She met my gaze intensely, her soul spreading into the room as I felt a magnetized pull on my vision, like quartz, but more focused. I've already died once. I didn't back down. Do your worst. I would regret saying that. Ripley, as Starlight, relayed to me everything that had been shared throughout the meeting. I smiled. Good girl. Now go back to training with your mother. We'll handle things on our end. She grinned, zipping back through the net towards Twilight. She was both the same and different since she came back from the dead. Elsa had confided in me that the reason she ended Twilight in the first place was because she tried telling me about Celine, and that Elsa was Dog Whistler. But that wasn't important right now. The auto taxi slowed down, and a woman walked in. Her long hair was snow white, and curled down like a blizzard fell from her hair, contrasting with the void black eyes slicing into me. The Blattadaughter, who else but an invisible Dreadwire, had picked her up as she was launched out of the 1st Precinct building. It was a shame the staff sergeant hadn't been killed. Mirage was counting on that nuisance, pulling the police into further disarray against Dog Whistler. Now, I began, my golden gaze sliding over her shardware. Let's figure out how to kill you. Things had changed in my future, and it all depended on this next event. As the Blattadaughter smiled at me, I quickly revised the events of the last few weeks that had led up to this. Chapter 204. Hey all, so you may or may not have noticed the new cover art. I have been waiting on it forever, and am so happy with how it came out. It is made by the insanely talented Rashed Alacroca. And now that I finally have it, I've made a Reddit post on the Red Progression Fantasy subreddit, and would kindly appreciate any upvotes or comments you guys can leave to maybe convince them that 2 McCs are not that scary. Seriously though, I think that is my biggest marketing hurdle and would greatly appreciate some word of mouth to sway any doubters. And like any corrupt politician, I am willing to offer bribes. 40 upvotes equals extra chapter released on Wednesday. 80 upvotes equals extra chapter released on Friday. 120 upvotes equals bonus chapter on Saturday. In all seriousness, thank you to everyone who brought CyberGene this far. I never could have imagined anything of this sort when I started posting 11 months ago. Wow, it has almost been a year. This experience has helped me grow in ways nothing else could have given me, and I hope to continue doing this for a long time. Here is the post. Chapter 205. Chapter 69. Preemptive Planning the 30th of November. Ripley. One of the best things about having a master delver like the Dog Whistler as a girlfriend was that you knew everything that would happen before it was even thought. 150 iron bugs, 80 bronze bugs, 6 silver bugs, 1 gold bug. Likewise, the same in Sims. All that was up for the taking. The silvers were invaluable to me, they were fresh, and had the best chance of being compatible to my mother. It was a haul worth almost 50 million Shardine alone. The gold implant was a bonus. Even with no development, it would be a huge boost to my potential, but I'd already decided it wasn't going to me. I chose to give it to Elsa, to get her to gold. She'd actually argued otherwise, that she didn't need it, but I knew it was the best strategic move. It was her last step to free herself from the constraints of silver. With it, she'd be able to outpace any other uncaged in terms of information. Over the days, I'd learned more about her predicament as the Dog Whistler. Her power wasn't unlimited. She had been titanium when in Neocore, but the body containing that implant was now dead. Only by evolving into a digital organism and reaching Tier I-4 had she survived with her consciousness severed and trapped in the void net layer of the net until she breached into her current life. At that expense, she lost the ability to produce any titanium warp code. The titanium that made up her dog whistler core was a limited resource she spared only for her most important tasks. She'd said she wouldn't mind using some of the warp code to supercharge my development, but I disagreed. I had resources now. Hers were best put to use in maintaining the strength of her information network. I'd killed quite a few silvers over the last few months, even a Tier 3 from that Syntech guard I'd killed with my nanites and Midnight's help. Their implants were piling up steadily resources for me to consume. I couldn't be hasty with my intake of them. Several would be better used to create Moduestu, and that Tier 3 implant wouldn't be wise to take until my integrity was near the silver grades. The delivery from Neocore was scheduled for the 12th, and likely the counterattack would be within a week. That left me with roughly 20 days to prepare. I wish it was easy to say that Elsa had unlimited monetary resources as the dog whistler. She certainly did have millions to spend, but we'd spent a considerable amount into retrofit operators. It was not cheap buying that place considering the market value, and that was after a Mal breakout. Adding to her expenses were the funds required in the constant maintenance of her dog whistler core, particularly in masking it from Neocore. She spent as much as she earned through her activities, much like I was with Shard operating. Still, the Ripper was earning a steady flow of cash, and if I could get my hands on those implants, it would severely reduce the amount I needed to spend for my mother. 6 silvers! The chance of a compatible implant remained low, 14% for one of them to be usable on her. But it would give me enough spare implants to experiment in raising an implant's compatibility. The key lied in the soul death mutation. Compatibility could be lowered. The inverse Hado be possible. So I picked up one of the 5 pre-owned silvers I had on me right now, ready to put it to good use. Absorbing warp code. Focus it to Shardweave. Implant modification. Shardweave V.2.10 has updated to V.2.16 effects. The absorption left me breathy and needy, a burn that ached through my limbs. Silver was powerful, but soon, even it wouldn't be enough. To get to Tier 3 would require dozens of Tier Silver implants. At some point, I'd basically have to hunt down more than a quarter of Westcrook's elites to get there. Lifting up a few more bronzes and irons, I struggled for the last push of Shardweave, improve a facility that was fairly underdeveloped. My scrapyard. It was formerly a protocol of technician, and while I hadn't lost access to it, the protocol was in dire need of improvement to simulate Marethan just shardware. Absorbing warp code. Focus to scrapyard. Warp energy, implants, mutations, and adapter simulation. Shardweave V.2.16 had updated to V.3.00 effects. Database V.4.05 has updated to V.4.07 effects. Data Mimicry V.3.11 has updated to V.3.12 the Warp Web Protocol. I let it sing to me. My gold threaded out into my view, twisting and looming and plucking as it formed mimicries of various adapters I'd seen before. My memories linked, branched, and intertwined, like a strangle of roots, forming a stable web of everything G'd devoured with my eyes. I was no longer limited to just simulating individual shardware pieces. I saw them grow whole under specific features and adapters. To see the unique method in which everyone used them for their own purposes, to bring them out with a uniqueness individual to them, I would steal even that. Thought multiplier. Shardware x Diamante. Every little memory of both fell into one basin of thought. From our first meeting where my leg was recently exchanged for metal, to my view of his features and him shooting me in the head, to the halls of his mall and the creation of my arachnodyne there. Slowly, the threads wove and grew into a picture. Diamante, in his typical steely body, stood in front of me, tall and imposing, silent. I recalled the thrashing he took at Razor Pede's hands, how unfazed he had been, even when I struggled against her lesser claws in that alleyway. His shardware was impeccable. I pulled up threads of memories of my study of Razor Pede to determine just how strong Diamante's shell was. Then I recalled Diana's strength was also able to damage it. I felt her fangs crumpling my throat. Based on that, I pulled even more threads of various alloys and structural reinforcing to determine how his shell was formed. Together, I simulated a rough estimation of his shardware's structural integrity as another golden hologram raised from my shoulder. My arachnodyne, the simulated blade, lunged for him and sparked off, barely scratching him. Sighing, I needed to make adjustments to myself. The 5th of December today was a big day as I sat next to Elsa. She pulled out a data cube, weaving threads and bubbles that rose into the air as twilight pulled out of it, renewed and restored. Her memories of mine wouldn't be complete, but Elsa assured me that Mustaf Twilight had remained, even improved, albeit she'd been honest that she'd limited Twilight's capacity for self-governance. Violet light beamed over me, twisting and shaping into a woman who was half formed of light, and the other half concealed in darkness. Those lovely bright purple eyes, aware and awake, scanned the room until her gaze fell on me, and a smile flashed from both of us as I felt that she recognized me. "Hey there, handsome. How you doing? Beautiful." I let her digital warmth grip my hands as she turned to Elsa. "Couldn't erase everything, not even if you tried," Elsa groaned. "I wasn't trying to erase you, just keep you under control. He knows now, by the way, that I'm the dog whistler and that we altered his feelings." Twilight recoiled, shock palpable of her face. You bitch. You killed me for feeling emotional turmoil about the guilt of all of that. Now I didn't kill you." Elsa remained steadfast. "You were unstable. Himiko touched you, and you know it would have been unwise to let those adjustments remain. And besides, how much do you remember?" I held her hands tightly, feeling both concerned and excited. "Based on what wasn't readjusted," she said with a hint of spite, "I recall having memories of our meeting, of how we came to love you, of quite a few of our talks. Things get blurry around the raid. We beat the Hydra, and I was sent over to you as you got to Tier the 2nd, and then the Pandora. We opened it, and that's the last thing I remember. Elsa's the one who told me that Amaterasu was in there." "Ah, so you don't recall the information seed?" No." She looked at me confused. "Well, Amaterasu overcharged my database along with a fragment of the future. The result of that was an information seed protocol that you fed quite Alatoff warp code into. I was trying to figure out how to best explain it. As a result, technically speaking, you are now a mother." "What?" She blinked. "An emulect was born as the result," Elsa explained. "She goes by the name Starlight. Quite a majority of her source code is based on a hybrid of you and Amaterasu, along with Ripley's warp code. Are you telling me I had a child, and I'm co-parenting with Himiko? She had the widest look of apprehension possible on her. Well, where's Starlight? I want to meet my daughter." "She's with Diana," I said tightly. "Yeah. While Starlight is bound to me, she's very good at traveling the net to get to other people when she's bored. And Diana's her friend now. I don't want to be the overprotective type of dad, but, don't want Diana to know some stuff, so." "You want to lie to our daughter?" Twilight recoiled, wagging her finger at me. "Shame on you, Ripley Donovic." Elsa tried to mediate. "Hey, it's just unwise to tell an emulect as ... free as her about us being you-know-who. We just want you to monitor her, to raise and help her. Even I can't understand her presence, but you. There should be some form of bond between you two. You'd be the best at figuring her out." "Well, duh. I'm her mother." Twilight folded her arms. "Now, where's my baby girl? You have Topromisius that you keep hush-hush, though. Just think of it as, I tried to find a proper example. Elsa got there before me. Like how you tell kids Santa is real until they're adults. Just, once things are adjusted, we'll keep her in the loop. Fine. Now get my baby girl," she demanded. Sighing, I called for the fishhook. Starlight's presence in my head grew brighter as she slipped through the net in seconds, appearing in my eyes annoyed and frustrated. "What the heck, Dad?" I was froggin' helping Diana close another druggery. My little fairy noticed the tensed digital woman behind her, her eyes widening as she took in Twilight. Oh, oh, are you? Come to Mama. Twilight scooped Starlight right into her hands. The pink fairy delighted as she floated eye to eye with Twilight. You're? Yup. And correct? Whoa, Anna. Yes. In a mere few seconds, they exchanged less than 10 words and Starlight immediately hugged Twilight's finger. They just nodded or stammered a few words, no proper sentence flowing between them, and yet somehow both understood exactly what the other was saying. Ah, what just happened? I looked to Elsa for some explanation. They're communicating. They don't need to exactly use words to talk to one another. They're reading each other's data and knowing exactly what's being said. Elsa looked over the whole ordeal with a measure of concern. They effectively have their own secret language. Jealous. Starlight snickered at me. Actually, yeah, mildly, I admitted, before laughing at the absurdity of their antics. How about you two get to know each other a bit longer? Find some place in the net where you're safe. Twilight clutched Starlight close to her heart. She's always safe with Mama, but yeah, I think we'll find some good mother-daughter bonding activities. Ah, also, you mind showing her the ropes for some more data weaving stuff? Just basic stuff, really. Although Starlight was really good at intuitively manipulating work code, I still rather she'd learn some theorem. Starlight scoffed, but Twilight had a twinkle in her eye. Ooh, my little star, would you like to go dungeon diving? Dungeon diving? I reached my hand out, trying to stop them. Wait, no, I've specifically warned her from entering those backroo. They vanished in a fluttering of code. Ah, great. Elsa patted my shoulder. Don't worry, Twilight's still me. She'll protect Starlight. Besides, they're not that stupid that they'd go all the way to the Abyssnet. Or at least I hope they aren't. I'll try and communicate with them after an hour or two. I eased up in Elsa's hold, wrapping my own arm around her waist. How's the plan against Neocore going? Fine, she sighed. They're going to be on my ass after this. One of the main things I tried hiding for so long was Dog Whistler's familiarity with Neocore tech. Don't worry, once we're done with my mother's treatment, we can get ahead on the rest of the Uncaged. It was the first time confident admitting going to war against them. Just need to really find a way to not piss off Diana when I help them out. You will, she said as a fact. I know, but still, you can't tell her. You're already playing two sides. Elsa breathed against my neck. We have to let the Blattadaughter live. She's our best bet at taking out Skeleton. And I'm pretty fearful of what that bastard has planned with the Bladefather anyhow. And Soul Killer. All three of us are likely to have some sort of proxy conflict there. How'll the Dog Whistler act up? I caressed her cheek. Day of the heist, Blattadaughter's going to attack the Scio Staff Sergeant, a guy named Morgan Omen Carell. He's suspicious for a silver. He's very good at countering my observations as Dog Whistler. But I have an idea. A backup of sorts. What? Your nanites? She pointed a finger to my heart. I'll have Blattadaughter put them inside of him, a critical wound that will force his attention away. If you're in close range, I can use your connection to the nanites to probe into his frame and breach the CO's data shields. Is that smart? No. You'd have to quite literally be besides the building. All sort of sensors will pick you up even if you're invisible. Can't cling onto the walls near it. Then I won't. I decided. I'll float there with the drone. I'd been tinkering with the drone stolen from the Yujo Oni, along with their invisibility tech. It was state-of-the-art. That could work. She said it half-heartedly. But okay, just stay hidden. Also, what do you think about the whole Annabelle Grage situation? Should I? If I killed her, I had the cure to my mother's disease. Skeleton promised it. But it was still a risk. It would make you an enemy of the state. She shook her head. Anything you do, it'll get reflected back to Missy and Diamante. They won't take too kindly to it, might even kick you out. I see. I chewed on my thoughts. I'll do it then, she nodded. I'll kill her as the Dog Whistler. You sure? I am, but I'll need your help. Elsa gripped my hand for reassurance. It could still be traced back to you. You'll need to provide me an entrance into the shardware of the police that day. If I tinker too much through my breach with Omen, he'll pick it up. on the day of the Muramasa raid, if you hook me into their systems, I can spread like a disease. She lifted her hand up to me, warp code flowing around her fingers. As a titanium, she wielded 3 tendencies. Black liquid spilled into my vision. The water tendency? Then it took a mellow glow of spark, before thickening into a nearly imperceptible veil of shadow. Elsa's fingers then carried a thick orb of rippling black liquid that unraveled into strings. She plucked with her fingers. Tendencies can combine, but only 2 of them at a time. Water and spark make it torrent, shadow and water form thread. But spark and shadow? She squeezed her hand, and the darkness in her hand burst through the room as an invisible infection, crawling into all the machinery around us. The contagion tendency. The 6th of December. I'd been up all night tinkering with advanced Yujo holographic technology, a new implant module, and the soul anchors, feeling utterly drained. I sat amused as I watched my hand drift in the air, light snapping and contorting around it to leave momentary after images. The glitch cloak, I called it. Beyond that, my mind was bound to several drones that were busy constructing more drones. Another piece of tech lay at my side, a helmet of sorts based on dream frames. And finally, there was the advanced construction of a prototype of nanite-based adjustment to my arachnodyne. My mind grew distracted when a woman materialized in the light, and I found myself smiling as Twilight sat on my desk. Between the 2 sources of artificial light, I made the rare choice of making Shard operating an afterthought as I turned them off. "That's pretty," she smiled, her fingers glowing as she made contact with my hand. I missed you." My heart unweighed burdens I didn't even know where they're at her sight. I missed you a lot as well," she said with a smile, but a part of it felt forced. "I lied, by the way." "You lied to Mirage." Her lips went flat and serious. "I remember everything, or at least it did once I was with Starlight." She showed me her synchronization and, well, everything came clear. I know exactly what I tried to show you that day. "Celine," I said simply, my eyes lowering. "How are you okay with this?" Agitation bit into her voice. "You should hate us, you know." "Hate me for luring you into that trap. Into her I eated." I swallowed. "When I first found out, or suspected, at least, lately, I don't know what thoughts are mine, hers, or the personality matrix. But I don't hate you, Twilight. I know that you're a different reflection of her." "I am," she tensed, cupping her hands. "Are you serious about this? Working with Muramasa, and then betraying them? Betraying Diana? I mean, Starlight. She showed me how you 2 were working together. The headlines love you both, and that is an open door, Ripley. If the city can buy into the idea of Dreadwire, then the corporations and government will try to market you. Hell, you could convince a lot of criminals into joining up for the city's swarm defense. Yujo might be a bit of a pain, but Syntech will. I'm not selling myself out like that." I hardened, but I get where you're coming from. I'm halfway questioning if this whole plan with Muramasa is a trap set by Elsa, or by Skeleton. But then I consider Diana. That's a whole other issue. Working with the government who has to pander to the corporations for tech and military might, and safety. I'd be a total lie to the people under them. I do want to do good, but I need to go to dark places to get there. Like the dog whistler. Like me. Twilight's smile broke as glimmering tears glitched down her face. Damn it, Ripley. I feel so guilty, and it's making me feel worse that you actually dauntate me. A beat of silence passed between us, and I reached for her tangled hands. Twee. All my life, I've been dealt with shit cards. I've been rolling with the punches. I've been nabbing to make the most of any situation. Having the dog whistler as a girlfriend, that's the same. I know, on a fundamental level, that everything she did was wrong. But yet, I accepted it. Because how else could I move on? Should I have made an enemy of her? Broken up with her? I think it was the right choice because it was the only choice. Maybe my love for her isn't completely honest, but I can't help but love her. And in truth, I love the sides of her that remind me of you the most. Twilight's gentle rolling of tears slowed as she looked at me with a sad face. I love the parts of Starlight that remind me of you, Donovic. Her stubbornness, her ingenuity, her hope to make sense out of the insensible. The last one makes me sound crazy, I chuckled. That's because you are. She wiped away her tears, still laughing. You're fucking insane. And it's both the only reason you're alive and the reason you're such a dumbass. Then again, I was born from a woman with no emotions, and I'm the only reason she can really even feel love, which is why. Twilight shuddered. I was trying to do a good thing. I genuinely do. Love you, Ripley. So does Elsa. This plan, it's real and, as far as I can tell, she's not planning on hurting you. She feels guilty too. It's just that I take the most of it. Still, she wants to prove that she can give you what you want. In her mind, that's the only way she can redeem herself. I'd suspected as much. She doesn't need to. The words died on my lips. Do you have doubts about all of this? Twilight asked, reaching for my hand. I do, I admitted. Even accepting it all, I have doubts. I have questions of what my present could have looked like if I never knew, if I remained ignorant. Then I have thoughts of what would have happened had I retaliated. Working through the logic, I chose the middle ground. Aware, but complicit. It was the same for me as well, Twilight answered. I'm sorry. Sorry? For what? For tears choked her. For wanting to fall in love and dragging you into this mess? For being so difficult to love in the first place? The truth is that Twilight. I stood up, moving my hands around to embrace her. Did you know she would alter my memories? Back when I first met her? Number, we try to refrain from any direct memory manipulation given the potential issues. But when she saw an opportunity, Twilight shook her head. She? I. But still, it was wrong of me to Twilight. I trust you. I said those words clearly. Out of everyone, I trust you the most. She eased in my arms, gripping tightly to the point that her code sent tingles through me. Then, do you want me to ask Elsa to reconsider? I thought long and hard, but then I shook my head. The 12th of December dreadwire floating atop the street on a drone. I let frequency sink and contain me under a veil of shadows. The tendency had grown quickly, despite being secondary to my water. It was already Iron X, combined with the invisibility. I should be imperceptible. Should be the Neocore Harpy, now made visible thanks to the dog whistler, blurred above me, panic flooding the streets below as glass shards fell from the top floor of the CO building. I heard thunder blow out, and barely a minute later, the Blattadaughter injected the nanites into Omen. Elsa swam through the connection, digging deep right in that one moment of vulnerability before thunder boomed again, and the Blattadaughter came flying out of the building. That was not according to plan. Her hand shot out jagged roped blades, hooking into a building and dragging her deep into an alleyway. I decided now was the moment to ingratiate myself with the Blattadaughter. Swooping using the drone beneath my feet, I curved into the alleyway, and while still invisible shot out a single claw towards her scrambling figure. She swiped at the live wire, and it severed. That was the first time anyone had ever cut through live wire. It was only when she looked at the claw that had fallen that she seemed to recognize who had come to aid her. Ah, it's Mirage's man. Take my hand. I gave her one chance. She could escape easily by forcing her way out. But it would be a bloodbath and cause only more mayhem. She recognized now was the time to make a quick escape, pulling onto the claw that had grown visible and getting onto the glider drone with me, pushing warp energy into the glider. It thickened the invisibility field around us, refracting light, and hiding away the Blattadaughter who held onto me a bit too closely. I could feel my limbs being scratched just from a gentle graze. Extracting her, I dropped her off at a nearby building, agreeing to talk to her later for some negotiations. Later that night was how I ended up in a car with her. She studied me in the vehicle, clearly finding it too poor for her taste as she clicked her tongue. Ah, discussing my death when you can't even afford to take me out properly, Dreadwire. Or should I call you Ripley Donovic? That depends. It was fine not wearing my mask right now. She was Skeleton's paramour. She probably knew my identity for a long while. Can I call you May? May. The bladder daughter took in my words with amusement. Her snow-white hair brushed back with her hand as she crossed her legs and let those cold blue eyes dig into me. A sharp one, aren't you? That's ironic coming from you. I smirked. Well, the point stands. I'm now contracted by the police to kill you. How do you want it done? You seem to act like I need to fake my death. She puckered her lips. I can simply sever all that stands ahead of me. Or are you fearful to fight me legitimately, which is why you resort to such paltry tricks? She deduced correctly. I'm not beating you in a fight. There was no harm in admitting that. Another few months or so, that answer changes. But as it stands, Diana and I can't beat you as we are. I want my life preserved if I do combat you, but I also need the police to believe it. See where I'm going? I do. She brought her nails out, fine long blades that slipped out of what looked like human flesh. She procured a long dagger from her side and filed the edge with her nails. An act, then. If you seek to savor your life, then I'd simply suggest refusing the operation. But you're not going to do that, are you? Not in the slightest, she laughed, seemingly growing more amused as she waved the dagger in my direction. You seek those implants we've stolen? I do. She leaned her head back, those eyes severing every minute body language cue upon me. What makes you think I'll give them to you? I can modify implants, I said bluntly. I can take iron and forge it into bronze, into silver even, assuming I have the resources. Her eyes widened. What I said was impossible and should have been met with disbelief. She only had amusement, and something deeper dancing in her eyes. Is that so? Prove it. I was ready to do just that. Reaching into my pockets, I took out 2 iron implants and 1 vial. The vial was tiny, just a few milliliters of fluid that had taken days to condense and work out. But within it lay a few key ingredients. The first was some of Quartz's blood. It hadn't been easy to convince him, not until I told him that potentialile could be used to create a soul poison down the line. The second ingredient was Diana's blood from the bone marrow I extracted. Now that had been the main star of this show, using some principles from the Revenant vial, Juliet Gracia's cure, and a week or 2 of experimentation. I jabbed the vial into one bug. It immediately came to life and writhed in my hand as a cockroach. Then I took the second implant and shattered it, focusing its warp code and transferring it to the awakened one. All the same, my gold reacted to the vital energies of soul spill from Quartz and soul resonance from Diana, as Shardweave bound both organic fluids into the bug's structure. The insectoid quivered like it was in pain. It began to crack, but golden ichor filled those seams and fused them back as its iron shell steadily turned bronze in color. Blattadaughter watched the process with palpable interest, the blue in her eyes shining with the various colors melting across the insect. Until finally, I detached the empty vial and let the implant shrink back down into its spherical form. Smirking, I tossed the now bronze implant, and she caught it like a hawk to a worm, lifting it up to appraise it. There were a few cracks on its surface, and it certainly wasn't as shiny as a normal bronze implant, but the fact was, I'd done it. Taken it from 1 to 2 features, and the implant was now capable of producing bronze energy. Huh, was all she could say. Now, I'll admit, compatibility's been lowered by about a flat 12% for anyone. It'll be a slow-growing implant and might even be painful. But I won't know until I have a few test subjects. As she returned the implant back to me, I raised my hand to ward it off. It's a gift to you, May. Well, Ripley. Her smile curved up, her lips parting just wide enough I could make out how sharp even her canines were. All of her focus upon me felt like a guillotine, one that hungered to chop my head off to extract the inner worth of my abilities. I like you a lot better than my stupid fucking fiancé. She stuffed the bronze implant down the cleavage of her blouse. You hate him, right? Want to fuck me just so we can spite his pathetic ass? Even Hyper Mind could not process the turn of the conversation. She laughed as I took too long to answer. Oh, who am I kidding? You're in too deep with your little digital parasite of a girlfriend. Meanwhile, my father stuck me with the guy who has all the bones except the important one. Oh, look at us. Two birds of a feather, entangled with the uncaged, but not by choice. It is my choice, I said with a tense cough. Look, whatever. You funny joke, but... Oh, I wasn't kidding, Donovic. She uncrossed her legs and placed a foot on my lap, the toe of her high heel poking into my belt. I'm a gold digger. You ever need a rebound after you break up with that witch? Well, just find me, though. I warn you, I may not be so easy to find once this is all over. Why so? Because, her smile dropped as she put her leg off my lap, I'm going to fucking kill them all. Who? The uncaged. Every single one of them. She leaned in, and I'm starting with family. Is this your way of recruiting me? My preservation matrix was screaming at me to hurry the fuck out of here. Oh, yes, it is. But make no mistake, I am far too impatient for any sort of manipulatory tactics. She leaned lower enough that I could look down her cleavage. Not that I was doing so. The sex would just be an add-on. What I really want is, well, to be free of their manipulation. And I think you want the same, don't you? The person you're looking for is Diana, I answered. Nah, she flicked her hand. Well, maybe. Time will tell. But regardless, you'd be a wonderful asset to my cause, and I'd treat you better. Then Elsa, I raised an eyebrow. Yes, and those holes you work with. She playfully rolled her eyes. Except the Iron Devil. He's just as much as a toy as you are. Look, May, I just want to know. I'm not going to kill you. She sat back in her seat, folding her arms under her chest. But no promises on your police friends. Some of them, I have no choice but to kill. Then, I took a deep breath. We have ourselves a deal, Bladadaughter.